So we're going to be comparing Hermetic cosmology to biblical cosmology, Gnosticism, and other ancient traditions to discover where they converge, where they conflict, and what those patterns reveal through the practice of syncretism. Why do we want to do that? Because at some point on the earth, everything that we call a religious system was just one dialect of a universal spiritual system. There really is no such thing as religions. They should be better called literal interpretations of indigenous spiritual systems in that land. All religions got a good guy and bad guy, but before we had a God and a devil, everyone on earth had their own form of the yin and the yang. You didn't have good and bad, God and devil. You had just negative and positive. And people was teaching duality in a mature way, not in a fear-mongering way. Follow the God and you don't go and burn in hell. And that devil is going to burn you in hell and that angel is going to save you. Ancient people didn't have this way of thinking when they had night and day, yin and yang, light and darkness. There was no God versus devil. There was simply yin and yang. And when we had that teaching, we were trying to understand reality. In fact, we had cracked the code. What the Vatican and what the church has done, it has thrown humanity back into a dark age, which is a time of ignorance about who we are and what the earth is and all of that good stuff. But why do we want to talk about Hermeticism today? Because Hermeticism is just yet one of those ancient highways that lead to the same truth. And I just wanted to mix it up because we always talk about Christianity. And I wanted to do a little syncretism today to show you how Christianity and Hermeticism aren't the same, but they are the same. Sanchez, there you go, double talking. Let me explain myself. If you compare modern Christianity to Hermeticism, they're gonna look like night and day. But if you compare Gnosticism, which is the first original form of Christianity, to Hermeticism, they're gonna fit like a glove. In fact, they're gonna look like the same system. And I'm gonna show you that today. That's what we're gonna be one of our missions here today. First of all, I wanted to deal with the word Hermeticism itself, because one part of syncretism is linguistic syncretism and the inflectional value of words. And in order to go deep today, we got to start small. But what I'm going to start with is going to be small, but it's going to be something a lot of you probably don't know. Let's deal with the word Hermeticism itself. Why is it called Hermeticism? A lot of people think Hermes Trismegistus, but did you know that Hermes Trismegistus wasn't a person? Drop a 1 if you guys knew that. If you didn't, that's fine. Did you know that Hermes Trismegistus wasn't a person? Hermes Trismegistus is a pseudonym which we find a lot throughout the ancient world. But yes, Hermes, the name Hermes Trismegistus, by the way, it means thrice great. You can see that when you see trice. Trice is the word thrice, like 3 times. So when you say Megistus, that's like magistrate, magestus, majestic, majestus. So you're saying thrice great, right? Thrice great. A lot of people probably don't know about that. So Hermes Trismegistus is not really a name as much as it is a title. A lot of people don't know that. We're going to start small with things you may not know. Hermes Trismegistus was never a man, but it was a deity, an archetype to represent man's God body. So in a lot of religions, you will see, like, for example, Leonardo da Vinci gave us Vitruvian man. We hear the 5%ers speak about the God body. You hear terms like the macro body. This God body, which is exists in a higher realm, is the ultimate you. And it's the one that this lower you must connect with in order to begin our ascent, according to the Hermetic people. Hermes Trismegistus, I keep repeating, is not a person. It's a title given to the soul. And oftentimes throughout history, this archetype, this title given to the soul, when we see, I'm gonna give you an example right now to just so we can be thorough here, because I brought up Vitruvian man. Vitruvian man is Leonardo da Vinci trying to teach about the macro body or the God body. And what we see here with Leonardo da Vinci is that you have different Vitruvian mans inside of each other. They're lined up, but you have each man in his own shape. So you have one in a circle, one in a square, and the action that he's performing is slightly variated in each shape. This is Leonardo da Vinci's way of teaching Hermeticism, because Hermeticism teaches that reality exists in multiple layers, and that basically there are parallel realities among us, and the universe is expressing the 360 in many different ways, which is why we see the square, which is 360 degrees. We see the circle, which is 360 degrees. So what we call the 360 of life is expressing itself in the various shapes that all equal out to 360, which is another way to say you exist in all parallel realities and you're still you, but you're slightly alternated. Let me give a shout out to Sally McDermott. So I hope you guys understand this image here. It's like a line dance where you got multiple people lined up together, but you can't see behind the first one, and they start staggering their arms, doing little motions. We all seen these sequence dances. This is what Leonardo da Vinci showing us here about the nature of our multiple layered reality. And I'm starting here to show you guys what Hermeticism is about, not the little kindergarten basic stuff, but the deep stuff for really deep thinkers. And why I want to show you Vitruvian man as well is to show you that Vitruvian man is what became Jesus Christ. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why we see Vitruvian man with his arms out. Christ was never a person that died for you. Christ was an archetype to teach about ascension before this stuff got corrupted. And I'll be showing you that when we go to the early roots of Christianity being Gnosticism. And we'll show you how that ties into Hermeticism. But let's deal with Hermeticism first. Why did I want to teach about the word Hermeticism in relation to this image right here? Well, I'm going to answer that question. And I'm going to do so by visiting the whiteboard. And people, you know, when we visit the whiteboard, we need another mic check. So I'm on my other mic. Go ahead and give me a mic check, people, for my. I want to do some etymology, because we got to break down the word Hermeticism. If I sound good on this mic, then we good, we good. Drop ones, drop ones. Drop ones if we good. So let's break down the word Hermeticism real quick. So the word Hermeticism, let's break that down. The root word of it is hermit. Now, I'm not going to make up stuff. Everything I say, I'm going to verify with etymology. Now, you ever heard of a hermit crab? A hermit crab is a crab that lives in an external layer. It lives in a shell. We know that. And that hermit crab will outgrow its shell, and it'll have to look for another one that fits it. The reason this is called Hermeticism is because our soul is literally similar to a hermit crab. Our soul outgrows the reality that it's in, and it seeks for another experience, and that's called resurrection. So what I'm giving y'all is what we was teaching about resurrection before it became blood sacrifice. Before resurrection was something that you can only get by believing with faith and all of that old crap, that paganism, blood sacrifice. We're teaching the real deep divine truth about spiritual ascension right now. But let's start with the word Hermeticism, because a hermit lives in a temple or a dwelling, and this is really dealing with the fact that we are enclosed in the firmament dome. So I did want to deal with cosmology today, right? And you know we got to sync this with the cosmology. So everyone knows where the Truman Show is based on a true story. Just like a hermit crab lives in a shell or a casing, our soul lives under a dome. But a lot of you guys don't really know what the dome is, and I'm not going to tell you right now. Stick around. I'm going to blow you away, because it's nothing what you think. So let's pull this up real quick. Let's find a good image of this, and we'll leave it up. But we're in a Truman Show, and the root word of Hermeticism is hermit, because just like a hermit crab, we live inside of a terrarium or a shell. Now, if you take the S off the word shell, you get hell. It ain't a place of fire. It really should be spelled H-E-L-D. We're held inside of a particular barrier until we outgrow it. Nothing is really holding us here but the fact that you are contents inside of a seed casing. And it's like, what's holding the tree inside of a seed? Nothing. Time and growth, right? So let's give a shout out to Dolph Obama. Much love, bro Sanchez, and appreciate you for the work you put in, and salute to the chat. That's awesome, Dolph Obama, the 50 spot. Appreciate that. Nothing is holding us here. Get out of the spookism. A lot of people like to talk about, oh, there's the devil and all these, the demiurge and the devil. They leave the church with Satan and the devil, and they create another boogeyman. But this is not what the Hermetic people taught. They taught we're our own worst enemy, and everything that's happened to us is a reflection of what we going through in a higher realm. So whatever our experience is on earth, we must master it, and we can't be making no excuses and getting a victim mind. It's okay to understand that the world is against you, but if the world is truly a reflection, if the external world is a reflection of the internal, then this is real deep stuff we're talking about here. Now, what is the world? Let me go on and answer that question. I don't want to keep you waiting too long. What if I told you all that the firmament dome was your own skull? You would probably say, Sanchez, you tripping. What kind of weed that is you smoking, my brother? Now you reaching, my brother, right? But let me just show you guys something to support what I'm saying. When I say that, what is the world around you? The Hermetic people taught that we're inside the mind of God. But the God to them wasn't nothing outside of themselves. Because I'll give you a way to think about it, right? If you're in a dream, where are you? Just think about it. If you're in a dream, where are you? You're in your own mind. You're in your own mind. If I walk up to you in a dream and I say, what the firmament dome is, you're going to be talking about a glass barrier. If I walk up to you in a dream and ask you what you think the firmament is, you're going to be having all these crazy debates what people having. But guess what the ancients said the firmament is? your own. It's another head. You're in a head, in a head, in a head, just like a dream. When you're dreaming, if I ask you where you at, you inside of the head of a sleeping God that fell asleep and forgot who he is. Tell me I'm lying. If you fall asleep right now and start dreaming, and I walk up to you in a dream and I say, hey man, you just fell asleep watching BROSANCHEZTV, you gonna look at me crazy. Because the moment you shift to the dream world, your memory shift too. You don't remember falling asleep because you didn't fall asleep in that world. You're gonna remember whatever you was doing from that morning to wherever you at in time in that world. You ain't gonna remember this when you shift. But so if I walk up to you, that's what I mean by ignorance. These different veils, every time we transition through a veil, it's another veil of ignorance where we forget who we is in the previous one. But these veils are different, what they talk about the missing skulls. I think they call them the emerald skulls, right? It's 7 of them. Why 7? It's 7 Hermetic principles. If your soul is trapped in your own head, then guess what? You got to rise above the way that your brain is functioning in all of these realms. Your mind is battling your brain. The thoughts are coming from a higher realm and they're not distorted. But when the thoughts enter the body, the brain is split between left and right. And that unified, universal, perfect thought now becomes an argument between the left and right brain within man. So this is the trick of duality, and this is what I'm about to explain. But what we're looking at here is Jesus Christ in the bottom left corner. And that is in one of those big old amazing temples that we built as Tartarians that the Vatican squatted on because they know they didn't build them. But they got this pagan image inside of that pretty temple. And we see Jesus lifted up and everybody believing in him as a blood sacrifice. But I brought my own images from around the world because I'm a syncretist and that's what I do. And I want to show Christians that they are plagiarizing ancient concepts with their literal interpretation. See, what Jesus represents is a literal interpretation of a spiritual concept. And what we see in all these other images is the soul freeing itself from time. Yes, I have an image of Moses splitting the sea because the original knowledge of Moses splitting the sea and breaking the pillars was the split that's creating the left and right brain. I have at the top of this collage the brain cut open, and we can see that there's a bright white light in the middle of duality, and that is essentially what we really are. We are the light within. We're not the angel on the right shoulder or the devil on the left. We are the observer in between, looking through a peephole from a higher realm. And here is the peephole, just like on your front door. You're not the body. Your soul is sleeping a higher realm, peeping through this stargate, having an experience called BROSANCHEZ, or you fill in the blank. And Moses is showing us the soul rising up from this experience once it's completed. And basically, just like Enoch, you're moving up from the waters above. Now, today, you believe in a literal man that split a sea. You guys believe in stories. You believe in fairy tales and miracles. That's because, again, the Vatican is literally interpreting ancient symbolism on purpose to invert the truth. To invert the truth. I'm going to show you how you do this, right? I'm going to give you an example. Everyone know that the word cheese mean money to black people. If I say, hey man, bring me that cheese out the dresser, you know I'm talking about money. Let's say that I had an enemy who wanted to lie and change my story for whatever reason to distort what I was saying. The enemy can do that by saying, I literally was asking for real cheese, like the stuff we put on sandwiches. So if I wanted to tell the truth that I was talking about money, he can say, look, it's right here. He said cheese. And anyone that don't know that you shouldn't take the literal interpretation of black people slang, yeah, I'm gonna go down in history as the dude that kept cheese in his dresser. How nasty is that? Right? Cheese go in the fridge, right? Well, money can go in the dresser, but it shows you how the truth can be distorted with a literal interpretation if you don't know I'm speaking in code, because you ain't part of this black thing. You don't know what cheese mean, dog. You ain't hip. And that's kind of how the barbarian acts with ancient symbolism. It's like, bro, you don't know that this is just a symbol. It's not a real person leaving the earth through a beanstalk or a portal. It's the ancestors telling a story about how the soul transitions from the physical realm upon death. And it was the ancestors ensuring us life after death and rebirth. And it was nothing we had to beg for or have a blood sacrifice or get into paganism. It was self-mastery. But what is a hermit? Let's go back to the whiteboard, because we want to go to etymology. Let's give a shout out to Dreezy Dre. Skull equals school. That is a big one. That's kindergarten. That's wise dome wisdom. 7 levels to master self. Keep cooking, fam. That was dope, bro. Skull is school. That's right. Skull, school, skill. Because each time you master one of these realms, you get a skill from the school or the skull. And let's talk about the word hermit. I don't want to just tell you what it means. What is a hermit, y'all? Let's read it. A hermit is a religious recluse, one who dwells apart in a solitary place for religious meditation. Now let's just swap the word religious for spiritual. That's more accurate. But read that. I highlighted it. Read along for yourself. I blew it up. I'm gonna grab a slide because I'm gonna show you guys something here. What is this one that dwells in a solitary place? How can you be dwelling in a solitary place, but it's people all around you in the world, man? Well, this ain't a contradiction. This was the ancestors telling you that you are a hermit. And here's what a hermit looked like. See, the real you is sleep, just like I told you in a dream. If I walk up to you in a dream and ask you where you at, you inside of your own sleeping self. God fell asleep and got ignorant. And every time we dreaming, we forget who the dude is in the bed. We don't remember him till we wake up. If somebody walk up to you in your dream and tell you you just fell asleep, you'll laugh at them. You got to keep that in mind, people, because you're in your own sleeping body right now. Now, this is a hermit is any being that lives in a secluded. We're all isolated. We're in our own individual pods like seeds, and we all have been planted in this lower realm. So it's very important to know that you shouldn't get into spookism, because if you're not in this lower realm, just like a seed that ain't planted in the ground, you can't transform and become a tree. Quit listening to people that's telling you that you're a fallen angel and start looking at yourself like a planted seed, okay? Seeds gotta be dropped down so they can rise up on their own. And in order for that seed to rise up, it gotta transform. It can't rise up out the ground as a seed. And that's the same reason no human will ever leave the earth in the flesh. And the Bible tell you that. So when you read these stories about Enoch and all these different people, no one never left this earth and took their body with them. It's impossible. You have to shift your consciousness, because the only thing that's beyond here is a sleeping you. Think about this, right? If you're dreaming and you're inside of a dream, How do you take your body in the dream back to the world where the other you is sleeping at? Can the you that's in your head in a dream meet the you that's in the bed sleeping having a dream? No, it's impossible. It's impossible because the only way out the dream is awakening. And once you wake up, you are that you that was in the bed sleeping. But the two will never be standing together holding hands. Like, that ain't gonna happen. So we must understand the nature of our reality to see what Enoch and everybody was trying to teach, and why Hermes is Mercury, and Mercury carries the Caduceus staff, which is the Kundalini, which is the part of us that is able to transition the realms. And everything I'm teaching you today goes back to the part of us that travels the heavens, and that is the soul within man. That we must activate in order to free ourselves. And this is what Hermeticism was all about. But how do you free a tree from its seed shell casing? I'm asking a question. If I'm holding a seed in my hand, I'm holding a tree that's in bondage. But how do I liberate the tree inside the seed shell? I got to drop it down into the ground in isolation. This is a self journey. I got to cast that seed down from the higher realm. In the higher realm, you was a seed, you wasn't a tree. So if people want to know, well, what's the point of being down here? What's the point of a seed being thrown into darkness and isolation? And in the darkness, in the isolation, the seed transforms. That's the same thing happening to us right now on a spiritual level. This is what the core teachings of Hermeticism is all about. The soul inside the lower realm, or the dense body. Your light body is trapped in the dense body. And the only way the light body can transition the dense body is through learning and awakening and through outgrowing it. Like a snake shedding its skin, because once the light within this body expands, then guess what? It will spill over into its other self that's in the next layer of reality. The moment your light grow beyond this particular realm and outshine it, this place disappears like it never existed. Well, Sanchez, that sound like a storybook. No, it don't. It sound like waking up from a dream, which is what you're in. What happens when you wake up from a dream? That world instantly fades away in a snap of a finger. And the moment you wake back up into this world, it's like, oh yeah, man, I remember. Oh yeah, I'm tripping. I was dreaming, man. Right? So ain't nothing pseudo about what I'm saying. We do it all the time. So we're hermits, y'all. We are beings that are transforming and expanding or growing inside of shells. And when we outgrow one shell, we got to find another shell. Now, death is you outgrowing this particular world around you and saying, you know what, I need a new experience. And you go into a new world that you didn't have to outgrow, and you keep going. It's simple, right? That's why I wanted to start off with the word Hermeticism itself, because sometimes the truth is in the word, you know, if you're very thorough with your research, like myself, when it comes to syncretism and etymology. I can really end the show right now, but you know I gotta be thorough. So Hermeticism, let me pull up a slide. Let's start going deep now. We got the shift. So another word for Hermeticism, I want to show y'all this on my notes. I don't know if you can see it. Primary sources, Corpus Hermeticum. Right here. The Corpus Hermeticum. Again, we're doing word etymology. Why is it called the corpus? You go to etymology, the root word of corpus is cork, which is the same root word of corpse. Now, guess what? If you look up the etymology of corpse and the etymology of corp, it's the same thing. But I don't want to say it. I want to prove. I don't like to just say stuff. I can go and show you for yourself too. So, corpse, right here, life, a body, the physical body. Look at here. The Latin word for corpse is what? Corpus. Because I don't want to just say it. I want you to see it. So the Latin word for corpse is corpus. Now let's go back to the etymology of corp, because corpse is the word corpus, a modern term. That's important. Why would they name the source of Hermeticism Corpus Hermeticum? Why? Because the body is the book of the soul. Again, the soul is an observer. It's looking at when I talk about an open book, the split in your head is like a book that's open, right? This is what duality is to the soul. An open book. When the soul is done reading, duality is over. You know why? The book's closed. Duality, non-dualities. You see how simple that is? We ain't gonna complicate it at all, folks. The soul entered duality to observe itself, to split its neutral energy in between a root system and a branch system. That is the part of it that live below the ground and a part of it that live above the ground. The higher self and the lower self. The soul literally is only, the thing about Hermeticism, and we finna get into this in a minute, it's talking about the soul being the one that's learning through the body, through the experiences of the body. So it ain't like Hermetic people said, well, you sinning, you gonna go to hell. No, the Hermetic people said, that ain't even you. That's a character in a book and ain't none of that shit real. And that what's real is the lesson you learned. Now, let me break this down to you. If I give you a book right now, let's say The Three Little Bears, and you read this fake ass story, but you learn a real lesson that make you a better person. What's real and what's fake? The book and the script is fake, but the lesson you extracted was real. If a person read the Goldilocks book and learn, well, I shouldn't steal, I shouldn't go in people's houses, for example, that's real knowledge, but the story itself isn't real. This is what ancient Hermetic people taught about our reality. They basically said we're in a matrix, a simulation, and the purpose of being here is simply knowledge, which is power. Because how do a seed becomes a tree? By seeking light through the darkness. Every little sun ray that go through them cracks in the ground, by the time that shit reach the seed, it ain't even a whole sunlight. It's like a little speck of light. The seed, if it was on the surface, it'll be bathing in sunlight. But since it's under the ground, the sunlight is filtered through the soil, and only a little bit of that light get to the seed. But it's something, and the seed gotta make it work with that. You see what I'm saying? So in this underworld, we're stripped of a lot of knowledge because we're saying we can't see reality in totality. We're born in ignorance and a veil. We can only access a certain percentage of the true light and true knowledge. But that's all we need to make our transition, just like a seed in the ground. The seed is basically really transforming from its own internal knowledge and light more than it is from the sunlight. What does this mean? This means that the seed know it ain't a seed, it knows it's a tree. And the knowledge of the caterpillar knowing I'm not a caterpillar, I'm a butterfly. That knowledge is what make the caterpillar spin a cocoon. And when it spins a cocoon, guess what it becomes? A hermit. Because any being that lives in a shell is a hermit. Now, it's something called a hermit crab, but the word hermit is a more so like an adjective. It's not exclusive to the hermit crab. It's an adjective we place in front of the word crab to show you what kind of crab it is. But there can be other things that are hermits as well, which is your soul. And I'm explaining to you why these words are the way they are. I'm being very thorough. You're going to know all you need to know about it. So again, the primary source of Hermeticism is the Corpus Hermeticum, because guess what, y'all? The knowledge of God is written in the body. What created the body? The light of the soul. The body is a hologram, and all holograms need a light source. See? So when I talk about the soul reading a book to get knowledge, the soul literally opened up the book, and that was when the body was formed as a split, dual multi-dimensional entity with a left side, a right side, a evil side, a good side, because just like a book, the body is really the Old Testament, the New Testament. See, because think about this. The history of the tree being a seed starts with the roots. The tree's roots is just as big as its branches because it had to anchor itself. And that represents when the seed was in darkness doing all the hard work on its own. The farmer can't do that for you. The farmer gonna drop you down and walk away. The rest is on the seed. I can't turn the seed into a tree. It got to do that itself. So our journey here may feel lonely. We may feel spiritually abandoned. We read a lot of stories about the prodigal son returning home. You don't return home the same. The prodigal son returned home with a newfound lesson. That's the tree coming back. Think about it. As a seed, this seed exists on the surface, but it can't see reality clearly because it's stuck in a little casing. But when I throw the seed in the ground and it transforms into a tree and break out of its casing, once it pierces its head above the surface as a tree now, no longer a seed, now it can see the world around it like never before. See, because when the tree was a seed and it was in the world, it's in this little casing. So once it become a tree, it sees the world differently because it's differently. And that's basically what we're doing here. So the body is a shell for the soul, and the soul inside the body makes the soul a hermit. So we're all hermits, and that's very important to know when we land a foundation here to go deep for Hermeticism. Now, another primary source for Hermeticism, let's go back to the board once again. Switching mics. Another primary source for Hermeticism, ladies and gentlemen. Asclepius, which is another deity that can be synonymous with Enoch and Noah. Noah is inside of an ark because the soul exists in the skull, which is the school. So Asclepius, I want this bigger. Everybody, if you haven't hit the like button, the symbol for Asclepius, by the way. Now, let's break this word down, Asclepius, because again, if you look up what I am a syncretist. And one thing about syncretist is if you look up the word A syncretist or a good syncretist deals with the inflectional value of words. A person may say, what do you mean by inflectional value? Well, that's part of syncretism. A lot of syncretists, they never do that with y'all because they're not thorough. Again, the inflectional value that I find in the word Asclepius is the word asleep, because it's literally talking about Buddha being asleep in a tree. It's talking about the dormant energy within man that is waiting to awaken. And a lot of times, if you just say these words and slow down, right, you can literally teach a whole lecture just dealing with breaking the word down. Like, the truth is in these words, y'all. Everything is everything, and ain't nothing vain. There is nothing that's there for no reason. It's called what it's called for a reason, y'all. It's called Hermeticism for a reason. It's called Asclepius because it is the knowledge of God being asleep. The symbol for that is a sine wave or a serpent on the staff, and that represents the Kundalini energy within man, or just another way of saying you're a hermit, the soul and the body. Simple. We're gonna make it simple. That's what syncretism is there for. Like and share the video, people, if you find value in this. Let's get other people in the building as well. Let me switch mics and we're gonna continue. Let's talk about I'm not gonna spend too much time talking about Asclepius, but it is a Greek deity that is equivalent to Mercury and carries the herald staff or the Caduceus staff. How come all of these deities are synonymous with Mercury and carrying the Caduceus? Why? Why? Why do they all carry Caduceus? Let me show you here. Because, let me just, again, be simple here with this. Why do all of these deities carry Caduceus? Because look, here go the two serpents here. Now, the word sand in the Bible is the word sign, dealing with sine wave. God speaks in signs. That means vibratory energy. In other words, a person don't just say, I see you, God. A person say, oh man, you feeling me? You feel that? You can't see God. You can't. The invisible spiritual realm we're blinded to it, right? We can't see it, but we can feel it. When a person say, oh man, you felt that? Certain things we don't see, certain things we don't physically touch us. Like, if I say you feeling my song, that mean the vibe that I was trying to capture in the song, you can tap into it, right? You get the vibe. But that's what I mean by invisible energy. Now, the reason all these deities like Asclepius, let's pull Asclepius up. I thought I had this deity queued up. Okay, here we go. So Asclepius here is holding on to just like Mercury, we get the Caduceus staff. Let's blow it up. Now, another form of Asclepius, because I'm a syncretist, we got to go into Jack and the Beanstalk. So any story that you're reading with a person leaving the earth and going up to the higher realm on a beanstalk or a stick or a staff, or in some cases, they may not have nothing, like Enoch. Enoch is a form of Asclepius. None of these were real people, all right? They were stories to tell how our soul ascend up through the North Pole or the central nervous system, because, again, you're in your own body. But the soul exits the body through the central nervous system. Hold on. We're going to talk more about the central nervous system. we're gonna talk more about the central nervous system. So the staff that Asclepius is holding is your spinal cord, or what they call the backbone of Osiris. I want to show you other versions of this. Watch this. They call it the Jedi pillar, or the Jedi, the Jed. We see images like this with the pharaoh carrying this beanstalk, or the key of life. It can be looked at as a key, a pillar. This scepter is how the pharaoh is able to transition the worlds. This is what allowed him to travel in between different worlds. Shout out to Iconic View. I love these type of streams, Sanchez, self-knowledge. What is your Cash App? Like the stream, people. Shout out to Iconic View for the love. Moderators, can you please post my Cash App is $BROSANCHEZTV. So check this out, people. You have the pharaoh holding on to this thing. You have Asclepius, and let me just go and just be thorough, just for the sake of being thorough, and let's show you some others. Let's show you some others. Bear with me here. I just thought of a good synchronistic connection to make here. All right, here we go right here. What is the tree? We see Buddha in the tree. Well, the thing about Buddha is the word body. Buddha is body. The soul is sleep inside the body. But check this out. The name of the tree is called a Bodhi tree. But the word Bodha or Bodhi, Buddha tree, body tree. What is the tree inside the body, people? What is the tree that is inside the body? I'm going to give y'all a chance to, work with me. See, there's a tree growing from the root chakra. Why you think it's called a root chakra? Listen, trees grow from the root. And your root chakra is where your tree of life within you is growing from, and it's spread out like branches as it goes to the crown. Along the tree and its branches is fruit. This tree bears fruit. So I want you to think about something. Let's go to the whiteboard. Let me show you what I mean, because if you tell a person that just like a tree with fruit on it, that's what the central nervous is. Central nervous system is. Check it out. So you probably better than I can tell you. The tree of life, where is Eden? Eden is the pineal gland, or the place of pineal where Jacob met God. Now watch this. So just like if you got a tree, we can make a little tree right here. Boom. It can have little branches and stuff on it like that. And the branches can have fruit on it. Look. And what that fruit is, your chakras. What is the fruit that is on that tree? It's called chakras. Let's switch the mic again. These little balls that you see on the tree branches is like fruit going on a tree. But see, everything happening in a physical realm is happening on a spiritual realm. And on a spiritual realm, the fruit that you bear, all of these different chakras, because it's 7 Hermetic principles. That's why I'm getting into the chakras, because we got to deal with the number 7. I told you I'm going to be thorough. Now watch this, right? This is literally a spiritual tree within man. It's a tower, a spiritual tower. And it connects our higher self to the body. And the higher self is an invisible consciousness, your mind, which can't be touched or cut. Your mind is invisible. You can't see the mind, but we know it's there. It's the one that's having this experience and that's observing this whole thing. But we don't know where to find it at, because it don't exist in the physical realm. It's like this, right? Let me break some down to you. If I'm looking out my peephole, am I outside? No. I'm inside my house as a hermit crab. I'm just looking outside my house through a peephole called a body. And that's what Buddha, Bodhi, this is what this tower does, is allow the soul to enter the simulation. Antenna technology, if you will. Because just like we can do the same thing today, believe it or not. I'm echoing. Oh. Yeah, we can do the same thing today. Yeah, can you? Yeah. So yeah, we can use, with antenna technology, you can wirelessly shift the consciousness to altered state simulation. That's technology we got today. So I'm just showing you, if you want to think technical about it, you can, right? This is technology. We ain't doing nothing in the physical realm that you can't find done in the spiritual realm. You got to remember that. Stuff just have a deeper meaning there. Like, you got trees in the spiritual realm with fruit on it, but it ain't like people eating off it because they hungry and stuff like that. But it'll look just like a tree. It'll have branches. It'll have little balls hanging on it. But again, it ain't got nothing to do with eating apples and oranges. The more we go into simulations, the more that the meaning have less meaning. So for example, right, the original tree that bared fruit was technology that made us enter our hermit shell and become hermits. But again, this school is learning. But watch this. Once you get in here, that same sacred geometry exists here, but the meaning change. So we see trees all around us, but it's just stuff you eat. It keep the air clean. Boom, that's it. Go home. Everything has a lower meaning here, even yourself. Like, your soul is a god, but when it enters the body, it's just a dude with a job, man, and it's a lesser meaning. Everything here, guys, was what I'm telling you. It gets reduced to a lesser meaning because we fell through these 7 celestial spheres, and I'm about to teach you what the Hermetic people said about our fall. So in order for us to ascend, we got to go back through the 7 wandering stars, but we fell through them, and we got to climb through them. We got to reverse the journey. So let me see here. Hold on a minute. In Hermetic thought, right, and I'm going to pull up some artwork to show you, by the way, the 7 chakras in Hermeticism. Here they go. It's 7 spheres, and they all come from the central sphere, which is the real you. And all of other yous are just copies, false copies. Let me show you another one. Here's a Nordic version with the tree of life with the 7 versions of you in each of these 7 underworlds. And each underworld is governed by its own Hermetic principle, and you must master each principle to make it back to Asgard. You see this? See this? Same thing here with Hermeticism. Now, as you look at this, let me give you some information. In Hermetic thought, humanity originally descends from the divine mind into the material world by passing through the 7 planetary spheres. As the soul descends through each sphere, it becomes clothed in influences of the planets and gradually forgets its divine origin. Each sphere adds a limitation. The moon binds the soul to change and the physical body. Mercury binds the soul to restless thoughts and cleverness. Venus binds the soul to desire and pleasure. The sun to ego and personal identity. Mars to anger and conflict. Jupiter to ambition and worldly authority. And Saturn to ignorance, fear, and the weight of fate. By the time the soul reaches earth, it has become identified with the material world and no longer remembers its true divine nature. So people, before I read any more of this, let me just break some down to you. Our path to ascension is regaining all of the knowledge we lost during our fall. Now, a person may say, why the hell would you give us knowledge, take it away, and give it back? That ain't what's happening. Let me show you what's going on. The universe gave you knowledge. And then when the universe planted you in the underworld, the very act of putting you in the dirt made you ignorant. But you may say, well, the universe took the knowledge and gave it back. The universe, you may say, well, the universe is responsible for me losing my knowledge. Okay. But the universe ain't giving you the knowledge back. The universe making you earn the knowledge. The thing about knowledge, you can't give it to somebody. They got to learn it or they don't. I can't learn it for you. In other words, yeah, I can give you knowledge, but that don't mean you're going to be knowledgeable if you didn't learn what I gave you. So the universe did give us the knowledge, but we didn't learn it. It's like me telling a kid 2 + 2 is 4, but I didn't teach them how to add. I just keep giving them the answers, but I didn't show them how to add. And that's the hard part we all had to learn on our own versus someone just giving you the answer, right? So the universe can give you the knowledge, but the thing is, you don't know how to learn because the act of learning is knowledge itself. It ain't like the universe can just give you the knowledge and you become knowledgeable. That would be nice. But the problem with this is that learning is knowledge too, meaning you got to learn how to learn. The knowledge of how to learn. If you don't know how to learn or you don't know what learning is, me giving you knowledge is pointless. So your purpose in this lower world is to learn how to learn. Why do a person would even see? The thing about this is like making mistakes, bumping your head is doing what? Learning how to learn. We're learning basic lower skills to prepare us for another layer of reality beyond this one. And we're going to learn something now that's going to prepare us to the next one. But the first step, that's the hardest shit, is learning how to learn. Now that sounds crazy, right? Because as a being with all that knowledge, you knew that 2 + 2 was 4, but you didn't know why it was 4. You didn't know how it was 4. You knew it was 4 because the answers was given to you in the higher realm, just like it was given to everybody. But when you give these beings the knowledge of the universe, but you can't give them the knowledge of learning. Everybody got to learn how to learn on their own. And that's getting over your ego. Some people will never learn. You can't teach some people. They stubborn. And our whole experience here is realizing we don't know shit, humbling yourself, and then the universe will bless you with revelations. Humbling yourself, getting the knowledge you need, which will turn into the power that you can use to expand your light to outgrow this place. So let's move forward, right? So here go the 7 spears. Let's read some more. The Hermetic path of salvation reverses this journey. What journey? The journey of descent, when we lost our knowledge through each spear, stripped away a certain aspect of our God body. Through purification, self-knowledge, which is gnosis, and union with the divine mind, which is called Noos. Again, that's where you get the word Noah, because the Hermetic divine mind was called Nous. That morphed into a lot of different deities. We're going to show you that in a minute. So through Gnosticism, the Soul ascends back through the 7 spheres. At each sphere, it relinquishes the limitation it once acquired, being desire, anger, ambition, ego, restless thoughts, and etc. Attachment to the body, and finally the illusion of separation itself is lost. Having surrendered everything that belongs to the material cosmos, the soul passes beyond the 7 heavens into the Ogdoad, which is the 8th sphere. The 8th sphere is the one you see in the middle, folks. You may be looking at this like, wait a minute, Sanchez, I only see 7 spheres. Look in the middle. Look in the middle. The 8th sphere is in the middle. Once you make your once you ring around a rosy, because the middle sphere was often a rose in a lot of cosmologies. That was from the Order Templis Orientis or the Rosicrucians. You will see a lot of Hermetic principles and Kabbalic principles in those systems as well as Aleister Crowley. And they will make the tree of life a rose in the middle of this system. And so when you hear this folklore about ring around a rosy, we all fell down, didn't we? We descended. See, this knowledge is embedded into folklore, symbolism, story, and it was embedded into the biblical stories of Jesus and Enoch. But those stories, we were taught to take them literally. Imagine taking the story of thinking that ring around a rosy is like literal. It's just like a song, right? But like, these were stories in different ways we embedded this knowledge, right, in different things. But it's crazy because rose can be seen as a outdated past tense of rise before it became risen. Some people still say he rose up. But where this rising, or where we rise at, is in the middle. Rise, rose, raise happens in the middle. Just to show you now, just, symbolism, words. It's a reason a rose is called a rose. See, there's a reason for everything. And if you don't know it, you may think the person who finds these little reasons out is reaching. But it's called syncretism. Now, let's move forward, because there's some other things I want to share with y'all when it comes to this syncretism, sacred geometry. Okay. Bear with me. Bear with me. We move into the next part. So, give me a minute, guys. I want to stay organized. We are doing this live, so expect these sort of little. All right, so all right, let me move on. Feel like I'm missing something. So the original divine human was called anthropos. And if a person say, why did we fail? Well, the Hermetics have an answer to why we failed too. It says that in our divine state, we looked upon the lower realms and became fascinated. In other words, we were beings in higher realms looking down at these lower realms, fascinated. And by its reflection, we entered it and became embodied. This is very important because we're looking down into these waters, right? You got to think of this. Let me show you what it looked like. Let me pull up this and show you what it looked like. I'm going to show you exactly what we saw in these higher realms. When we looked down and we fell into the body. So We was at the highest heaven up there. And the only thing beneath us is these watery underworlds, these sunken cities, Atlantis. Now, a lot of people are looking for Atlantis, but let me explain something to you. You're not going to find Atlantis, and you're not going to find Noah's Ark. You know why? Because you're in it. It's the earth. Earth is Atlantis, the sunken universe. We're beneath the primordial waters. Noah's Ark is the earth. If you pull up the layout of it, you're literally looking at ancient cosmology. Let's take a look at it real quick. Let's look at Noah's Ark. We know it's just a story, but if you look at the Ark layout, where did they get this layout from, man? That's like a floating city, a floating building. You think a man built that by himself with wood? No, what are they trying to show you with Noah's Ark? And the way out the Ark is through the middle chimney. Look, it's right in your face. The firmament dome is Noah's Ark. You are Noah inside the Ark waiting for the flood to pass over, which is death. When the Ark rise up from under this water, your Ark is sunken. But that's why they said we got to get light. Think about this, right? You in a sunken ship. And how do you reverse that? You got to get the water out the ship. If your ship is bringing in water, it's going to sink. Getting the water out the ship will keep it above, it'll make it rise above the water. That's like saying, if your soul is a sunken ship, your soul got to get the world out of it. Like Jesus said, you got to detach from worldly desires. Like the outside world can't get into your ship, into your inner world, because you're a hermit crab. You're like a monk. Your interior spiritual mental space must be preserved for you. Once the outside world invade that space, that's what keeps us anchored here with this false identity of who we think we are. That's just a version of us that the outside world is influencing. Just like we read in Hermeticism, each of these spheres are influencing us with a limitation and a false identity that is bound to that particular limitation and that particular reality. So the fall is therefore the soul becoming attached to matter rather than the eating of some forbidden fruit, which we read in Genesis. But what do we mean that the soul became fascinated by its reflection and entered it? Well, let me just show you something. You read about it in the Bible that, right? Watch this. You read in the Bible that the face of God hovered above the waters. When God was creating the earth in Genesis, it said that there were waters, man, and that the face of God hovered over those waters. And see, that's when things get interesting, because that's when God started talking and we get the Elohim. When the face of God hover over them waters, the Elohim is created afterward, because the Elohim is God's reflections. You hear me? It's 7 Elohim. Now, just think about being at this top realm and you're looking down through all those layers. Instead of you seeing one reflection, you're going to see multiple reflections of yourself through layers of waters, through waters. It's said by the Hermetic people that these waters are crystal clear from the. In other words, when we're in a higher realm, we can see through all of these realities clearly. There are no obstructions. It's like they're layered over each other, superimposed type thing. They're all there and we can see them all in totality, layered over each other from the higher realm. Just like this. Just like if you were standing at the top of this mountain and you look down through all these layers of water and you see a different reflection of yourself in each layer. And the lower that you go, the more uglier and distorted your reflections get, because the reflection isn't a true representation of who God is. It's the body, it's not the soul. Now, so the lowest form of you is a real ugly devil, because here's what you are. You're a monster. This is literally what your body is. It's a distorted image, and it ain't the true image of your soul. Basically, what the Hermetic people teach is that once we was in a higher realm, right? And we looked down from the higher realm and we saw our distorted reflections in all of these underworlds. And just like little kids playing in water, we got fascinated. We started laughing. Ha ha ha. Look at our ugly self. You saw your monster, your distorted reflection. And just like a kid playing in water, it fascinated you. The fascination is what created the attraction that made us merge with it. This is how energy works in an upper realm. And fascination is magnetism. You gravitate, you're magnetized to what you're fascinated with. If someone is fascinated with death, they always seeking out murder, right? It's that simple. Our very fascination with our reflection is why we entered it. It's like a kid picking up an ugly mask of itself and saying, Daddy, I want to put this on. Let me wear it. It's Halloween, right? So it's like a little kid that finds this mask of itself and is laughing like, look at this ugly me. It's a caricature of me, right? Let me put this on. Ah, look at me, right? That's what the soul did. That's what the soul did according to the Hermetic people. Let me take a minute and look at my chat and see if y'all can still hear me. Drop a 1 if y'all can hear me, people. Drop a 1. Let's do a quick mic check. Support the show if you can. Let's drop a 1 if y'all can hear me loud and clear. Sometime I might go out and I don't want to go like another hour. It's good to be safe than sorry. That's all I'm going to say. It don't take but 1 minute to do a mic check. But you can't get back 10 minutes worth of jewels you was dropping with a static mic. So that's why I do that. But I'm gonna move on now, because I'm gonna set a goal so that we can support the channel that way. And if we reach the goal, we'll extend the show and we'll open the call lines. But I'll set the goal somewhere toward the end of my lecture. I appreciate you guys. I want to share with y'all now the synchronicities between Christianity and Hermeticism. Remember, Jesus was in the world, but not of it. Now, a lot of people take Jesus literal. And when they hear me say Jesus was in the world, but not of it, they think about some white guy walking the earth with a robe on, who living a life of seclusion like a monk. That ain't what I'm talking about. The original concept of Jesus was the soul within man. When they said that Jesus was in the world but not of it, they was talking about the soul inside of you. Jesus said, I am the light. I'm the way. That's the pathway. That's that light, that portal that I showed you earlier. That's what the soul exits when it liberates itself. I'm going to show you. I just told you, you're not your body. You're the light inside of it. And this is what Jesus is right here. This white light. That's what we are. That's why Christ wears a white robe. I'm going to say that again. Christ wears a white robe and it never gets dirty. Every time you see a picture of Christ, his robe is white as hell because it's a robe made out of light. We're wearing a light body. That's the soul. That's Christ was never a literal dude walking the earth. Neither was Noah. Neither was Enoch. All of these represent the soul leaving the body when you die. It was telling the story of resurrection and giving us the promise of the hereafter. Jesus wore a halo. So did this God. Look at him. Look at this God with a halo on. You see? Look at this. Jesus is the light. Why? Think about Jesus' position with his arms out like this. And look at the inside of your brain, at your pineal gland. This is divine science, people. And if you only keep going with the literal stuff, it leads into fear, mysticism, and spookism. And that's where they want y'all at, not connecting with the energy within you. So let me give me a minute. Now let's do some synchronicities. In Hermeticism, God is literally guide, and it's the higher self. But in Christianity, this invisible higher self, they started calling it God the Father. This is very important. Hit the like and share button, people. We finna show you how the church corrupted this stuff with literal interpretation. The word God was the word guide, and it was dealing with the invisible higher self, the part of us called the mind. It exists in the world, but is not of the world. Yes, our mind is in the world, but where is it? Show it to me. Can you put it in your hand? Our mind don't exist in the physical world, but it does exist in the physical world. It's a paradox. It exists there through a peephole system. And here go the peephole. So technically, you're not outside your house. You looking through a peephole, but your consciousness is outside of there. Your vision is, your reality has shifted to a scenery that's not inside of your house. Your house don't exist now. So even though your body is in your house, your vision and your scene is not in your house, is looking through a peephole. And this is the soul relation to the body. The soul is in the body, but the world that exists around your body, the soul ain't in that. Now the soul is experiencing that world through the body, but the soul can't leave the body unless through death. And when the soul leaves the body, it can't see the outside world the same as it did through the body. So, because why can't the soul see this world the same when it leave it? Well, let's go back to this image over here. If our soul is the real us that's above the water, and we shifted our consciousness under the water to this ugly reflection, once we shift the consciousness back, you won't see this world the same. You won't see yourself the same. Let me explain something to you. You see this person looking down at their ugly reflection? This is how your soul is gonna look at its body in the casket when it's ascending. It can't see itself for what it is now. People love their body. We got a big beauty industry, but y'all putting makeup on a monster. If you knew what your soul was, you would seek beauty through resurrection, not through the beauty industry. Because you can put lipstick and makeup on this corpse all you want. It still ain't gonna be as beautiful as the soul inside of it. It's a reflection of the soul, and it's a distorted one. So put as much makeup on it all you want to. It's still distorted. Yeah, when your soul get outside this body, it's gonna look at this ugly reflection as what it is, a distortion. But while I'm in my body, look, I like to dress, I like to look good. I can't really see that my body, like no one looks like to look in the mirror and don't think they look good. But if you knew what you were before you was in the body, you're a monster. And I'm strictly dealing with physical beauty. I'm being vain because a lot of people like to look good, right? And I'm telling you, you will never be able to look your best in this world no matter how much makeup you put on. It's like a caterpillar trying to dress up like the best butterfly. You look good, but you ain't a butterfly. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Passport Persona. To add validity to the synchronism, look up T-pose video game meaning. All developers create characters in games in a T-pose, like Jesus. That's interesting. We gonna all do that too. But what is Saturn? It's this ripple effect that distorts who you are. What's distorting God's reflection? Time, which is a ripple effect, because the ripples ain't gonna last long. Eventually, this little distorted pattern, the water will settle, and then God will see God's real reflection. And at that point, you gonna remember, let me get my ass up from under this water. I'm not this monster. I'm the one up there that fell asleep above the water. You feel me? You don't know that because what's separating you, the real version, from the monster under the water is the ripple effect of time. When this little distortion settles, we can see clearly. And when we can see clearly, we can make the shift to the other side. Because now you get a glimpse of God's real face when these ripples settle. And that's what death is. Death is time briefly stopping and a brief portal opening up for you to see who you really are and make the reconnection if you want. Now, not everybody gonna do it because some of us are in love with our distorted monster. Some of us, when this ripple clear, we gonna see the face of our real self and we gonna say, I ain't ready for that shit yet. I want to play in my mask a little more. Give me my mask. Rah! Hey! Brrr. Everybody ain't ready to take their mask off, right? They having fun in their little, little Halloween mask, and that's fine, right? When you ready, you're there. It's there. It ain't like you can plant a bunch of seeds, but all of them gonna rise up on their own time. And that's just nature. It ain't like you better than nobody. Because it's like all of us got to do what we gotta do to master ourselves. And some of us got more stuff to master than others. But the key is, think about it. You ain't better than a person that got more to work on than you. You had it easier than them. That's what I'm telling you. You're looking at it wrong because you've been taught, well, some of y'all so evil, you gonna be stuck in hell for a long time because you evil and I'm good. No, man. Ain't no good and evil. It's just mastering the lie, the false version. Waking up from the false version, from the dream. Quit even dealing with evil and good and deal with what's true within yourself. If it's something in your heart that's really strong, but it may be an evil action, and you act it out, you had to act that out, man. You had to. You wouldn't have been able to made it out of here if you didn't commit that evil. We came here to do evil and good. Even the Bible tell you, I am God, I do evil and I do good. How you think if God in the Bible is telling you I do evil and I do good, you ain't better than God, man. You gonna do some evil and some good too, man. Now come on now. Cause God is the real us, the real you, the force within you. That's right. God was never this bougie dude that only do good. God do good and bad. Tell lies and the truth. And admits it too. Because God is the force within man. It was never some dude in the sky. And God is equal to man because man is God. And God ain't no creature that never does wrong, because God do a lot of wrong. But Sanchez, when God do wrong, it's for good. When my soul do wrong, it's for good, because I learn a lesson and I better myself. We can play this game now. Come on now. Come on now. Some of us are better people because of the mistakes we made. Now watch this, right? Let's get some more parallels here, because you have 7 planetary spheres in Hermeticism. And in the Bible, these are called the 7 kings. Drop the number 7 in the chat if you're familiar with the 7 kings in the Bible. When you read the Bible, you're reading a spiritual symbolic book, but when you take it literal, you think you're reading history. Now, the trick is you are reading history, but the history ain't taking place on earth. It's talking about man falling through the astral realm and the soul in the body. So it's giving you the history of God falling from the realm above and leaving the earth in Revelation with the new earth and the new reset. And we ain't got to go into all that. The Bible is a symbolic story of God's fall in the flesh and his rise out of it. But when you take it literally, you get this religious system we got to get today, where people really think that there were 7 kings, right? 5 have fallen. All of this stuff about the 7 kings falling, it's just saying what the Hermetic people were saying, man. You know, about when we fell through 7 spheres. And it's 7 kings because each of these versions of you is a ruler of that world that it's in. Meaning, in all of your different bodies that exist in each 7 realities, it's a little bit of ball of light in them. And that little ball of light is like a piece of your big light. It got broke up and they split it up and cut it up in 7 pieces and put a little piece of God's light into each of his bodies. Now, each of them holding a piece of the puzzle, but they don't got all the answers, Sway. So they all got to come together, which is chakra alignment, with all of their pieces of the puzzle to activate the God body. And when all 7 of them chakras get aligned, that's when you see the Pharaoh with that big Jedi pillar. That symbolizes you now rising above the waters and you making it up out of here, which is baptism. Listen, if you take a seed and put it in water, you're helping it germinate and break its hard shell. The water around our torus field is softening us up through experiences that makes us humble. Let me show you something. Because ain't nobody gonna teach you Hermeticism like Sanchez. I know it. This is why you're a hermit, because you're in a shell. But the goal ain't to stay no hermit. We want to get out of this shell, because if a hermit is in the same shell for all its life, guess what? It did not grow. That's right. If you a hermit crab and you in the same shell that you was in as a baby, then you must be premature. Your growth is stunted. A healthy hermit crab got to keep changing shells because it keep on growing. It's getting bigger. And that's what death is. It's you changing shells, man, because you've grown. So listen. Imagine this right here like a seed casing. How do you help a seed break out of its casing? You drop it in water. Germination. So you inside of this underworld and submerged in these waters, it's helping your torus field open up to free you. simple, man. People like to say, man, we in hell, and they get you into all that spookism. I don't do that crap over here. I'm not a Pharisee and a Sadducee. I don't like to induce people with fear. I like to give you a damn jolt of God energy and confidence. The kind of energy I want to give you, a nigga can be on his deathbed with a smile. Like, nigga, I'm not scared. You about to die, nigga. You telling jokes? Yes, man, nigga, I'm not. I know what's over there. We want to be like the ancients were. Check this out, man. He got 7 kings in the Bible, and these 7 kings are literally the 7 chakras and the 7 lower bodies that fell. In other words, when God looked down on them 7 layers of water, he created 7 versions of himself. In other words, a mirror house effect. When God looked down and God created all these different versions of himself by hovering his head above them waters and looking down into them portals. That's why you fail. Curiosity killed the cat, man. But guess what the root word of curiosity is? Cure. This is a cure. What's a cure for a seed? Well, what's the seed diagnosed with? It's stuck in its shell casing. Well, let's cure it. How do we do that? Drop it in some water. Germinate it. Shout out to Divinely Anointed. Thank you so much for your enlightening message. Much respect and gratitude. Thank you all. But notice each reflection is distorted in the mirror house. No reflection is a good representation of the gentleman's true identity. They're all skewed and distorted. And that's what your 7 lower bodies are. They are all distorted reflections occupying their own mirror. And the only way out this mirror is to break it. Now, when you hear the word break, you think of physical shattering a mirror. It's not that kind of mirror. It's water. Now, how do you get out of water? You break it. I'm a fool with them words, ain't it? Yeah, but it all adds up for a reason. It's called syncretism. You break the water. You break through it, and when a person gives birth, the mama's water break. But these mirrors aren't physical mirrors, of course. They're ethereal oceans, and you gotta break them in order to make it out. Your soul is stuck in a mirror, and in the South, they tell an old folklore. Most of y'all heard about it. Candyman, Bloody Mary. The concept of a soul being stuck in the mirror and you happen to smash the mirror to free the soul is an old concept they gave to a lot of old ancient folkloric creatures. Even certain types of vampires had that attribute. These were souls trapped in a mirror, and the only way to free the soul from that mirrored reality was to break the mirror. Now, some of y'all grew up during my time. You familiar with that script? It was a common theme in a lot of old scary movies where you look into a mirror, you see a monster that lives in a mirror, but not this world. And the more you start to believe in a monster in the mirror, it shows up in this world, and the motherfuckers start crossing over through your what? Fascination. Now, where did they get that from? It take a syncretist to make the parallels and connections. It ain't hard though. You know why? These people are fucking thieves and they don't have original ideas. Show me a scary movie and I'll show your ass an ancient concept. These folks ain't original, man. They took a lot of these ancient concepts and put the shit for spookism. They got old movies I used to watch where you would have a child, they look into the water and they fucking dive into the water and go into another world. I can't even think of the one right now, but y'all know I'm not making it up. You've seen this before. Shout out to Rogue Knowledge. Tuition, love got little to do with enlightenment. It's all about the knowledge. Love got little to do with enlightenment. It's all about the knowledge. On this path to enlightenment, you're going to hate what you uncover. The things you're able to see now, you're enlightened. It's going to hurt your heart. Man, listen here. Bro, that hit me there. Shout out to Rogue Knowledge, man. That was powerful, bro. Oh, yeah. These are facts. But they got this concept where somebody will look into the water and they'll see a whole nother world or another part of themselves. And now they will go into an alternative reality. You know what? They do that a lot in the children stuff. It's a lot of instances of very popular movies where they do this. I just can't think of none now. But they stealing from the Hermetic people and from the ancients is what I want to show you. Even in the Stargate series, when they going through the little Stargate with the when they breaking the waters, same thing. All right, let's move on, man. We got a lot of revelations to make. We ain't done. And right now, for the people who tuning in, we're now showing you Hermeticism versus the Bible to show you how the Bible literally took this knowledge and turned it into they stuff. So a person may say, well, Sanchez, you can't find Hermeticism in the Bible. Yes, you can. You just don't know how to look for it. The 7 kings are the 7 chakras. No, they not, because the Bible said these are kings and that lives in Persia and that, yeah, because you going with the Vatican and a literal interpretation. The literal, and think about this. I'm going to give y'all something to think about. The people that revised the ancient knowledge into the canonized Bible and the literal interpretation, peep game, right? These are the same people that rewrote the maps. They changed the way we see the world. They changed the way we look at the boundaries. They renamed all the continents and all that. Think about that. The people that was creating the literal interpretation of our spiritual symbols was trying to make it literal by syncing these characters in the book to real geographic earth locations. So a person may say, well, Jesus lived in ancient Bethlehem or Jerusalem. Guess what? If we rewind time, there was no such place called Bethlehem or Jerusalem. That only exists in the enemy's story. And when the enemy wrote his story, he was changing the maps too. There's certain locations on the earth now that fit geographic locations in his book. But if you go back there during that time before the Bible, it wasn't even named that. You got to think. Every continent, you're referring to it by the name your oppressor gave it. He rewrote the maps during conquest and exploration. Shout out to K Smooth for the donation as well. Think about that. So now people will say, well, Jesus is from Bethlehem. They look on a map, they see Bethlehem. But guess what? Bethlehem ain't always exist, and Jesus ain't always exist as a literal person walking the earth either. So when I can show you when ancient people had a spiritual interpretation of this stuff, when that was during the time when the maps didn't even have these same, you had places on them maps that don't even exist now, like Grand Tartary. It was places, the maps was different. You got to think that the people who rewrote the spiritual system, rewrote the geographic, the way we see the earth, they had to make the geographics when they revised history. They had to make the maps match the story they was writing about. This story isn't real history. But if you start making up shit that don't exist, you got to make it exist. They went around the world and said, look, we gonna change this land and make it this and rename it to this. You got places on earth that's named out the biblical characters, and these are fucking fairy tale characters. That's like me pulling up at Goldilocks Boulevard and people thinking Goldilocks is real just because she got a boulevard named after her. So you want to use geographic locations as further proof of fictional characters. That's backwards. That ain't even logic. You're not even thinking that through. Because you can name a street called Three Little Bear Street. Does that make them real? But that's what they did with the maps. It's hard when a person read the Bible and they want to look at the Bible literally. They can pick up a map and go to the geographic location that the Bible's speaking of. It wasn't always like that. There was a time where you picked up a Bible and you read it and it was like, this shit is a fairy tale book. What the hell is Never Never Land? That don't exist on the world map. Wonderland isn't on the map. Where is that on the map? Them people went around the world and put it on the map. They made their story true through conquest. Imagine opening up the Bible now and hearing about geographic locations that ain't on the map. People would question the validity of the Bible being literal, now wouldn't it? That's what I'm telling you. Think about that. Let's go back to the number 7. Let's go back to the number 7. Because, oh no, we ain't at the number 7. That's the next segment. We still doing the Bible with Hermeticism. So the next connection is Hermeticism teaches that we fell through 7 celestial spheres into the physical realm, and when we fell through each sphere, we picked up a limitation. We got more dense. And the Bible talk about the fall of man from Eden. Now, why can't we locate Eden on the earth today? Think about what I just told you. We can go to the Jordan River. We can go to Bethlehem. Why in the hell can't we go to Eden today? Why isn't there a place on the map called Eden today? You know why? The Bible clearly say Eden was in the middle of the earth. You know they got the Antarctic Treaty. You can't go to the North Pole. North Pole is 0 degrees. You would be standing directly under Polaris. Do you know what that means? You will literally be able to see. It's like what they trying to do with the CERN machine. They trying to create a light beam that's brighter than the light that's creating our holographic simulation. You hear me what I'm saying? I'm using big words. Let me pull up images to help you out. Our world isn't physical. It's a hologram made out of damn light. Your soul is brighter than the light of this world, but it's trapped in a body. When your soul leaves the body, it will outshine the world around it, and that's when basically God destroys the world. Everybody will destroy their own world. Sanchez, that don't make no sense. It make perfect sense. If the world around you is a dream that you having, how do everybody get out of their own dream? They wake up and they destroy the dream through awakening. Every God destroys its own earth. So when you talk about God destroying the earth and a new earth coming, that's the soul going to its new reality and destroying the old one. But here go what CERN doing. It's creating a little needle. If our reality is made out of this dim light, we can pierce through it with a brighter light. You see how that works? If the light right now in my room that's lighting up my room, if someone come in here with a light that's 10 times brighter, y'all won't be able to see me no more. It'll blind you. It'll turn everything white. It'll outshine the light that's in here because it's brighter than it. It'll be so bright that you won't see. It'll just be blind white everywhere. And it'll pierce through this damn light. And that's what your soul is. When the soul leaves the body, it destroys the very fact that this bright light has exited the shell. It makes this illusion immediately disappear. It just like if someone come in my room with a brighter light, all I will see is white. When people die, guess what they say? All I see is white all around me. Guess what you're seeing? You're seeing your own light out the. You know how long it's been since you seen your own light? We fell into this body a while back. I can't even tell you how long you've been in the simulation. But imagine opening your real eyes for the first time. It's blinding, and it takes time to settle out and to readjust to see heaven. But the first thing we see is just white light because you open your eyes for the first time. You got to adjust. But look, what's happening at the North Pole, let me show y'all something real quick. I'm going to go to the board. Well, actually, I got a board here. That'll save us some quick time. Here go the circle of the earth. In the middle of this is a pyramid called Mount Meru. Yes, this look like a witch hat. This is alchemy symbolism. You're in your witch hat. You're a magician. You're the god playing a trick on yourself, you little witch, right? Stirring the brew pot, which is the ether, 6-9. That's happening right here. There's a vortex happening around this mountain. Now look. This vortex is like a hurricane keeping the ocean open up, keeping a break in the water. That's your way out. The white light that they call the pineal gland in the middle of our head, it's literally an open vortex created from the root chakra. This is our root chakra, beaming a bright light to a higher reality. Up here is a whole nother reality with people walking around doing their thing up there, a higher realm. But you're in this realm. Let's put some people. Right? Now, you're in a body, but your body got a central nervous system, which is a miniature version of this, what's in the middle of the earth. I asked a question. Why can't we go to Eden? The only way you can go to the North Pole is within you and through meditation. For example, if you got on a boat or a plane and tried to fly into the North Pole, you just gonna die. It's a point of no return. It's basically you rushing your death. Because that's what this is death. All roads lead to the reaper. And the reaper is the ripper, the one that's ripping through the firmament dome up here. This is the opening in the firmament dome. What's keeping that open is a spirit, a spiral. The spirit is the spiral. The spirit is the kundalini within man, right here, the serpent on the tree. But it is a vortex. It's like a hurricane. It's keeping the waters open. It's keeping a break in the water. I can show you what I'm talking about. Watch this. Here it is right here. This is what the spirit is. It's a whirlwind of energy that's able to pierce through the waters, the veil. And this is why your crown chakra right here, there's a swirl because your crown chakra is up here spinning around and your body is matching the energy around you. It's a vortex. You're in an energy field and it's spinning and it puts this pattern on your head. It looks like this. But this is how your soul leaves the body. This is like when your soul get out the body, it gets in this little tube and walk up this thing like a spiral staircase. It's the stairway to heaven. Look at here. Look at here. This is a spiral staircase that's leading us from the underworld. You get me? But what this staircase is, what this spiral is, the spirit. You see? Because the thing about it is, what's creating this vortex is a release of energy. What is death? A release of energy. What is a hurricane? A release of energy. How will our energy interact with the waters we're submerged in when it's released? Like this. This is science, folks. I'm just giving it to you in the spiritual realm because they want to take science away from the spiritual realm. But everything about the spiritual realm is scientific and be proven. It ain't no spookism or belief involved. You can articulate what's happening in the invisible realm using scientific terms. They just want to keep y'all dumbed down. Our ancestors was able to do it. I'm able to do it. Here's what the serpent staff is. You see Mercury holding this thing because it's the way out the earth through vortex energy piercing through the veil. That's what it is. And people want to know why Christ got his arms like this. Christ representing the vortex energy, the spirit man. Look at this. The brother just sent the donation in. He was talking about the capital T. Go look it up. T means tar. The symbol T for Ma'at, balance in the scales. You can't say truth without T. T. Because guess what? This right here creates time. T is time. Right? But the thing about it is this. This is a vortex, man. It's a tornado. But guess what else it is? A key. This is a key. It's a key. But it's a tornado, but it's a key. Why is the tornado a key? Because keys unlock doors and vortex energy does too. What I'm showing y'all is sacred geometry and syncretism together. You ain't gonna see a lot of people teach like this. I developed this style of teaching from scratch, making comparisons between shapes, geometry, words, just being thorough all the way around to see the truth that's right in front of our eyes that we may miss because we don't want to look at the little bitty things, right? And there's a lot in those little things, man. That's called being tedious. Did you hear what I just said? Being tedious. Let's go to the next parallel. It's a lot I want to go over, y'all. What they call in Hermeticism purification, they call in the church being sanctified. But the church version is you believing in a blood to cleanse you. Don't you know putting blood on you don't clean you? It make you dirty. If I say, man, you got blood on your hands, that means you're guilty. They teaching y'all backwards. How they saying that you're gonna go to heaven in a pure white robe, but your admission into heaven is to be covered in the blood. What you're gonna realize when you get to heaven is that everybody gonna have blood all over them. It's gonna look like a scary movie. The real heaven, people ain't bloody, covered in pagan blood. They covered in white robes. The 7 kings in the Bible are the 7 lower fallen consciousness of God, the dense bodies of God. I'm finna go real deep now. I'm just checking my notes. All right, let's go deep now. Let's go deep now. Let's go and deal with the number 7. Let's talk alchemy. Let's go occult with it. Shall we? Shall we? All right. Just cleaning up my board, stay organized. We know that the number 7 is important with Hermeticism. It's 7 Hermetic principles. So we want to deal with the number 7 itself so you can see why the number 7 is important. 7 kings, 7 chakras, 7 wandering stars, 7 Hermetic principles, 7, right? Let's talk about the number 7. Pulling up an image for y'all. Talk about the number 7 here. Sorry for the delay. All right, this the image I want to pull up. This is Hermetic artwork to show the 7 celestial spheres. But I want to show y'all when this became personified as Leviathan in the Bible. The 7-headed dragon, Leviathan. Levi means a break, a levee system where you're separating waters. If you're building a dam or a levee system, you're holding the waters in. When you say Leviathan, you're saying Levi and Aten or Adam. Adam is the name of man fallen, the fallen man. And Levi is just a word to mean that man is levied or split up and levied in a damming system. We've been damned or condemned, but there is a way out. Adam is a dam, but the dams are, it's like, think about this water that's being held back. But the water is so strong, you need 7 dams to hold it because it's going to break through the first one. And you need another one to catch it after that. That's what this system is, y'all. The earth rail, this is like a damming system. Each of these barriers is a dam that's there to hold something back. And it's you that is there to hold back. And the reason it's there to hold you back is because you got to learn to break through this dam. You got to learn to break through this thing. The universe is saying, you know how to break through the ether. So I'm not going to do this for you. You just need to get strong because you got the potential to burst through this thing. Now watch this. In this lower realm, the universe know eventually you're going to pour out of here. So it got another dam and another dam and another dam. And the name of this is called Leviathan. It's talking basically saying each of these is a levee or a dam. Aten is the name of the one breaking through these. Samson is another one. The word Samson is the word mason because every mason, the word mason is dealing with the name of the soul in the body. That is a God. But what I wanted to point out is the word Leviathan and how this can be a 7-headed dragon too, with this middle one being the true head of the dragon and all of these being the false 7 heads. And notice every time one of the heads of the dragon die, the middle one gets stronger because the energy has been stolen from Eden in the middle right here. and it's been dispersed out to all of the false versions. And the God body can't wake up till he get his power back from all these false ones that's holding some of his power. Once all of that power is reflected back inward to God, he wakes up like Captain Planet with all the Planeteers giving the light from their ring toward Captain Planet. Again, they steal everything. It's the Planeteers each got a ring. They all is like a different color. It's 5 of them because it's 5 kashas or 5 chakras when you don't count the root and the crown. But they all shoot they different color light into the middle and they resurrect Captain Planet. And each of these versions of you in its ring is a Planeteer in its own planet. And once it shoot its light back to the middle, when all of them do that, then Captain Planet will rise up. Your God body will rise up. I'm giving y'all Hermeticism for the people that's just tuning in. And we're talking about the number 7. We about to go real deep with the number 7 here. Stand by. So it was some I was about to say, it slipped my mind. Oh yeah, I got it. So, hold on, let me look this up. Hold on. So there's a Hermetic word, I think it's N-O-U, what is it? Hold on a second. I looked it up earlier. Sorry, folks. Check my notes again, man. I'm tripping. There's this Hermetic word, I think is over here. Hold on, y'all. I want to be thorough. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So in Hermeticism, well, what I did, I can show you what I did. I went to ChatGPT and I told it to give me a list of every 7-headed deity. That's what we about to check out. And one of the 7-headed deities that's associated with Hermeticism, I meant to say Hinduism, because we're dealing with the number 7. And what I'm about to do now, I'm about to briefly connect some Hinduism with Hermeticism, dealing with the number 7. So there's a god in Hinduism that is equivalent to Leviathan or Hermes. And the name of that god is Naga Raja. Let's go to it. So in Hindu, Hermes Trismegistus would be called. But what is a Naga? It's a serpent being. What does Hermes have? A serpent. A serpent. Don't you know the story of Hermes carrying the serpents? The story of Mercury carrying the serpent in his hand became the story of Jesus beating up the serpent, being the devil. The thing that helped us out, which was the serpent, now become cursed. It's something Jesus is fighting against. But check this out. The number 7 is associated with the word Naga. Hermes is associated with the number 7. And another name for Hermes is Naga. Why is that important? Well, look at the word Naga and keep it in mind. I'm going to show you. This is called Hanukkah. You see why it's important now? Let me go back to my desk. Let me do something. I got an idea. I'm going to make it click for you. It's 7 candlesticks in Hanukkah. We're dealing with the number 7. This is a Jewish menorah, but you see them in Hanukkah time. And yeah, you can have more than 7, but it's all dealing with the number of the chakras. Some people say it's 5 chakras, 7 chakras, 9 chakras. For the sake of the number 7, let's do a 7 spike. Because we're dealing with Leviathan, that's the common number. So you get your 7 candlesticks. Let's pull this up. We're dealing with the number 7. Leviathan is a 7-headed dragon. A levee is like a break, is like a dam, a separation. Let me do something. Now, the word Naga is the name of the deity that's associated with the number 7, Hermes. You got 7 candlesticks, and it is during Hanukkah. Hanukkah. Let's write the word out real quick. Nigga. You know what's crazy? We think that we play too much because dudes will come up to you, right? And they'll be like, what up, nooker? Drop a 1 if you heard somebody say, my nooker. You can never say nothing out of your mouth that isn't a reflection of some kind of ancient truth. No matter how you pronounce the word, we're the snake people. We are the serpent people. Hanukkah. Because you know niggas don't celebrate Christmas. They celebrate nigga? Nigga what? Nigga? Right? So Hanukkah is literally nigga. Like this is literally what Satan says. Ha ha ha. But he's a serpent. You gotta make the connections. Hanukkah. I think we need to do a mic check. Oh man. Let's drop a 1. Y'all can hear me. You ain't gonna get this nowhere else, so. Yeah. Drop a 1 real quick. Okay. You want to know why they want to ban the word nigga? Because it's really who you are. If the word nigga was a derogatory word that was hiding your true identity, they would promote it. They banning it because, think about it, these people don't care about you. They shooting you down in the street, police brutality, inflation. You think they care about you? So why are they trying to, don't say that you're offending blacks? Why do they want to ban the swastika? Listen, the swastika is the vortex. If your head ain't got one of these, something wrong with your crown chakra. Because all your hair doing is the natural path of what your Taurus field is doing, man. Either you got a messed up hairstyle or you might want to get your energy right. It should be spiraling up there like a spaceship. Because that's our way out. It's a vortex. And niggas, they get 360 waves. That's right. I'm just saying. Niggas come in all skin tones, right? If you got soul, you got soul. Bruce Lee had more soul than a lot of y'all black folks. But check this out. It gets deep, man, because Naga is the name of a god. But these gods are just archetypes to represent the soul within man. In other words, we're all gods. Think about this. When a black man walk up to you and say, "What up, my nigga?" We're literally calling each other a god. But niggas is so dumb, they offended because they don't do research. They're letting the enemy make them offended versus knowledge setting them free. They hid your identity right in your face. If you can hide it right in somebody's face, that's like me raising some Mexicans in America. And they want to be American so bad that I make fun of them by saying, "You a Mexican anyway." And they get offended by me calling them what they are. So they say, "I'm not a Mexican, I'm an American." Reverse psychology. I made you hate yourself. I made you hate yourself by simply calling you what the fuck you are with derogatory energy to it. I can call you a man and make you mad, even though you're a man. I can be like, "Man," but the way I said it'll make you be like, "Shit, nigga, what you trying to do then, my nigga?" Like, it ain't that I called you a man, it's how I said man. I said it like man, like, you see? If the white man called you what you are, but did it in a way where I'm making fun of you, you don't even want to be what you are no more. That's like me calling you a king and saying, he's a king. Look, look at the fucking king over here. And I'm not a king. You start taking your crown off and shit. Reverse psychology working. You come up out of your robe and hand your throne over. I'm not a king. Cause they laughing at it. That's some reverse psychology. You do not want to be called a god no more. Because the name of God, they was trying to give the serpent within man a name. And the serpent within you is your spirit, your God force. The Kundalini. And it was called Naga. The name of the Kundalini serpent, they gave it a name. And his name was Naga, which was equivalent to God. So what up, my nigga? That's saying, "What up, God?" But you're going back to the original name of God, the serpent, the wisdom bringer. But the 7 is very important. And I'm going to show you why the serpent got 7 heads. When you deal with the word Hanukkah, you get 7 candlesticks because you're dealing with Leviathan. And this right here is just a watered down, barbaric, literal interpretation of the 7-headed serpent within man. Why do this man got a 7-headed serpent? Because each chakra is a different head. Let's go back to Hermeticism and go back to this right here. You see? Each circle is a different body, a different head on the beast, a different you. Okay? Hanukkah. Leviathan got 7 heads. You get your 7 candlesticks. Each candle represents a spark of light. And when you blow out each candle, it represents the light leaving that world, like a birthday. During our birthday, we blow out candles. But the real birthday is when you make it out the simulation. You ain't even been born yet. None of us been born yet. All of your birthdays is false. You still a baby in the higher realm. So when we make it out the earth realm, it's our real birthday. The soul literally blows out the candle. It puts the spark that was in the body out. And when it does that, the body goes down. It can't function no more without that fire. When the soul put the fire out, the soul leaving this world. That's birthday. Everything we do is a ritual. The soul gonna have 7 reincarnations. It's gonna blow out 7 candles. And when it blow out the 7th one, it's gonna be complete. 7 is basically a check mark, represent completion. When you got a grocery list and you check some off, what did you do? You put a number 7 to say, I completed that. 7 is completion. It's a check mark. This is jack in the box, check in the box. It's the soul inside of man and the cube. The soul is complete, but it's inside of the cube. So this 7-headed entity is basically us as falling gods. We became 7 monsters. We looked into those 7 oceans and casted 7 reflections. What did they say about Satan? They said Satan was cast down. You know why Satan was casted down? Because Satan is a reflection. Satan is casted down like a shadow. Think about that. It ain't physical. It's God hovering over the waters. Now Satan is created. When you read about Hermeticism, it talks about the higher self and the lower self being one, and that the unison of duality is inevitable. You can't have up without down. Our universe is a paradox, which is literally God reflecting through the waters. To destroy this universe is for God to stop reflecting. It's saying, hey, if I stand in the mirror, I create duality. If I get out of the mirror, it's just me and myself in my room. The battle between God and the devil is God in the mirror falling in love with these new identities it's giving itself with makeup on. And God in the mirror coming up with all kind of characters. But they're distortions. All of them are Halloween masks. They're monsters compared to what God really looked like. So the thing about this, people, with the number 7 that I think is very interesting is the number 7 is a Hindu god by the name of Naga. And another name of this Hindu god is Shesha, Shesha. But another variation of this god is Siva or Shiva. Let me share some with y'all about the number 7 and about this other god who is a Naga, Leviathan. When you say Shiva, you're saying 7. Did you know that? Because the word 7 ain't just a number. In terms of the universe, it's an action. All numbers are a formula and a code for an action on a spiritual level. And this is why numerology is a thing. Because numbers can be equated to actions or world events. If you know that we are in a simulation, everything happened here is a binary code. So when somebody doing numerology, they're showing you the math and the numbers behind events because it's all written out. It's like me saying, hey, you see that icon on your computer? I can show you the code that's making that, and I give you a bunch of boring numbers. That's what numerology is. But it ain't boring, though, by the way. But 7 is the word sever. This is what the word 7 is. Before it becomes, get the N, it's an R. I'm about to do the etymology with you. We're going to look up the word 7 so you can see what I'm talking about. But the word sever is the word Siva or Shiva, which is the name of what? The CERN machine. You notice that the CERN machine is modeled after Shiva, the shaker. Shiva is the god that brings duality, shakes up the universe. What's that shaking? That's a hurricane, a tornado, a vortex wind. It disturbs the primordial waters. It breaks them. It breaks the water. Hurricanes break the water. A hurricane breaks the water. When you break something, you sever it. You sever the thing. So to sever something is to break it. But one thing that this God holding in his hand, he's called the Ripper, and he's got a candy cane, which is the number 7. It was never a candy cane. It was showing you that the number 7 is a tool on a spiritual level. The number 7, when the Ripper is Santa or Satan. When you see the Ripper with that thing, it looked like a number 7. It's a flail. It looked like a 7. Santa Claus is the Ripper. He got the candy canes, the same thing. What is it? It's the fact that this number represents the act of breaking something in half. So in the 5% nation, you got this symbol with the 7 in the middle, because the 7 is breaking. These are, let me show you what this break is. This is how Jesus is the rock, because when you break a glass, you create this spider web pattern. But this is how when the Spirit broke the waters, because the Spirit is doing what? It's falling down from a higher realm. You created this earth. Once you fell into the water, the earth and your body ain't nothing but cymatic distortion of water. You can turn water into shapes via cymatics. I'll show you right now. You can make any shape with water. Look at this. This is water and sound. You can make a whole earth just with that, and that's what we're in, people. Every sacred geometric shape in the universe is made via vibration and the primordial waters, the ether. And this is what Tesla was trying to teach about sound. So how does this shape get made? These magnetic ley lines are vibrational energies. How are they made, people? Because the soul vibrated the waters. Remember, vibration is motion. When the soul lands in the water, it creates this pattern. And everyone creates their own version of earth in a dream. Everybody's in their own life or their own dream, but each of these are in a network like the internet. But we ain't, like when I touch you, we're not really touching. Think about this. If me and you meet up in a dream and I shake your hand, did I really shake your hand? No, because I'm asleep and you sleep in your bed. Ain't nobody in this world really interacting with the real person. We're getting acquainted with each other's avatar. And guess what? We're never going to meet the true person until we all get to heaven. Because me meeting you through your avatar is like me meeting you playing a version of your own self. It's not you. It's a caricature of you. It's like them turning me into a cartoon character. When they say, man, you played yourself, that's slang terms we use to say you fucked yourself. But if you think about it, you played yourself. That means you are really you, but you're trying to act like you. That'll be like a human trying to act like God versus realizing you are God. Quit acting. Quit acting. You God, man. And that's what awakening is when we quit acting and realize we are that. Like right now we're acting like gods because we babies. It's like children acting like parents and they want to play house. And they realize you are a mama. Time gonna reveal to you you're a mama, little girl. You playing and acting the parents' roles now, but you are that. Is within you dormant, waiting for time to bring it out. So when the child realized, yo, I'm not acting, I'm rehearsing, because I'm going to be a daddy one day. This ain't playing, this practice. That's when you start, you see, looking at this shit different. But back to the number 7, in the middle of the 5%, let me pull up their symbol. Since we dealing with the number 7. Why is the number 7 in the middle? Because the 7 represents the source or the cause, not the effect. The 7 is literally the serpent. Now, why did this 7 got a little bitty tongue, a little thing here? You would say, Sanchez, that's the moon behind it. I'm telling you what my interpretation of all this, the 7 is the serpent. And literally when I go to break down the etymology of the word 7, you're going to see it's the word serpent. Because it's spelt different in etymology throughout time. Wait on that though, wait on it. Check this out, right? Why is this 7 in the middle of the circle? The 7 is what's creating the split. Completion is taking place at the North Pole. And that right there, when they said, man, make me whole again, I'm holy. What does it mean to be whole or holy? It means to connect back with the breaking point. Look at this. Where is the hole at, y'all? It's the pineal gland. Where did Jacob meet God at? At pineal. Why do people say be holy? Because look, there's a hole in our brain. Now, this is cosmology, right? But this is your brain, man, because the earth is our head. And if you think that I'm tripping on that, I'm finna show you some Hermetic cosmology here in a minute. Just wait a minute. You're in a sleeping version of you. Let me show you this here. All of the gods I'm bringing up, look at them. I made this for y'all. Look at how they looking, y'all. Look at this. From Beelzebub to Naparisha. Look, you got a god right here named Naparisha. And guess what that means? Your damn auras are taking a nap. You can't make this shit up. I told you it's embedded in everything. This god is called Naparisha and is literally napping. It's sleeping like Buddha in the tree. This god is called Quas, which is quest. And in its sleep is in an inner quest through the Pan's labyrinth, through its own psyche. Quas is quest. Look at that. They naming the god just like the god Seeker is the name Seeker. It's seeking itself, its higher self. The god Seeker. Matter of fact, let me show you the god Seeker. Didn't I bring up the god Seeker? The Egyptian god Soker or Seeker, some call him. This god is breaking out of the underworld. This is Samson before Samson. Now they giving y'all Samson. Samson is just another god telling you your soul's breaking out duality. This is the soul saying, fuck you, duality. It ain't no this or that. It's only one supreme total reality, and it's unified, it's singular. This is your soul beating up the devil, which is duality, which is why you see Samson destroying the 2 pillars, the soul saying, you know what? I'm tired of hearing you argue with this damn devil, angel. And I'm tired of hearing the devil argue with you. See, you're not the angel or the devil, but when the soul is in duality, it's acting out every action as an angel or a devil. I'm gonna do good or do bad. But guess what? You ain't the person that did good. You ain't the person that did bad. You the person that's neutral in the middle, watching these different versions of you act out good and bad. And when you tired of watching this war play out between the angel and the devil, you're gonna say, you know what? I'm tired of acting bad and good. Because guess what? Guess what the word is? Y'all missing this shit. Now listen. You either act bad or act good, but guess what? At the end of the day, you still acting. If I kill a nigga in a dream, I was acting bad, but I ain't really bad. The soul inside of every human is neutral. It ain't good or bad. But when the soul comes into duality, it starts acting good and bad. But both of them are performances. The soul don't act good and it don't act bad. It just be God. It don't do no acting. I am what I am. The real you ain't no actor. The real you is just God. That ain't good or bad. I'm just motherfucking infinite energy. The moment you say I'm good, I'm no longer infinite because I'm one thing now. You limited me. You just got to call me all powerful. You can't say I'm this or that or that or that. Man, I'm just energy. I'm infinite. When the soul get out the body, it ain't acting like shit. It just is what I am that I am. That's pure infinite energy. The acting over. So your actions are literally acts. It's a performance. I may be a murderer one day. I may feed the kids the next day. But on a spiritual realm, I didn't do none of that shit. But I learned from it. I'm acting, ain't none of this shit real, but the lesson, the learning real. If I gotta act out some bad shit to give my spirit a real lesson that can help it, then your soul don't give a fuck whether it act bad or good. It care that it gets more power, which is knowledge, because you can get this power from acting bad or good. You can do a good act and learn from it. You can do a bad act and learn even more. It's the crazy thing about this world, you learn more from your mistakes than your rewards and people patting you on the back. And in my opinion, that's why it's so much evil. If the goal of the universe is knowledge, which is learning, and people learn better the hard way, I see why life's so hard. The universe don't care about it being hard. They care about the power you receive from the experience. The universe don't give a goddamn how hard the experience was. It cares about the power that was extracted from it, because ain't none of this shit real. Only thing real is the lesson and the knowledge you learn. So if you come in here and don't learn shit, you just experiencing all that shit for nothing. That's stupid, nigga. You doing all that shit for nothing. That's sad, bro. That's a tragedy. That's like working and not getting paid for it, my nigga. Because we here to learn how to learn, remember? So the number 7, let's do some etymology. Let me light my incense, if you know what I mean. So listen, the word 7 is the word sever, which is the word Shiva, which is the one that breaks up and creates the multiple layer universe. This is the God that creates the duality by shaking everything. Think about this, right? I got one hand right here, right? I can make my hand appear like many hands. Look, by shaking it. The act of shaking or quaking or shift, it creates the illusion of duality. Duality is an illusion. Just like if you were dizzy and I say, how many hands I'm holding up? 7 hands, because you ain't in your right mind. You seeing double. You seeing all the shit that ain't there. You seeing all of these 7 versions of you don't really exist. The reason it's 7 versions of you is because God is dizzy. That's what the vortex doing. Saturn is a spiraling vortex. And the soul gets days from it. What are days? Time. Time. When your days is over, the ripple effect dissipates. Think about that. Time is literally like a daze. The word days. When we're in the daze. So it's an illusion, which is what the Mayans said is world. Everyone time up on their own time. Everyone on their own time, because time was created for you when you impacted the water. Your ripple effect started. Your time gonna be over when your ripple effect dissipate. No ripple effect. It's an effect, is not the cause. Time is an effect of the soul interacting with the physical world. It's that simple. It ain't the cause. The cause of time is the soul interfacing with the primordial waters and creating a ripple effect around a point of impact, which is why we see Saturn with a bunch of rings around him. You're wrapped up in time like a mummy. Like a mummy. So all the rings around you are like wrapped. You're like a mummy, and they waiting to unwrap you out of time so we can rise up in a higher realm. Because we died in a higher realm, but we will be resurrected. It's like a caterpillar died inside of a cocoon, but is born again as a butterfly. That's what's happening to us in heaven. We went into these little chambers or pods and we fell asleep as babies. And the gods, like your ancestors, your grandma, the people who passed on, they looking at you sleep right now. And they can see into your dreams and see what you're doing in this fake world in your dream. But don't get it twisted now. There's a you right now in the higher realm, and all of your dead loved ones that made it to that realm, they can see you right now. Just like you can go visit their grave, they can go visit your grave in heaven. Everything is mirrored. It's a paradox. When you go and see your great ancestor graveyard in heaven, they can walk up to your damn graveyard. And just like they in their casket sleeping, in heaven, you in your goddamn casket sleeping. The thing is, in heaven, they know death is an illusion and you about to wake up again. Ain't nobody crying. They cheering you out like, hey, wake up, trying to cheer you on to wake up. In heaven, it's just a big celebration, because imagine a birthday that never stopped. Imagine an endless baby shower. That's what heaven is. It's this place where you got all of these cocoons and butterflies keep coming out. It's beautiful, because just these new butterflies just busted. There go a new one, just left the simulation. I can show you images of this, man. It's beautiful. Watch this. I'm gonna show you. The ancestors showed us images of how they celebrate when a baby wake up and leave a nest. Look at here. You see that? They showing you, you got entities on the other side welcoming a new baby. You can see him with his little wings. They already got their big wings. And that's what it's like. That's what it's like. You coming up out the world, you saying like, hey man, guess what? I'm your great grandfather. I was on the earth way before you, all this knowledge. You know, it's just beautiful, because it's like, it even say in the Bible, when our journey is over, the mysteries of God will be revealed. That means all of this knowledge you gain gonna be given to you in that one spot. Your history, who you really are, everything you've been through, all of your lifetimes, all of that shit right there, boom, that's your inheritance. That's what we working to get. That knowledge is power. It makes us kings in a higher realm with all that knowledge. If you in the higher realms without that knowledge, you're a baby. And they got to kick you out and send you down to the earth to get that knowledge of yourself. It's called the knowledge of self. Think about it. How do a seed learn what it really is? By becoming it. How do it do that? Through transformation in the ground. Because you're not a seed, you're a tree. But how do you get to know yourself? How do you meet yourself? How do a seed meet its tree version? It simply become it through time and growing. And when the seed becomes a tree, it say, this is what, oh, okay, yeah, I knew I was something, but it wasn't a seed. You know, the seed version of me was like a barrier that the real me had to go through to get acquainted with itself type shit. So that's what this little shell casing is. This thing coming out of a cocoon. And the cocoon, like every caterpillar spin their own cocoon. And I told you, every God create their own version of earth. Every one of us is in our own earth. But it is connected online like gamers playing online together. They all in their own house with their own system. But it's internet make it one, like that's what we're in now. But, you know, and a person may say, man, why can't God just come help us? Why the ancestors can't help us and just free us from this simulation? Bro, you created this shit when you fell asleep. It's a dream. Can't listen. The ancestors can't wake you up because you're in a pod. In that pod, they can bang on it, yell at you. You can't make Neo wake up. It's like the Matrix and Neo in his pod sleep. Only person can wake them up is themselves. Awakening is an individual journey. You can't tape some wings on a caterpillar and make it fly. If that caterpillar don't transform, that's something that thing got to do itself. Everybody can't do everything for you. Spiritual transformation is something that only you can do. Your mama can't do it for you. Your daddy can't do it. Bro, I just can't stress enough. Your soul is in your own hand, and I wouldn't like it no other way. I wouldn't like it no other way. I gotta drop a bomb for the universe for that shit. I'm glad my soul is in my hands, nigga. If I want to come back to this bitch and party a little bit, nobody made me do that. I wanted to do that. I don't blame the devil for my reincarnation. I say, nigga, I wanted to ball out. I died and I didn't live out some shit. I wanted to be a baller before I left the simulation. I didn't get to act that out. So, guess what? I don't look at this shit with spookism. It's really a utopia. It's a game. You can be what the fuck you want to be. And what you wouldn't this time, you can be it next time. Just put it right here in your heart. And when you reincarnate, nigga, you'll be that. And you'll realize it still ain't complete. I still don't feel complete. And you may say, well, maybe I need to be a king in my next life. You'll get to the end of your life unsatisfied. You will still want some more material shit, and the universe will give it to you in your next life. Anything to keep you here in the underworld is just like the Matrix. The dude said, listen, you want me to go back in the Matrix? Make me rich. He was eating that steak. He said, make me powerful. The universe is giving us everything we want, man. Now, a person may say, what about people that go through this or go through that, and it's bad? You know, in my opinion, because a person may say, well, Sanchez, you telling me a person wanted that for themselves? Think about this. You may want something for yourself, but not know how the universe gonna manifest it. A person may say, man, I want to get rich so damn bad, I don't give a fuck how I get rich. And you may tell yourself that because you desperate. Shit, nigga, just make me rich. And the universe may make your ass get beat the fuck up. Now you paralyzed by a rapper, right? Now you sue the rapper, and now you got about 50 million in the bank because some rapper beat your ass. But you asked the universe to get rich. You didn't say how. You didn't have intent. So you got rich, but you paralyzed. I'm just saying, like, a person may say, well, I want to do this. And the universe may have to recreate you in a whole nother simulation to manifest that. And a person may say, well, that brother died young. That brother may have had something in his heart that the universe know he wanted to manifest and he couldn't do it here. And the universe giving them what they want. What you asking for ain't gonna manifest how you think it's gonna manifest. If you want that luxury, you need to have intent. That's what Hermeticism was about. Hermeticism was teaching how to have intent with every action. What's the purpose of intent? The universe reflecting to us what's on the inside of us. If your intent ain't right, you can say, I want this and I want this, but without intent, you're vague and you ain't really stating how to manifest it. It's like saying, I'm gonna get rich or die trying, nigga, but I don't know how, nigga. I just know a nigga gonna make it some way. Intent is strategizing and planning and listening to, like, because the answer already in you. But that's what's taught in Hermeticism. Some more things about the number 7, though. Sever, Shiva, break. I want to go to the etymology. Check this out. Look at the etymology of the word 7. What do you get? Sibon, which is Sabin. And you can see how it becomes Satan. Here, Sapta, look, which is Septo, September. Sapta. Right, Sata becomes Satan. Look at here. The one I want you to pay attention to, look. Saphon. You know why this one is important? Saphon. This is the word 7, y'all. Seophon. You know why that's important? Because a siphon shapes like a number 7. You know what a siphon is? Let me show you real quick. 7 siphon. It's very important what I'm about to show you. Very, very important. Watch this real quick. Hold on. Bear with me. I haven't opened a lot of these in a while. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Actually, let's just do this. Let's pull up a siphon. The number 7 is literally a siphon. If you think I'm lying, look at it. But think about this. Because why does Santa Claus got a hook, a candy cane? Santa Claus holding on to the number 7. The Reaper got the number 7 in his hand. Santa and the Reaper are deities that represent the transitioning of a soul. How did your soul get from the lower realm to the upper realm? Through a siphoning process. Look at this. Look at this. This is called a wormhole or a loop in time. You ever saw a wormhole before? Let me show it to you. What is a wormhole? It's a siphoning tool, or number 7. This wormhole, it connects the upper and lower realm by making itself into a hook or a bend. You feel me? So look at the siphon or the 7. Look at that. Think about this, right? Your soul is in this lower cup, but your soul is light. And in order for the light to be extracted from this lower cup to this next reality, it has to be siphoned through a black hole, just like this water, a suctioning type of thing. Just like they call it spaghettification in space. where light is sucked in a black hole. But the hole you going into is a siphoning portal to lift you up and spit you out in a higher realm, and that means it's complete. The whole thing is for you to make a step. Every step is a completion point or a checkpoint. Remember that the root word of chakra is check. Remember what your chakras are. Your chakras are checkpoints in a video game. You ever played a video game and the video game got checkpoints to remind you where you left off at? Check it out. When our soul fell through the 7 chakras that we just read about, it created a checkpoint at each one. When your soul climb back out the body, as it go through each of them chakras, it's gonna regain some of the memory it lost. Just like a video game. When I make it to a checkpoint and I haven't been to this checkpoint for a while, I'ma remember, okay, yeah, I did leave off here. I had to because I made the checkpoint. Chakra is chakra. Each chakra is a checkpoint on our stairway to heaven. It's a breaking point in a journey where we're resting. And if you look up the word 7, is rest. God rested on the 7th day. But check it out. Each step is a number 7 where God rests. What is a stairway? A 7, another 7, another 7, another 7. That's how you get the stairway to heaven. Because the stairway to heaven is like it. Listen, heaven is like one of these cups, and your soul want to get into heaven, but it got to go through these 7s or these siphons. It got to go through each step up to heaven is a siphon to where you being sucked up, beamed up by a higher version of you in that realm. It's like this, right? Put it this way, right? Let's say you got a stairway and your lower version is down here on this stairway right here. And he trying to get up to the top, right? Let's put him down here. Here he go. He on the low stairway. But he got another version of himself up here. And guess what? He don't gotta climb, because guess what? This version of yourself up here is giving you a chain and it's pulling you up. That's Jacob's ladder. Look. Your higher self is giving a lifeline to your lower self to pull it up. The North Pole is the North pull, pull, pull. Look. Each version of you that's higher than the other one is pulling its lower brother up and helping its brother up the ladder. All of the thoughts that you having that's making you out the simulation, they coming from the next higher version of you. Them good thoughts, them influences where you say, man, I need to work on myself. Man, I need to do this. All them turning points in your life that made you a better person, that didn't come from nowhere. This higher version of you on the next stairway is summoning up its lower version. These lower versions are heeding the voice of God on high, and he's calling them home. He's saying, pull me the fuck up now. Pull me up like a baptism. You done held me under the water too long, okay? Pull me up like them Navy divers. When they go down under the water, they got a lifeline up there. And when they ready to come up, guess what they do? And the people in the ship up here know, okay, pull him up, pull him up. The moment you started saying you wanted to leave and you wanted to wake up down here, you sent up off a signal up here for your higher self to say, okay, pull me up, man. Pull me out the game. But it's going to take time because you're in 7 layers. So the moment you requested out, this version of you on a higher realm started waking up before you did, because things play out in the upper realm before they play out in the lower realm. But because these realms are mirrored, I'm going to show you how it affects each other. Down here, you know I got a feeling inside of me of incomplete. Something's missing in my life. I don't know what it is. So you just start seeking knowledge, no matter what kind of knowledge it is. The knowledge start transforming you. And you think the knowledge is just you're finding this out yourself. You put out a universal request the moment you got tired of your situation. You woke this next version of you up. He was chilling. He was doing his thing in his little reality. The moment you got fed up with being down here, you sitting off a chain reaction up here. The moment you down here started acting up saying, I don't want to be here no more, you're tugging on this rope. You're tugging the rope right here. And when you tug this rope, you waking God up here. Remember, God up here asleep. God up here knocked out. God is up here asleep. But he's woke down here. And when this version of you say, I'm ready to go, he pull that lifeline and he falls asleep. And God start waking up. This is like a bell string. When we wake up, we're pulling on a bell string and it wakes up our God body up here. Once he start to wake up, you're being summoned back because he can't fully wake if he don't have all of his missing pieces back to activate his God body up here. But I'm showing you how it's all connected. The thoughts that's pushing you forward to the next version of you, they ain't coming out of nowhere. They coming from your higher version that's already woke up before you. Put it this way. There's a version of you that already learned shit you trying to learn. And it ain't like the knowledge is out there and I gotta go find it. The knowledge is in us and we gotta summon it. The universe know when it's time for you to learn this or know that. The reason you don't know certain shit yet is because you ain't ready and the universe know you ain't. When it's time for you to know that, you gonna know it. Other than that, the universe gonna keep you ignorant to it. It's a time for everything. It ain't that, man, it's so much I can know, but I don't have enough time. It's just the other way around. You know everything, and in time, it'll be given back to you. You had all the knowledge. You lost it when you failed. It's not like you're trying to learn something. You're trying to reclaim what the fuck you lost. It's not learning, it's remembering. That's what a checkpoint system is. When a player passed through a checkpoint system, it's not, you ain't giving me nothing. I made it here before, but I forgot that I made it here. Like in a video game, this checkpoint is only a checkpoint because I made it to this position before. But somehow I got knocked back down. You ain't giving me nothing because I made this checkpoint. You feel me? If you ever play a video game, you know how checkpoints work. It ain't like the game giving you something. You had to make it to that part. But you died. So you went, it took you back. So, you know what I'm saying? It took you to your most recent checkpoint. When we fail, we died 7 times. And when we rise back up, it's going to be because we created a checkpoint system to help us back to where we left off. In other words, we saved our progress when we fail. When we fell into the lower realm, we saved our progress through the chakra system, through the central nervous system. That's why this is our lifeline. It's our save. When we pass through each of these portals, we regain that knowledge and that memory we lost. And it ain't that you're learning nothing, you're just reclaiming it. So the word 7 is siphon, which is siphon. And completion is what they call the Passover. Remember, that Christ talked about a Passover, crossover, whatever you want to call it. 7 is completion. And the great Passover is when your energy is siphoned from the lower realm to the higher realm, and the number 7 is what makes that possible. I don't want you to look at numbers like numerical digits. You got to look at them like sacred geometric shapes that are devices on a spiritual level. What is a staircase? It's a tool or device, an object that's used to help us ascend. That's what a step is. So remember that when you look up the word 7 in etymology, one of the words for 7 is sapta. Sapta. Let me write it down for you. One of the ways we used to pronounce and spell 7 was sapta. You know why that is important? Because the word sapta is also the word stapa, which is step. That evolves to the modern word step, which is what? A 7. A step is a 7. I want to teach y'all this so you can learn how to research how I research. You can see how to break things down to the nanoscale like this. And what influences this kind of research is asking why. I ask why too much. Why is the step shaped like a 7? Why does the word say step? Why is it called step? Well, when you look up the etymology of 7, you can see where the word step was born from, stapa or sapta. It just depends on how much you want to know. I be want to know everything, so you know. I'm very thorough. It's because I want to know all of it. Like, why this? Why? I learn one thing and say, but why? But why? But why? And it gets you down these rabbit holes, right? But shiver, you know, is all interesting stuff. Septa is where you get September. September is the 7th month. So sapta becomes septos as well, which is the root word of scepter, which is the central nervous system, the Caduceus staff, Jacob's ladder, the Jedi pillar is the sapta or the scepter. Remember, we are hermit crabs. We live in shells. Take the S off shell, you get hell. Now, each shell we break, there's another bigger one beyond it. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Remember, a hermit crab, when it outgrow one shell, it get a bigger one with some more room in it for me to let me grow. And your chakra layers are just that. You see these layers around you? When you pass through one layer, there's automatically another bigger layer around you for you to break through all of them. You feel me? Because like we're hermit crabs, but it's like your net shell is already waiting on you. It's like an onion type deal. And that's because each chakra has a certain amount of energy it emits. Each chakra is giving off its own layer around you. These chakras are open portals, and what's bursting out of them is their own color of light. You feel me? So they're all covering you in Saturn's deception. They're making another you out of their own color of light. There's a purple you, yellow you, green you, because each of these simulations made out of its own different color frequency of light. So the solar system is really the color system, because the C is a S, solar is color system. But one minute, my incense went out. You feel me? If I missed any donations, don't worry. I'm gonna open it up and make sure I read them all and respond and be thorough. But each of these chakras, like the root chakra ain't that powerful. So it ain't creating a big explosion around itself. You see how to look at this? When you look around the body, the biggest circles come from the strongest chakras, because each circle is like a mushroom cloud growing around an explosion. Each chakra is like an explosion, a break in the ether, boom. And from that, energy is being released. And that's why each chakra got its own color that it's creating a layer with too. You see what I'm saying? So it's like this. You're a hose pipe with 7 holes in it. And you know what it's like trying to use a hose pipe that's full of holes. The water never come out where it's supposed to come out. You feel me? So listen, God can't make it back to heaven because all of his energy is coming out these chakras instead of the crown chakra. You feel me? The crown chakra is the way out. It's the highest one. And it don't exist in the body. If we trying to make it out the body, you got to go through the crown. And that's why the crown chakra, it don't exist in the body. Look at it, it's outside the body. You see? So the point here is the crown chakra is the outermost auric layer. And that's the layer that's interacting with the real world. If you not this outermost version of yourself, you're still inside of your own self. You're in a dream and want. It's like if I walk up to you in a dream, where are you? You're in your body. So this chakra layer system is showing you all the yous that sleep and how you're in the one that's at the bottom. And when you wake up from this one, then you come into this dream. Then you leave this dream, go to that dream. And then at this last layer, you stop dreaming. You enter the real world. 7 is completion. That 7th layer, when you break through that, ain't nothing else to break through. See, this you on this outer layer, it's literally in the real world, but it's sleep because its energy has been reflected inward to this inner you right here and held. Like, look at this chakra chart. I'm finna do something real quick. Ancestors told me to give y'all a little third eye trick real quick. I'm finna do something right quick. This'll help you out. Look at this chakra shit like a mummy in a tomb. You see this? This right here shows you what this is. Look at it. You're dead. We're dead already. Look, the womb was the tomb. The moment you went in the womb, you went in the tomb. They telling you everything in reverse. We ain't living waiting to die. We dead waiting to live, like a seed becoming a tree. The seed starts its journey off dead. And then it lives last, y'all. The universe saved the best for last. So what you experience is death first. Life comes later. You haven't experienced life yet. This is death, y'all. That's why people be like, man, I'm scared to die. Nigga, you scared to live. You like a fucking caterpillar that went inside of its own cocoon and got scared to come out. That's ignorance. Ain't no caterpillar scared to bust out of its own cocoon. It's gonna come out a butterfly ready to really live now. Because when it was a caterpillar, that is not the life of a butterfly. That's the death of a butterfly. A caterpillar is literally a butterfly that's ignorant to what it is. And when the caterpillar wakes up, it no longer want to be a caterpillar no more. It basically commits suicide in a cocoon and kills itself as a caterpillar and resurrect as a butterfly, because when you know better, you do better. And the caterpillar says, I can no longer keep living beneath my potential. I will bury my own goddamn self if I got to. If my greater version is beyond death, the caterpillar is saying, listen, if this greatest potential that I know is within me is on the other side of a cocoon, then spend my shit right now, nigga. That would be the equivalent of a human waking up and committing suicide. But nigga, don't do that. You got a lot to learn. But I'm just showing you it's shit around you in nature that's literally leaving this bitch through transformation. It's in the same world with us, but it's no longer a caterpillar, it's a butterfly. It's experiencing this same space and time differently. And that's what your macro body is gonna do. You ain't leaving this earth, you leaving your body. And you're gonna leave 7 different bodies. And you're gonna wake up in this same place, a different you with all power and glory. Because Eden ain't nothing but a reflection of the earth. It's the same place, it's just distorted through layers. And we just went over that. You're in a tomb. This is what the torus field around you is. It's your fucking casket. We're dead already, man. Everything they tell you here is in reverse. So, where was I now? Shit, oh yeah, so, yeah, we finna, if you think we getting deep now, you just wait a minute, man. I got some more stuff for you. I got some more. Let me look at, I think it was more etymology. We know that the word sever is the word separ, which is the root word of separate, because the V and P are interchangeable. Remember that the word seven is the word separate or sever. What happens at the 7th day of every week? The week is broken, is separated, is broken. And now another week began. And at the 7th day of that week, we break it again. So 7 means breaking. Each step is a break or a 7. See, this is deep stuff. Now listen. The word seven is also the word severn. And when you say severn, you can rearrange that to say nervurns or nervins and nirvana. Remember, we dealing with the central nervous system. Let me show you something about the word nervous. We just read that the word sever, 7 comes from the word servon, severin, and all those derivations. But watch this. When you say nerves, you get another one of them derivations of 7, severin, which become several. Because if you keep splitting shit, you create several of them. Think about this. The word several is dealing with duality or multiplicity. For you to say there are several parallel realities, you gotta say 7, because they only exist by breaking. Now, what happened when you break something? Goddamn, you create the number 7 again. What happens if you take a stick and break it? What did you just make? The number 7. To sever, to break something. Isn't that dope how numbers connect with universal actions? You will never look at a 7 the same after this stream. You will see a siphon. You will see a divine act of severing, of creating duality. It's not just a number, it's a step. It's a break, a checkpoint in your spiritual progression, because it's recorded in breaks, checkpoint systems, chapters. Somebody said, good one. I know that boy good, ain't it? Been doing this a long time. So the word, remember that V in sever it becomes a P. You can't forget that. So you know, so you want to know what separate mean. Because if you try to tell a person that the word separ is sever and sever, you know, when you say separ, you're dealing with sever. The number associated with the original form of Jesus is 7, the number of God. But what was the name of God? Serapis. Now you can see how you get the name Serapis from 7. Because this is the God that separates everything and creates duality. You can't make this up. Serapis is a serpent. The name Serapis comes from the word serpent, serpent. The word serpent and the word 7 are the same thing. You can't make a serpent without 7s. This the Kukulkan pyramid. Listen though, peep game, right? Peep game. When you say, y'all know I told you I'm thorough, right? But let me show you something about this stairway. Remember what we saying now. Watch this. Look at here. Sepa is sever. Sanchez, you already told us that. No, I'm going somewhere. Watch this. Sepa becomes the word. Zipper. You know what a zipper is? A zipper is a staircase. It's a DNA strand. Look at your zipper. Look at a zipper. And you will see a staircase, a DNA, a railroad track, zipper, sepper. Why do I want to be thorough? So you can see that the way things look have something to do with the way that the words we call them. A person may say, I don't know why it's called a zipper. I do. If you show me anything in nature, I can break down to you why that thing is called that thing by using this technique. We don't name shit something for no reason. When you break down why it's named what it is in etymology, there's a reason for it. The zipper is the same thing this is. It's keeping some held together. And what is this central nervous system keep holding together? The left and the right, the higher self and the lower self. This the connection point to it all. This the shit that is like stitching something together. That's DNA. You got two serpents like this, because one of them serpents is traveling up and one of them serpents is going down. You know what the Hermetic people teach? At the same time that God is falling down to the earth, the devil is rising up to it. Earth is the lowest point of heaven, but the highest point of hell. Let me say that again. Earth is the lowest point of heaven, but the highest point of hell. And the bad people that you see in this world, guess what? They the good ones. I'm going to say that again. The evil people in power on earth right now, they babies just like we babies. It's like our ancestors' children are fighting the enemy's children. So we equal. I'm telling you that the devils in this world, as barbaric as they are, they're more compassionate than any of the devils you ever want to see in these lower realms. Shit gets very barbaric if your soul descend to these lower realms. If you think this earth messed up, keep descending down into these parallel realities beneath the earth. Dante spoke about it, the Inferno. It ain't burning with fire. It's hellhole. It's like places where we're literally have evolved into transhumans. We become so dense that we're literally robots with exoskeletons. We become so immersed into matter, we don't resemble humans no more. We're like cyborgs and shit. We're getting heavier and heavier in matter. Transhumanism was spoken of in Hermeticism. Think about this, right? Instead of a hermit crab coming out of the shell that it's in and getting a new shell, what the people in power teach y'all to do is just keep stacking shells on top of each other. That ain't gonna do nothing but make the crab get heavier. Now he got 10 shells on him, but that ain't what Hermeticism was about. It was about shedding shells. But the thing about this right here, the reason they teach us this more is the Hermetics taught less is more in transformation. But check this out. If you want to give off the appearance of progression, you can do it by, let's talk hermit crabs again, because this is a good analogy. When a hermit crab grows, when it outgrows its shell, it finds a new shell. But the act of the hermit crab finding a new shell is like a human picking a new house. We get picky with it. Like, I watched a documentary, the hermit crab, when he ain't in a shell, he's vulnerable. But he will be so bougie and picky, he's risking his damn life to find the perfect, he want to be in a luxury mansion, right? So look, it ain't just that the hermit crab looking for a beautiful shell. The hermit crab got a social system where it's letting other hermit crabs know, I'm growing, bitch. I'm eating good. Like how we stunt with money. When we say, nigga, I'm eating over here. If you're eating, that means you're a good hunter. You know how to attract wealth. So the hermit crab is saying, look, it ain't that I'm stunned with my new shell. I'm showing y'all I've grown. I've outgrown my old self. You see what I'm saying? Drop a 1 if y'all can hear me over my dogs. Drop a 1.
Support the content you love. Your contribution matters. It helps us continue our groundbreaking research, allowing us to create the unique content that you expect from our brand. Contribute today via Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Thank you.
So check this out. In the hermit crab social system, the hermit crabs with the big, beautiful shells are respected, not because they got big, beautiful shells, but because they've shown growth. And that's respected because if you've grown, that means you're smart, because you gotta be smart to hunt and catch food. It's deeper than just I'm big and pretty. It shows wisdom of survival. That's what I'm showing y'all. But check this out, right? Imagine you got a hermit crab. They haven't grown. They still in a little bitty shell. They ain't outgrown that little shell because they dumb and they ain't got no wisdom, right? Now watch this. Instead of this little bitty hermit crab outgrowing its shell by getting knowledge, guess what the little hermit crab do? It puts a bigger shell on top of its little shell. This little hermit crab trying to fake and let the other hermit crabs believe that it's smart and it grew, but it didn't. It started to stack up shells on top of shells, and now it can barely move because it's faking like it's a god. It's faking like a hermit crab that have outgrown its shell. But literally, if you take them shells off, you will see it's just stacking shells, which is why even though it looked good, it haven't moved nowhere. It ain't moved nowhere. It looked good and it can't move. It weighed itself down. That's what the physical world is. When I say that the hermit crab stacked a lot of shells on itself, that's what we look like in all of these chakra layers. We're like these hermit crabs. If you're stubborn and you don't want to grow, you just keep stacking layers on yourself to fake like you growing. And you look like Saturn, which is repetition and ignorance. Now you will look good as hell, but everyone will know he's still asleep. He ain't got out the bed. He ain't moved one bit. He looked just like a big hermit crab, but why won't he move though? You see, that's the difference. The real hermit crabs that outgrew their shell and they got the big, beautiful shells, they can move comfortably in them too, because they've grown to be able to fit them shells. And when you fake this shit, you only put on weight. That's what I'm explaining to y'all is transhumanism. Instead of humans outgrowing this damn simulation and evolving into gods, which we are, we faking this shit with cyborgs and technology and transhumanism. Everything that humans trying to achieve with transhumanism, your soul can already do it. But instead of us freeing our souls from the body, we keep becoming cyborgs and putting on more layers. The next layer is what they call in transhumanism. We're falling more and more into matter. We put this body on, now we about to put the robot body on. Then after a couple fucking thousands of years with that, they gonna put another layer on your transhuman body. Because once you are transhuman for hundreds of thousands of years, it becomes normal to move around with all this weight like this. But it ain't normal. But so you say, well, look, we can make shit better by making a new body. And we keep trying to make shit better by making a new body and a new body, but it's weighing us down into matter, into more layers. And the ancestors said, you can't make this shit better because the best there is already in you, buried behind your dumb layers, fool. See, a caterpillar can put on a butterfly costume, but it ain't gonna leave the ground. It ain't going nowhere. You got a lot of sleeping beautiful gods, man. And they will decorate their damn sleeping body in this simulation. They look good. But that's what I'm saying. You will never look as better as you could without drooling down your pillow. If you wake up and wash your face, you'll look better. You can people be sleeping and trying to make their sleeping body up while you slobbing boogers in your eyes and you putting makeup over that shit. So, but that's what I'm saying. I know I'm beating a dead horse, but I want this to hit home about what we're doing as humans. Hermit crabs, we ain't practicing Hermeticism. We doing the opposite. Instead of us outgrowing our shell and earning a new shell, we ain't growing. And we see motherfuckers growing. We know what the spiritual realm is. We look at the ancestors. Instead of us going through the work, We cheat with technology, but the ancients ain't have technology. They just had to go in the dark and meet the self. So that's what I wanted to give y'all with that. Let me go through, because I'm still not done. I got some more stuff for y'all. I didn't want this one to be too long, but hey, man, it is what it is. Maybe I can come back with a part 2. Let me go ahead and... So look at the word Enoch, right? Remember what I told y'all earlier about Hanukkah and Naga? The Nukkah in Hanukkah is the word Naga, and the Nukkah in Hanukkah is the word Enoch. I keep telling y'all, Enoch is the serpent. All of these deities are the serpent. The first deity was the serpent. Then they start making all these different versions. Enoch is one. He's Noah. Enoch and Noah is the same thing. You pull up images of Enoch, you will see him inside of an ark. Why did they remove the book of Enoch? Because it's flat earth based. Look at Enoch. He's leaving the arch. I'm going to show you that right here. This is Christian artwork. But Noah, they got everybody. Why did they give you the story of Noah? Because they wanted to replace the book of Enoch. I'm teaching you some now. The only reason the story of Noah is popular is because when they removed the book of Enoch, the story of Enoch was translated to a literal story of a dude in an ark trying to survive a flood. But the spiritual meaning of that story is your soul inside your body in the simulation, which is submerged in the primordial waters. And this is the real Atlantis knowledge. We all are Atlanteans, because if you look at this sunken world, it is basically a reflection of heaven, casted down into the waters below. So it's essentially a sunken city, a sunken kingdom. But they got everyone looking for Atlantis, right? What else do they got everyone looking for? Noah's Ark. Why is everyone looking for the Ark and Atlantis? Because the Catholic Church taught us to take this stuff literally. If you want to find the Ark, if you want to find Atlantis, it's inside of you. Go look in the goddamn mirror. People looking for a sunken city called Atlantis, but the kingdom of heaven is within. It's within you. People looking for Noah's Ark, guess what? It's your skull, man, with your soul in it. They turned this spiritual stuff to literal stuff, and now people looking for the literal stuff instead of looking within. You're being misdirected like a fool. That's right. Now watch this, right? Don't you know when you say Hanukkah, you're saying Enoch? Did you know that? Let me get on the board for a minute, man. How many of y'all see Enoch's name in the word Hanukkah before I write it down? How many fast people we got here who fast? Because what does Hanukkah got to do with Jesus and resurrection? Shit. Hanukkah is the other Jesus, Enoch, and his resurrection. Everybody worshiping the same shit, but it's all about us. You just got your own different literal deity where you think it's a dude, but Enoch is Jesus going to heaven. But just like we celebrate Easter, which is resurrection, some people celebrate, they don't got Jesus, they got Enoch. Do you hear me? The people that celebrate Hanukkah, they basically can trace their shit back to the Enoch interpretations. Look at here. But it's all resurrection. Now look. Enoch and Jesus is all the same person. But now, I'll show them on the board. If they don't see it, No problem. Again, you can't naga. A naga, a nigga, right there. But they remove Enoch because really, when you keep tracing these stories back, you end up with the book of niggas for real. The serpent gods of Hinduism. I keep telling people, us indigenous people were Buddhists, and we called ourselves gods, but we didn't use the word God. The word equivalent for God was Naga. When you say Naga, you're saying Enoch. You're saying Naki. This is the name Enoch, but it become Noah, and all that, and I'm about to show you that. The word nigga, the word nooka, it become Nookie, like a female vagina, nookie. But that's how you get the knock and Enoch. Isn't it dope to study the derivation of words? It's fucking dope, because the word, when people say, well, you reaching with the nookie and the knock, no, I'm not, because Enoch represents a sacred portal, which is a womb. The vortex is a nookie, like a vagina, and they look the same. These words, we don't just say shit. But watch this though. If you still think I'm reaching, this word nookie and noki, you got the etymology right there. I highlight this right here. Look. This word hanak. Look at there, hanak. Now guess what? What else is a womb? The ankh. When you say Hanukkah, the word Hanukkah is another form of the ankh, but the nookie is dealing with the sacred portal. You see? Naki, Nook. When you see Enoch going through that little portal, that's the sacred womb, or what they call the great mother, divine feminine. It ain't a person, it's a vortex we create when we release our energy. But the same break that we make with the release of our energy is what allow us to be born again through our mama. Ain't that something? Ain't that some shit? Because think about what's happening. Your light is piercing through the water. And at the same time that's happening, in a higher realm, your father's phallus is piercing through the womb of your mama. All these actions are tied together. Your father is not having sex with your mother and putting you into that egg until Enoch reached into that light portal. It's all connected. It's like when you fall off the cliff in your dream, and when you hit the ground, and all of a sudden your brother was hitting you with the pillow, waking you up. Your brother threw the pillow at you, boom, wake up. And you hit the ground at that moment in the dream. Like, how did the universe know to time that just right? To where as soon as the hat hit your body, you hit the ground in the dream. You know why? These actions are tied together. One action in one universe is connected to another action in another universe. It can be some simple shit. You can be having deja vu about your mama throwing water on you. I'm just making an example. And literally you got woke up from a dream because your mama threw water on you. You don't remember why you keep remembering this shit. But it's a connected action that's connecting two parallel realities. Let me show y'all what I mean. Like, you can be in a dream world, and it can be some shit happen in the dream that remind you of this world, and now you're lucid dreaming now. Or you just simply wake up because you're reminded, oh, I'm dreaming, and you now in the bed. Well, that's the nature of our reality, is all interconnected. Certain actions in certain universe actually are connected to actions outside of that universe. And when that happens, you transition between the two through that act. Does this make sense to y'all? Drop a 1 if it do, or 2 if it don't. You can be in a plane crash in your dream, and the plane fall into the water, in the ocean. And the moment your plane hit the ocean water, your little brother just threw a bucket of water on you when you were asleep. And them two actions are connected. The moment the plane in the dream hit the ocean, the splash of water in this world hit your body. And you may wake up and you may think nothing of it, but you just died in another universe. You literally just died in a plane crash and don't even know you just died, because that action was connected to the water splash in this world. And just like you falling asleep, entering a dream, you don't even know you just fell asleep. Whatever you was doing in that world when you fell asleep, that's the action that's tied to the act of you falling asleep here. You get what I'm saying? Just like how when you fell asleep in the plane, which is death, the action that was connected to that was your little brother splashing water on you. And you see, and that's how the universe is. It's just one big reality. It ain't like, well, I'm leaving one world and going to another world. You're creating a world out of all these worlds. You see? Your reality ain't bound to any of these worlds, because your reality transcends all of these worlds as a God. Let that sink in. That's like me reading 100 books, but I'm writing one book by combining all 100 of them. My one book ain't limited to neither one of them 100 books, because it's a combination of all of them. It's one reality made from the many. And this is what the astral reality is. This is what the God body experiences. But remember that the word Hanak is how we get the word Ankh. And I'm showing you how it relates to the woman's body on a macro level, because the sacred portal within man is also the same thing in between your mama's legs. Because when your soul enters through this stargate, it comes out your mama's womb. So this, what's happened on the spiritual level, your soul is breaking through the water. So what do they say about your mama? Her waters broke. Well, who the hell broke them? The waters break with the light of conception following it. You got the waters breaking at the same time, the light of conception. What are we, if your soul is light, which is conception before the body, you got the waters breaking and the light forming. The soul is landing into the primordial ocean, and it ain't got a body, it's just light. And when the soul arrives, they call it conception. You born after that. The body is built around the soul. That's when they cover your light with the body. That happens in the womb of your mama, because guess what? When our parents consent to this simulation, we got to be born. We can't make it back through heaven without being born through our mama and daddy through all these parallel realities. It ain't like, well, since our parents was born in sin, we born in sin. No, everyone is a seed, and you got to become your own tree. Shout out to Rain D44. Well, your parents sinned, so now you gotta be born in sin. Nope. My parents, they fell from the tree just like I did, because we're seeds and we got to go in the ground and do our initiation. Every tree you see in the jungle was a seed that had to be initiated in darkness. Quit feeling sorry for yourself, man. Everybody wants you to remember, when you under that vibration, you ain't a god. You got to always have this sovereign ass energy. This ferocious ass, like I'm the shit type ass energy. But because everybody want to give you shit to make you scared, aliens and reptilians and little bullshit and little mysticism, that ain't the vibe that's going to wake you up. That's going to keep you recycling. I'm giving y'all as the energy you need. This the frequency you need to be on. And that's why it's so blackballed. That's why it's so ignored. It's so, people hoping it just go away. You want to know why Sanchez don't get invited to this big platform, that big platform? Bro, I'm really giving you the secret that these folks hiding from you, the Boule, the Masons. Everybody else playing like they got the knowledge, but they giving you mysticism. They giving you the, you know, the no jumper type motherfucking awakening. Shout out to Steele's Juice. Said the best of the best spirits are real. I've seen them. I want to continue. I brought up Noah. Let me show you Noah. If you do the etymology of Noah, you get Enoch or Noach, which is Enoch. Remember what we just did? That's why I do that with y'all. This is how you get the name Noah, from Naki, Noka. But Naki is Naka. But it's another thing too. One of y'all favorite shoe companies is Nike, for sure. And then the name Nike becomes Inky when you rearrange it. You get Inky, which is another god that's breaking through the veil. I showed you Inky earlier, popping up out the earth just like Enoch. I can show you again. I can show you again. I think I still got that open. Here it is right here. Look at Inky. Inky ain't nothing but Enoch, man. You see Enoch coming up out the earth, out the little portal, out the dome. Enoch, man. Right here, Noah, Nookie coming out his ark. Inky, right here, Nike is Inky. Inky is Nike. Because you take the word Nike, and this is what you do. It becomes, the thing about Nike, right, being Inky, we see that in the name, but, you know, the same thing. But this is the Ankh. Like, look, the name Inky is the word Ankh. The name Inky is the word Ankh. And if you look at Inky, what does he shape like? Open your third eye. Look at Inky. Look at Inky. So you gonna just look at Inky and act like you don't see the Ankh. Inky making an Ankh, man. It's right in your face. When your third eye open, you can do stuff like this. And boy, hey, listen, I get all kind of weird calls. They on to me, nigga. The Hebrews listen, you know how many Hebrews follow my Facebook and friends with my mama and shit? Nigga, I got 5%ers that's friends with my family. I be like, damn, mama. How the hell you? Oh, one of your friends, nigga. These people is surrounding your boy. I know I'm in too deep, so I might as well go hard. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, I wouldn't be surprised if something happened to me. I be feeling like that. I get weird calls and all kind of shit. They left me on the island and they hope that I go away. What they're trying to do, they already tried to censor Flat Earth. And that's why I'm trying to curate my channel and get everything right, because I feel a hit piece coming, a big one, for Flat Earth and all this knowledge I'm teaching. They're not gonna let this go untouched. They putting people in certain positions. If you know how to play chess, you see what's going on. You can see the fucking unity, that the covenants being made. You can see the treaties being formed. And bro, don't get me started. Don't get me started on this. If you know, you know. But I'm telling you right now, bro, these folks they don't like that you're giving away the secrets of the lodge like this. People sell their soul for this knowledge just to get a distorted form of it that don't connect them with themselves. People join all kind of groups and they still don't get this shit. And I'm just throwing it out there. Now look at Inky. Ain't he a Ankh? The Ankh is the symbol of life, right? Why? Because Inky is becoming alive now because he's been dead. They taught y'all wrong. They trying to rewrite everything. The Ankh is the symbol of life. And what is Inky doing? He resurrecting. You're not alive right now, bro. You're dead. So if Inky represent life and he just died, then what the fuck are we? We're dead. When you look at Inky, you're looking at a human that just died on Earth and their soul is leaving out the Earth realm through a portal. If this is the symbol of life, why did they turn this into the symbol of death with Jesus? Because they wanted to invert the truth, y'all. They want you to think you're alive right now and you're waiting to die, and that you got to pray to Jesus so Jesus can give you life, which is immortality. You see what is going on? They telling you Jesus gonna help you escape the physical realm through belief in their barbaric system and blood sacrifice. Inky was Jesus before Jesus. Look at his arms. And instead of them putting a halo on Jesus' head, well, Inky got the halo around his waist. However, it's just you leaving a portal. It don't matter where I put the portal at, because your head got to come out, your legs got to come out. It's the MGM lion. Santa Claus got a big belt on. Look at Inky. The big belt. Why do Santa Claus got a big black belt on? Because it's talking about you busting up out of a black hole. Look at Inky. Inky busting out of a black hole. Now, what do they call a photo that's just your chest and above? They call it a bust. Why do they call a photo that's the waist and above a bust? Because it goes all the way back to here, folks. Look at Inky. It goes all the way back here. Busting out. That's why it's called a bust. So let me see what else I can decode and sync and give y'all some more aha moments. And then we'll interact with the chat room. This deity is Seker, S-E-K-E-R, which is just the word seeker, one who seeks the truth. And this is another form of Sakar or seeker in Sumerian. As you can see, the birded deity leaving the ark. Now, let me pull up the god Sakar, because a lot of people, when you bring up Hermeticism, guess what they say? But Sanchez, what about the god Thoth? Well, the god Thoth is the god Sakar. Look at here. Here goes Sakar right here. Look at him, the bird deity. Look at him. That's Sakar right there. So how is it Thoth? This is the Egyptian god Sakar, but again, y'all call it Thoth today. And Thoth got 2 tablets in his hand, just like Moses. But the 2 tablets is the 2 pillars of Samson. And I just showed y'all that. People will say, well, Thoth and the emerald tablets, and guess why they want to point like Billy Carson, right? They want to point everybody to Thoth because guess what, guys? That's the literal interpretation of Sokar. They want to point everybody to the literal interpretation to hide the spiritual interpretation. That's called inversion. That's called inversion. So people go looking up Thoth, and guess motherfuckers literally looking for the emerald tablets. The emerald tablets still on the earth. And if we find the emerald tablets, we can make it out of the earth. The emerald tablets ain't physical objects. The emerald tablets is the left and right, the 2 hemispheres of the brain. Once the soul outgrow its intuitive and instinctive thinking and start going back thinking in totality, the point of neutrality or Zen, it's gonna fucking break down these 2 pillars of duality. Why did Moses split the sea? Moses is Samson. Moses is Samson. And if you want to do some more word play with y'all, I'll give you some too. Moses is Samson, and I'm gonna show you something. So, what you do, right? You take the name Samson. Samson, right? And from that, all you do is this. You take the N off, and guess what you get? Moses. Moses from Samson. But also from Moses, you get Amos. Amos, which the book of Amos is really just like the book of Atmos, talking about the atmosphere, because John in the Bible met God. John is another form of Enoch, because the name John is the J is Yoni. Look it up, and it becomes another form of Enoch or Yoni, which is Nookie, the portal. But watch this, John of Patmos. Take the P off, John of Patmos becomes John of the atmosphere. John went up to heaven and met God on the island of Patmos, which people keep trying to argue where is the island of Patmos. It's right here. That's like you looking for pineal. It's a spiritual location within man. It's in the crown. It's in the heaven up here. Patmos in the atmosphere. The cloud is the brain. When you're in a dream and you're looking up at the sky, you do know you're looking up at your own head. The simulation has created all of these clouds and water, but guess what that is? That's your brain matter and the brain tissue and the water. And your brain is 75% water. The sky is 75% water. Only thing inside of that blue sky is clouds and different things, but guess what? Storing information. When we say we store information today in the cloud space, Your brain shaped like a big cloud. That's all I'm saying. I just dropped my marker. But so look, let's do something. Look, Samson is Moses. Person gonna say, Sanchez, Samson ain't Moses because you ain't a syncretist. Go over there with your literal beliefs. If you're a literal interpreter, this ain't for you. Leave. You haven't waken up to this to be over here yet. Go to somebody's church, man. Leave us deep folks alone. With your sleepy ass. Pull up Moses real quick. You have all these folks. Sanchez, so you telling me Jesus is Jesus, they thinking about these characters as literal people. Get your slow ass up out of this advanced class and take your behind down to the retarded hallway, son. I get tired of y'all damn short bus students busting up in the chemistry room talking shit. Get your slow ass in your section. Yeah, man, let's roast it's somebody listening right now and they're a literal interpreter and we want to make them mad. In my school, they got a white hall. I was shit color-coded. Yeah, in my high school, you got different color hallways for different subjects. But the white hall is just all the retarded folks, and they got all the subjects reading everything on there. It's like another school in a school. The white hall students don't gotta leave the white hall. But if you're a regular student, you get to go to all the other colors, the reading hall, the math hall, and they different colors. But the white hall student, you know, white is the color they paint the wall with for crazy people. Who from Bessemer in the chat room? They'll tell you about the white hall, nigga. If a nigga say he from the white hall, don't fight him, he gonna kill you. For real, nigga. All the gangsters and killers was on the white hall, nigga. Hey, y'all. Oh, shit. Let me quit tripping and move on. But look at Moses, man. You see Moses in between the two pillars of water? They telling this same story with Samson. That's why I can show y'all Moses' name and Samson's name. But did you know when we look at this right here, right? That Moses and Samson is the G in the middle of the Masonic square and compass? Oh, yeah. That G means God inside of the damn cube. Let me show y'all something. You didn't think I was going to go this deep because most people ain't giving y'all real Hermeticism. That's right. They barely scratching the surface. Like, I'm a Gnostic and a flat earther. I got a 5 foundation, flat earth, Gnosticism, Syncretism, born in the church, bro. My third eye wide the fuck open. I was born for this. But watch this. There's a concept called Jack in the Box. Jack inside of the box. See that? Jack in the box is what we looking at here. Look. They corrupted it. Y'all buy toys today and you don't know you joking on yourself. When you play with a Jack in a box, you're literally playing with a toy with them mocking you about how your soul is trapped in a simulation. Did you know that shit? Yeah, watch this though. It don't stop here. Watch this shit, right? A Masonic square and compass. A person, this is really good syncretism. I'm making connections nobody made because it's thorough work. Like a person would say, ain't no way a Masonic square and compass got shit to do with Jack in the Box. Watch this. Now, this is basically a Masonic square and compass, the 6-pointed star. This is it. And in the middle, you got the G. This the same thing. God trapped in a cube. That's it. God in a cube is Jack in the Box. It's the God Sakar right there too. That's all it is. So even the Masons, everybody got the truth. This is the circle 7 that I just showed you with the 5%ers. It's the same thing. Boom. You inside, God in the body. I like to simplify stuff. They try to make shit extra deep, but it ain't really deep. It's just mystified. They put the mystery in it. When you remove the mystery, it becomes very simple, but it becomes satisfied. You get enlightenment is different than mysticism. When somebody mystifying you, you don't feel this feeling that I'm giving y'all now. That, damn, that makes sense. Oh, that feeling that it resonates. That is replaced with, it doesn't make sense. It's a big mystery. That's mysticism. And some people, they are hooked to mystery. If it make too much sense, they don't want it. Because it ain't got enough mystery around. And them the two different mentalities that's at war right now. And the people who creating the mystics, they want to shroud everything in conspiracy, muddy the waters. And when they get you hooked on mysticism, you become a nigga that like, you become one of these fake woke people like a Billy Carson. You become a person that think you woke, but you believe in everything literal. You say shit like, Jesus was a black man. Aliens built the pyramids. Shit like that, the fake woke. Because you got a literal interpretation. And you don't know Jesus didn't exist. It's an archetype. And you see what I'm saying? You think that saying some deep, mysterious shit is now enlightening. No, it's just mysterious. And they have basically made it to where it's hard to distinguish between the two. A person don't know if they're being mystified or enlightened, but I'll give y'all how you find out. When you hear something that brings a feeling of resonation and give you an aha moment, almost like it give you the chills, that it connects so perfectly, that's enlightenment. When you hear some shit that it just doesn't make sense, and even they tell you, we don't understand it, it's a mystery. It's a big mystery, man. There's no end to it. It's an open loop. There's no conclusion. And everyone is fascinated by the fact there's no answers to it. That means you're being duped and you're a mystic. No one should be happy that we don't know the fucking answer. You should be happy when you find the answer. But if I wanted to hide the truth from the world, and I know I'm not going to give them the answers, I would find a way to make them happy without the answers. That is how that's the purpose of mysticism. It's a way to make the world happy by saying, we ain't giving you the answers, but we'll give you mysteries. We'll give you a bunch of mysteries and shit. Ancient aliens and Australopithecus and beings from other galaxies visiting our Earth and giving humans music and shit. Right? Mysteries, right? But nothing that connects you to the knowledge of self. How all these symbols connect with you and the experience you having as a god. I bring that back, baby. I bring that to you. That's right. Don't nobody else want to do it, nigga. Then, hey, man, it's my lane. And it's just what makes Sanchez Sanchez. Sanchez can literally connect you with the ancients and the other folks can't. They're going to connect you with the conspiracy. a mystery. Niggas think that Thoth is a real bird man. You got niggas walking around thinking that Thoth is literal. Now they'll tell you Jesus ain't literal. That's Christ consciousness. They woke now, right? But they believe Thoth was a real bird man. That's their new literal Christ, because Thoth ain't nothing but Jesus. Now let me open up your third eye, because a lot of people's shit ain't open. Watch this. Look at Thoth, but this is Soker. This is the original form of Thoth, Soker. Now watch this. Here go Jesus in his artwork. Look at Jesus, right? Jesus is leaving the tomb. This is resurrection. If you take this shit literally, you gonna think that a man's dead body got back up out the grave like a zombie. But Jesus represents the soul within man leaving his pineal gland. That's what the tomb is. The tomb is your skull. It's a hole right here in your skull. Jesus represents the light inside of your skull leaving. He's personifying your soul. So when we look at Jesus, let's just look at him real quick. Now look at this artwork of Jesus leaving his tomb. Just want you to just look at it. But let's just take this one. Now check this out. And let's go back to this. I'm going to just stop talking and let your mind do the rest. Look. Look at Jesus. Look at his hands. Look at him busting out of that cave. Look at here. What does this represent? What does resurrection symbolize? A Holy Ghost bird? The whole story of Jesus resurrecting is summed up into one deity that they promised us for his death. Let me show it to you. A bird. A bird. And what's this bird? Soker, Thoth. Thoth. They stealing. They ain't nothing but some thieves. They take the ancient shit and they turn it into a literal interpretation. They turn it into a literal, and when you take the literal form, you belong to the papacy. You belong to the Antichrist. You believe in stories and fairy tales, you dummy. Yeah, I'm going to call it at this point, man, the world got to wake up, man. You know what I'm saying? That's right. You got to quit believing in fairy tales and stories. It's like saying a grown man believe in Santa Claus. And that's essentially what you're doing, because Jesus and Soker are North Pole gods. Look at Moses. Why everybody got their hands the fuck open? Where's Samson at with his open hands ass too? Because if you think all this shit a coincidence, you a fool. Everybody telling your ass the same story. I love being a syncretist. Syncretism show you the way. Look at this. This called a Jewish menorah, people. But you know what else is called? A gimbuta. Sanchez, you making up words, man. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to show y'all something, man. My picture ain't loading up, so I'm going to save it in a different format. Watch this. You see this menorah? You want to know what the menorah is? This deity. Now watch this. This deity that you see right here is the Dogon Kananga. Did you know that? Everybody in the world got this same deity. It's one of the oldest deities on earth. And you know what we call it today? The Statue of Liberty. Yeah. The deity with the 7 spikes on the head. Now they say that the Statue of Liberty is the devil. Guess what they say about this old deity? It's Leviathan, which is the devil. The beast of Revelation is the devil. But the beast in Revelation is the one that's rising up from the ocean. That's symbolizing your soul rising up from the primordial water. Don't you know when they baptize niggas, they put them in the water and bring them up a new man because that's what your soul doing? Your soul fell into the water and it's gonna come back out this water a new version of itself. And they turned that into baptism. That's what Moses showing you. We're renewing ourselves with this journey. That's what Cash showing you. Everybody just got baptized. And that's what this deity is older than the menorah. Listen, the Jewish people saw this deity in the old indigenous people's architecture, and they turned it into a damn candlestick and a ritual to hide the truth. Now people hold Jewish menorahs and burn candles, but they don't know shit about their own soul. This would have taught them about their soul, but they turned this to the boogeyman. And the Dogon got this same symbol as the Kanunga, but they just took the 7 heads off, but it's still the same damn knowledge that they teaching. We had it too. We built it into the Statue of Liberty. It got 7 spikes on the head for a reason. That's why they associate the Statue of Liberty with the devil. Because the Statue of Liberty rising up out the sea with the 7 spikes. We was embedding this into our architecture before we ever wrote it in paper. The paper come last. The Bible ain't as old as y'all think. It's a few hundred years old. The Statue of Liberty may be older than the fucking Bible. And a lot of these architectural structures were the first Bibles because the story was built in stone before they started writing it on text. That's what I'm telling you. Now watch this, right? This deity, let me pull this up. It gets deep, y'all. Because how do we get this deity right here? We get it because, remember, here go to Masonic cosmology. Let's count how many spikes is on your head. Because you are in the earth realm right here. And here go to your 7 astral bodies manifesting you in the earth realm like Captain Planet. And the sun and moon is part of the 7 wandering stars. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sanchez, we missing 2. Nope, the sun and the moon. Let's count them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is why the Statue of Liberty got 7 spikes on the head, because the 7 wandering stars that's circling above your head are literally sending a beam of light into your damn pineal gland, and they connecting you to the universe via the central nervous system. That's what the ancestors was teaching about this deity right here. Leviathan is a 7-headed dragon because this is what your God body looked like. It's a combination of all the versions of you sharing one damn body and becoming a powerful being. It ain't that you really look like this. It's just a symbol to teach on what's going on, to make it easier to see. But to them, it's a monstrosity. To me, it's a beautiful way to teach the truth. This is showing you how the 7 wandering stars in the sky are shooting a beam of light into your damn pineal gland, and it's braiding up, making like a rope, a braid, and that's the serpents on your spinal cord. That's how all of the versions of you in the universe connect to the one you here. We're all tied together. So this is like a highway system. Your consciousness can lead a root chakra, kundalini rise up the spinal cord, and once it get to your head, it enters a crossroads at the pineal portal where it can go into any of these worlds. That's how we dream. And while you sleep here, you're in one of these heads moving around. Another way to look at this thing is like this. Let me show you. Right here. You leave the earth realm when you sleep, and your consciousness transports into one of these portals around the earth, and you keep living in your little parallel dream world. Same thing they showing you here, different ways of showing it. I just showed you this in another way earlier. Let me refresh your memory. Remember this right here? Different ways of showing the same thing, man. It's none to be spooky. And I want to be thorough and redundant to take away the mysticism. You cannot be redundant enough with the truth with how they trying to muddy the waters, man, for real. That's right. Me, myself, welcome to the call, my brother. You the first caller. I'm not going to keep you holding the mic. Take it over.
Oh, no, you good, fam? I was gonna, yeah. I've been in the chat trying to pick a fight with you, man, for the last 2 hours, fam.
You mind if I give let me give a shout out to my brother Awakening Minds for being 2 of 10, helping us reach our goal, man. That's what's up. We only need 8 more people.
Yes, sir. Awakening Minds in there promoting everything for sure. I ain't gonna lie. Like, he a real nigga.
I really appreciate that, brother. You too, man. Hell yeah, man. I appreciate y'all.
Hey, man, you see, man, you dulling my fight energy down, man, with that. But hey, check it. Jesus Christ was a real historical person, right?
You say so, yeah.
I'm just saying, according to historians and scholars, right? I'm just asking, like, according to what we can Google, research, and look up, right? That's what they say, right?
Oh, yeah, the they say? Oh, yeah, they say.
Yeah. No, the they say. Yeah, we talking about they say. And I'm
sure.
gonna put that on a t-shirt too. They say, and then we're gonna put quotes and shit on the back.
Hell yeah.
They finna sell out. But look, check it. If they say that, right, the argument is now, did he do all the other things that we read in the Bible, right? And I get that argument, but also the argument against Gnosticism and atheism, because I fight against Gnosticism more than any atheism. I don't really care about atheists because they believe in nothing, and then they try to tell you about something. So it's just an asinine conversation having, talking to atheists that don't believe nothing, but they want to tell you about everything and something, right? Gnostics, they say that you are going to be reincarnated like the Egyptians are. With Christianity, though, this is the one chance we got. And that's what's specifically special about our faith and our religion. It's different from Gnosticism, even though they say that Jesus thought this and that. It's okay, but you got to go back. Well, in our faith, we got to go back and make sure that the scriptures say and prove that that is true, whatever our imagination thinks about it. If it don't equate or regulate or actually correlate to the actual scriptures, then then it's not relevant to us.
I know,
right?
but one quick interjection. You do know I was a Christian, so I know exactly how y'all think and how it goes. I understand, for sure. I was there. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. We are all raised different in different churches with different pastors that taught us different
But everything you just said, that's how we was raised.
Okay, all right, cool. Yeah. All right, okay. No, all right, so we on the same page then right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
My whole thing is that what scripture is talking about is literally the simulation and the matrix that we always bring up, right? The hologram, the hologram. It's a literal source that projects our reality that we are fractal of and we are a piece of, but we are not what created the whole entire universe or the realm. Gnostics think that they are their own God. So what I ask Gnostics, well, go ahead and do what God is described to be able to do. And that's never going to be anything they're going to be able to do. Okay. You see what I'm saying? So
I'm just waiting for you to allow me to interject.
All right, okay. So a single person cannot be God. You might be a God, but no one is God. Y'all got it. Go ahead. That's it.
All right, so check this out.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about what you saying, it took away our sovereignty. Again, as a Gnostic, I understand how the universe was created. The universe was created when my higher version fell asleep. What I'm calling God is the Most High. But guess what? I'm going to show you something. Because I ain't got to just talk with scripture. I speak with ancient symbols. And I think that's more powerful than the oppressor's text in his King James Bible. But let me show you something real quick.
I think you're another point you're going to chop it up. But after
Let me show you something. When I'm talking about the Most High, I'm talking about this guy right here. I'm going to show you who I'm talking to. In your version, it's a white dude or some other person sitting up here on a throne governing over everything. But in my version, sir, it's just me up there. It's a higher, greater form of me that fell asleep. And when he fell asleep up here, he started dreaming down into these worlds here. And guess what? He created these worlds down here when he fell asleep out of his own. He had a spiral fall, basically. And if you think about this man right here falling from the higher realm into a spiral, he would create this Saturn looking, what this is a spinal cord. It's a central nervous system. Let me show you something. This cosmos is the spinal column and the central nervous system. This is what it is, basically. So let me put this. This will be a better way to do it. Here we go. This is better. The serpent is the spinal cord, which is the central nervous system. And the thing about what I'm saying is the universe we're in wasn't created by God. If my consciousness is my central nervous system, and that's the part of me that thinks and feels and experiences the world, and I find out that what I'm calling the world is just a mental experience created by my consciousness, then that makes my consciousness the creator of the universe, that which you're calling God. The reason you're looking for external God is because you don't know how powerful the light within you is. Nothing predates the light in you, me, myself. It always was. It's the part of you that's God. And when I say God, it don't mean that there's one being that's up there and all of us down here. God is the infinite energy within every human, which makes every human God and make God equal to every human. So if I scoop out a cup of water from the ocean, it's still water no matter how you look at it. You can get mad, you can say what you want. I can call myself water. You can't, but you just a scoop of water. I'm still water. God ain't a person. It's a thing. It's infinite energy. And a piece of infinity is still infinity. Infinity don't work like nothing else, see? You can break off a little piece of infinity and it's still equal to the whole. Go research infinity.
Sure.
Piece of, so that's what I'm saying. So each human is a piece of infinity broke off. And when you start studying the nature of how infinity works, you can have a piece of infinity that's the size of a crumb and a piece of infinity that's the size of Texas. They're equal and the same. That's just how infinity works. You can't reduce it to a numerical form or a dimension. That's why you can't say, well, it's a small infinity or big infinity. It don't work like that. If you're infinite, you're just infinite. Mm-hmm. Now, listen, I'm not trying to debate you. What I'm trying to do is show you how Gnostics think so you don't make up your own stuff. I know how,
I'm trying to build too, for sure.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I know how Christians think, right? I'm trying to show you how Gnostics think because check it out. You never been a Gnostic. I've been a Christian. I was raised in the Bible Belt, which is why it's going to take me a little bit longer to articulate the new shit to you. We both had that old thing you got called Christianity. You don't understand why I think the way I think. I understand why you think the way you think.
Oh, I do.
And
just
listen,
to be clear.
Listen, brother, you fucking don't. And I'm going to tell you something
Tell me something
right
I
now.
don't know.
Brother, I swear you don't understand the way I think.
I don't know.
I'm going to tell you how I know you don't. Anybody that fully grasps the way that I think, they will adopt the way that I think. That's a fact. Anybody that fully gets Gnosticism and they understands what I understand, they don't still believe and literally interpret the Bible. We don't think the same, and it's okay. The problem is you don't want to understand how I think. I can be patient with you.
Do want to know how you feel.
I'm just trying to land my plane, but I'm going to just let you go ahead and get the flow, brother. You got it. I'm going to stop.
All right. If you're gonna say that, I'm gonna be like, hey.
Because the thing is, you're not gonna understand my mind. You don't want to understand it. You just want to talk, brother. Go ahead, brother.
I tried to let you explain it, but what I'm asking is, how do you know that? And then you didn't tell me how you knew that that was the truth and that I didn't understand.
That's what I was trying. I was in the midst of doing that. You interrupted me to ask me to do what I was doing.
That's my fault. Go ahead, my bad, bro.
I got you, bro. No sweat. And it's all love. We on a good level. I just lit up if you think while I was being quiet. Hey, you cool, bro. Listen, I'm speaking with passion, not impatience or any frustration. I'm really want you to see my mind. You don't got to accept it, but long as you understand where I'm coming from. And what I'm telling you is this. It's two different things going on. In heaven, there's a dude, and this dude is not you, but he rule over you. That's your interpretation. My heaven is different. I'm showing you my model right here. And I'm showing you that what you call the stairway to heaven may be some golden steps leading up to a place with a dude on a throne. What I call the stairway to heaven is my central nervous system, but my consciousness is at a lower step. It fell down the stairway, and that's what I was trying to tell you with the spiral fall. So at this time, right, I want to show you some, but I don't know if you can see the whiteboard, so I need you to cut your YouTube on and watch this on mute real quick, because this is important. Let me switch over. So listen, what I just drew on my board was an example of what I meant about the spiral fall. I did it. You start at the top, you spiral all the way down, you spiral out at the equator and back in, like they said, the shape of the globe Earth. The equator is wide at the equator. Now, they telling you the damn truth. Let me just show y'all something real quick. They said that the earth is wide at the equator, but not at the poles. Look at the Hindu version of the earth. And look at how the equator, the equal point where heaven meets hell, that's the earth. But it's made out of one spiral in motion. I just put it over here. I hope you watching this on YouTube, bro. Because the fall of man is what got us kicked out of Eden, and that's when the earth was created. People think the earth was created in the beginning in Genesis. That's a fucking lie. That's when the heavens was created. The upper realms was created. The earth was created by man, not the true creator. And that's what I'm saying. You can't create heaven because it always was. Ain't no beginning to it. The creator is talking about the earth kingdom. But check this out real quick. We fell, and when we fell, we created the earth, which is this cosmology. Our central nervous system is literally made out of the path of descension. A spiral fall created the central nervous system. I put the shit on the board, and I put it next to the Hindu cosmology so y'all can see what I'm talking about. So check this out, right? Heaven was created before the earth. Why? Because the earth was created at the same time man fell from Eden. And the fall from Eden is what created the earth. But this is, I'm giving you where you don't have to accept this. I'm sure, see, I know about Christianity and what they say about the great fall. I know when a Christian look up in the sky, they think it's a dude up there on a throne. When I look up in the sky, I think I'm looking into my own brain, and that I'm just like in a dream, like, and I'll land right here. If I'm in my dream looking up at the sky, what am I looking at? My head? I'm in my own head. I'm in my sleeping body. And I didn't make this up. I'm accepting the spiritual system of the ancients. In my opinion, and I'm being nice, you hear me saying opinion, I ain't even say theory. I said, in my opinion, I believe, you hear that word? I believe the ancients knew what they was talking about. Now, can I prove this? Yes, I can. I can't prove it to y'all. I can only prove it to myself. Because listen, I dream at night. I go to these other realms that the Hindus said exist. I've astral projected. I've lucid dreamed. That's proof that we've been lied to about Jesus and the literal interpretation, bro. The moment we start traveling parallel realities like Enoch, that means that we are the prophets of the Bible. And guess what? Jesus was just another prophet that was prophesied to come. Now, you call Jesus God, but he's a prophet in the Quran, and he's a prophet even in the Bible. The only thing why y'all call Jesus God is based upon y'all ignorance of not knowing what God is. But if Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within us and God resides in the kingdom of heaven, you can keep looking up all you want. I'm going to keep looking within, because the way to up is within through the central nervous system, which is the stairway I'm showing you here. Now, your stairway, if I say, show me your stairway of heaven that Christians talk about, you may show me some literal golden steps leading up to a place in the clouds. I don't believe in that. But I'll stop right there.
Shout out to you, bro, for even giving me a chance to even, yeah, exactly. Because we building, right, for real.
Yeah.
Honestly,
For sure.
I don't want nothing bad to happen to any of my people. I don't care if y'all believe what I believe or not. I'm just saying that what I believe in is that after this life, if we get one chance for, this is it. And we got to do it right, because there's another life we call the afterlife, right? The afterlife has always been a part of our ancestry, no matter how far back you get to our ancestors, right? We can agree with that. Now, how they feel about it or what they think about the afterlife, that's a whole nother conversation. But it's a true proof that all of our ancestors had an understanding of the afterlife. Now, what does that mean to everybody from all the different tribes around the world? It's going to mean something different, because they had a different understanding of their world, their life, but it was always, honestly, it was always still a true most high Yah over everything. Even here as native Indians, they worship Yah. A lot of people don't know that. The native indigenous people worship Yah. Yah has always been around, like according to scripture. It was written when Moses found out the name of Jehovah. God was like, yeah, I'm the same God. I'm the I am, but I'm the same one that was talking to your ancestors, but by a different name. This is my name to you right now. So I can comprehend and understand what we're talking about. But my whole thing is what scripture says. When people try to use scripture and then it contradicts it, I gotta check it. So when people say that Jesus didn't exist, that's not what scripture say. That's not what historians say. That's not what the scholars say. So I got to check that right away, right? When people say that Jesus is not mentioned in the Old Testament, got to check it, pull up Isaiah. Everything that people say that makes no sense, I got to check it. But if it makes sense or I got to think about it, I'll think about it. But that's not what this conversation is. We're talking that you said that Jesus Christ wasn't a real person. That's not true. Jesus Christ was an energy or etc. Okay, I get it. But he was a real person. That's what's true first. And then we can build off of that. That's my whole point. You got it. Yes, sir.
You're not connected with the ancestors and you can't speak for them. And when you do that, you're building up bad karma. You should tread lightly with that. You're religious, you're a believer, and that is not what the ancestors were about.
You don't really know though what the ancestors said.
Brother.
My bad, I interrupted you. I did interrupt. My bad.
You gotta stop. I'm not saying what the ancestors said. I'm showing what they said. You're talking for the enemy and the oppressor. You can't show your shit, which is why y'all gotta have belief and faith. I don't gotta have belief and faith. I got ancient symbols that my forefathers left me. All right? And a mind to think for myself and not regurgitate Vatican canon. Now watch this, brother. You lied on the ancestors. You said all of our ancestors had a concept of the true God above everything. And you're right. Just because you don't know what they meant by that don't mean you right. You wrong on that. Our ancestors' idea of the true God above everything was your higher self. Your higher self. Nothing can create your higher self. Nothing can destroy it. So you right, our ancestors had a concept of the true God over everything because they taught that the true God looked over the waters below and reflected his reflection down into all of the waters below and created the fake gods. So how the truth God sits above the fake gods. And the fake gods is all of your bodies and earthly bodies, but the true God is the part of you that ain't got a body. It's the pure light you in the uppermost realm that the Hindu call Brahma Loka. The Egyptian call it Atum Re, the hidden one, because it is invisible to our physical reality. It's the spiritual realm, what we call the spiritual realm. We can't see it, but we know it's real because we can feel it. It's the energy we feel. So check this out, right? The concept of some external God outside of you that's the true God that created everything, the problem with that is the same problem with the Big Bang that they gave you. Who created that? Well, we don't know who created what started the Big Bang. It just kind of self-did its own thing. And you ask them the same shit, because let me show you what these devils did. They wanted to hide our true energy. It's like, if you're in a fucking dream or a matrix, the agents in the matrix don't want you to wake up. So they gonna say, you know what? There's some creator that created this place. Because they don't want to tell you, listen, Neo, you sleep. You fell asleep and you created this dream. How the fuck do we create dreams, y'all? We go to sleep, right? Now, if you walking around a dream arguing with me and myself about who created the damn world around you, it's sad, because if I'm lucid dreaming and me myself ain't lucid dreaming, I'ma fucking feel sorry for that brother. I'ma be frustrated because it's like, bro, I'm trying to tell you we're fucking in a dream and I know we're in one. I just fucking fell asleep in the real world. And most people, the moment they fall asleep and start dreaming, they think the dream is the real world when they consciousness shift. You can't tell them they just fucking went to sleep. They gonna be walking around a dream saying, look at this place God created. You think you God? You think you made that sun? You think you made this grass? Bro, you make that shit every time you dream. It ain't that hard. Quit downplaying what the fuck you are and what we are, man. And if you knew what the hell we was, bro, we wouldn't even have this discussion. The problem is people say, oh, you think you created this whole world. That's why people was put to death. They said, oh, that's blasphemy. That brother said he the creator of the universe. Why you think Jesus died? We had this debate. Ye are gods. See, when people say, but bro, people will say, but the Christ in the Bible wasn't talking to the world. Let me tell you something. Before the Christ in the Bible was taken literal as a person talking, the serpent was been trying to make Adam and Eve like God. And he told them, y'all just like God. You just need to activate yourself. Jesus is the serpent in the garden. When he said ye are gods, it was just the new Jesus repeating the same shit the old serpent form was saying. That ye are gods, Adam and Eve. God don't want you to know you just like him. Because the people in this world, the people with souls, they sold us out, man. And they working with the NPCs so that we don't even know our true light and potential. They working with the demiurge. And that's what I'm saying about this whole place. They the ones working with them to say, that's blasphemous. Put anybody say that they're a God, Rome gonna put you to death. But you know what's crazy? Anybody with common sense ought to stop and say, why they so mad at us calling ourselves God? Don't they want us to go to hell? Why my enemy want me to do good and go to heaven? Like, if you hate me, don't you want me to burn with the devil? I'm your enemy. You hung me, you beat me, you tortured me, but you want me to go to heaven. So if I call myself God, you gonna kill my ass. Right? Because you want me to go to heaven that bad that you don't want me to blaspheme God. So let me kill Sanchez, because if he be blasphemous, he gonna burn up. You think they care about your soul enough to say, let me kill this nigga to free him? They killing your ass because you finding out the truth that you God, because you telling the truth. That's why they silencing and killing Jesus.
All right, bro. I get it. But the Bible doesn't say that. And that's
hey, listen,
my whole
bro,
point, man.
I know what the Bible say, and I get where you at. I got to go to the next caller, though, real talk.
I'm just saying you're going against what the scriptures say. That's it.
I am, because the scripture is created by the enemy. If you don't want to get outside of that enemy trap, that King James trap, and start proving all things, then you can stay where you at. But I got to go with the next caller. See, because if your only thing is that ain't what the Bible say, when you got a mind that can think and find truth, it's like saying, if I prove to you 2 + 2 is 4 right now, but the Bible say it's 5, you gonna keep telling me that ain't what the Bible say. What I'm gonna do with that? I gotta go to the next caller, man. You're bound to that book. I can't do nothing to that until you're ready, brother. The truth ain't for everybody. That's right. It hurts. It hurt. I was there. If it ain't written by my oppressor and revised in this damn book, I can't think outside of this biblical prison, this literal trap of believing in literal interpretations of miracle workers. Even though Sanchez showing me the symbols that was plagiarized and transformed to the literal bullshit, I can't fuck with it because the Bible don't say that. At this point, you're under a authority, and I can't convince you not to fucking disobey your daddy, man, which is the papacy. Papacy. What's good, Awakening Mind? Salutes, my brother. His daddy won't let him come outside and play and think for himself. I can't. Yeah, if you can't think for yourself because your daddy won't let you, you ain't gonna see it, brother. It's a waste of time. We can come outside and play. Hey, Awakening Minds, your daddy let you come out and play, man?
Man, my daddy will tell me, bring your ass outside and play.
He ain't gonna get mad if you go out the yard and think out the box now, is it?
Hell no.
All right, let's go, brother.
He telling
Thank
me
you,
to go
man.
outside.
Yeah. Because I can't play with them folks, bro.
Hell no, my nigga. Hey, bro, but hey, man, much respect. Salutes to the chat. Everybody that's been watching. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people support you and shit, especially what you did on this stream, bro. You know, and motherfuckers be thinking we say this shit. Nah, bro, but the shit makes sense to the ones that needs to make sense to. You know what I'm saying? And when you get a chance before you end the stream, just read everybody's super chat. A couple of people done send,
You know what? You mind if I read those?
I don't mind.
You showing up right. I appreciate that so much. I want to give a big shot because in that heated little exchange, and it was passion. I'm going to let him back up. I sure want to say appreciate y'all so much because we 4 of 10. And I want to say, man, salutes to you as well, Awakening Minds, once again. And Quark Art, as always, said incredible work, bro. Truly humbling and mind-blowing. Appreciate you, Quark. As always, sent in another one too. He said, I like reaching goals for very cool purposes. That's dope right there. Shout out to Leonard Robertson, said, salutes from Mobile, Alabama. Flat power to my people in Mobile, man. That day coming where we gonna have a good powwow in the South, man, and awakening minds right there next door in the A. So hey, look, shout out to Wound Socket Truth as always. Appreciate you, brother Sanchez. Love from Tennessee. Shout out to my rednecks in Tennessee. Shout out to Quark Arc once again, twice again. Said, getting them goals, Gov. Let's go. Said, with Sun Wukong, we can reach the goals. To dream the impossible, dream and fight the unbeatable for. Nah, appreciate you, man. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to give the mic back to Awaken. I'm going to keep this going for y'all. I know y'all enjoying it. Appreciate the love.
Hell yeah, bro. And much respect, man. And even a couple people then donated like membership. Even my sister, Dr. Remke, you know, she
sure did, man. I saw a lot of membership donations. Mm-hmm. Tell me those names again, one
Dr.
by one.
Remke, man, she donated 20 membership.
Hold on a second. Stop. Wait the fucking minute.
Yeah, bro. But she was going in. So go ahead and you can scroll up, bro. You have a lot of love.
Hey, man, you know what that let me so when I was passionate with me myself, people must have been feeling it. I don't know. I must have been into something, people. Yeah, I appreciate y'all so much, and I apologize for missing those. And who else besides that sister, man? Let's get them all. Who else did I miss?
It was a couple people because this shit was a classic stream, bro. This shit like top 10 to me. Nigga.
I can see who donated a membership. Let me go on here. I think it'll show that as well.
You can scroll up and shit too in the chat.
Yeah.
But
we
before
want to
I
acknowledge
go,
that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, oh yeah, okay. Dr. Remke, yeah, I got you. And then 30 South Amethyst donated a membership. Let's drop a bomb for that.
Yeah. People was feeling this shit, bro. This shit made my nigga. Not only that, bro, you brought the blackboard, you brought the whiteboard out, you know what I'm saying? You was going in, bro. So I don't understand how anybody could, and you know, salutes to me myself, you know, but
and let me give a shout out to Lace Cox for the donation as well. And you know what? I think that's everybody. I don't want to interrupt you. I want to hear what you got to say, so I'm gonna fall back. I think that's all of them.
Ain't no more, my nigga. And I love how you touch on the number 7 and shit, showing the steps, the layers.
Shout out to, man, I promise I'm sorry. This is the last one. It was Rogue Knowledge. Said tuition, love got little to do with enlightenment. Bro, I read that one. That's it, man. Listen, bro, I apologize, Awakening. Go ahead, man.
Nah, nigga, you good, bro. I want you to read the people goddamn sending in love. Do that. It's plenty more, bro.
Smooth. I don't know if I got him. I'm pretty sure that's everybody. Now I'm positive. Go ahead. You got it.
It ain't everybody, but you know, you do that on the next stream. But just scroll up, my nigga. People showing love, man. This shit resonated. It made sense, you know, bro. And you know, from what I've been wanted to call in. I even sent you you know, something saying, nigga, tag me in. You was going the fuck in, my nigga. Much respect. But like, even when you was breaking down the 7 and the snake, and you were saying the 7 is saved, SEAVED. Damn, bro. I know you've been going for a while, but I wish you can bring the little whiteboard out for me real quick, man. I just want to show you saved is also divas. You know,
D-E-V-A-S, there we go.
Bro. It's also Vedas. V-E-D-A-S, you know?
Come on, man.
Yeah, bro. Like, it's
come on, man. Let me repeat this. Saved Divas Vedas, bro. Listen, I'm gonna go to the board.
Please, my nigga, real quick.
Go ahead.
Up with you for about 5-10 minutes, just for the people, because this one was. This was accumulation of all your knowledge and your patience and your respect to truth. This ain't just, just saying this shit, bro. You really went in, my nigga, you know? But I want you to write that on the fucking board. That save the divas to save man, that shit was just fire, bro. To Vedas, you know? even when you was doing the 7 and the steps, you know, and this is stuff you've been did before with the 7 and the steps, but I like that you broke it down, showing the snake, the serpent, and all of that, you know, as well. You know,
I'm putting it up for 'em. You can't see it, but they can, Awaken.
I got my TV on so I can see it, bro.
And I'm gonna give a shout out to Brandon Prather, man. 5 of 10 people. If we can get 5 more, we got this. It's not counting them anymore because I didn't set the time like that. But I appreciate you, Brandon. There's love.
Also, another thing, bro, if you can write the number 7 on the whiteboard, I just want to show you something too, because you was bringing up how Hermes is also Mercury and all that shit. And I want you to know that that shit was also, you know, Pythagoras. So I just want you to write the number 7 on the board for me real quick. I just want to show you.
I got it up there. I got it up there. Go ahead.
Okay, so from the top of the 7, bro, to the 7 to the bottom of the 7, if you draw a line straight down, nigga, that's the Pythagoras triangle. You draw from the top of the 7. See, look at the 7 right now on the board.
Yeah.
Nah, draw right the 7. Draw the 7. Yeah. Now from the top of the 7 to the bottom of the 7, my nigga, that's the Pythagoras triangle. That's everything that moves this reality that we in. Yeah. Nah, go all the way down to the 7. Like go all the way down to the end. Like draw it from the top of the 7 to the bottom of the 7.
Yeah, I think I just did that.
Nah, I think my YouTube is on the little delay. No. From the top of the 7 all the way to the end of the 7. Yeah. Bro, that's the Pythagoras triangle, my nigga. That's the math of this whole technology, this whole reality, my nigga. That's a squared plus b squared equals c squared. You know what I'm saying? That's fucking time times distance equals speed. That's the whole man. That's the whole shit. That's half of the pie. You know, pi is the perimeter. So even when you had pull up the menorah and all that shit, I circled the menorah, and you showed that before, like with the menorah, and that was
man's aura, the aura of man, bro. Man aura, yeah.
And you killed it when you showed the menorah and you was explaining the Hanukkah, the Hanukkah, you know, because if you put another reflection of the Hanukkah or that the menorah, it literally creates the picture of flat Earth, you know, which I've depicted in the 7 chakras. From 1 to 8, that's a circle. From 2 to 6, from 1 to 7 is a circle. From 2 to 6 is another circle. From 3 to 5 is another circle, which leave the one in the middle. It literally creates the shape also of the flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I can send you a link real quick of that shit. But the number 7, what? Go ahead.
So it's the protractor somebody. Yes. I remember this little. That's the okay. I got you. You see where I'm finna go with that? That's the same thing that the Pythagoras triangle is based upon. I think the protractor degrees. I got people in the waiting room. Y'all stand by. We about to get it in. Awakening Minds. I'm gonna let him, you know, do his thing. But Awakening Minds. If you through with the board, I was just kind of putting that up there based upon you with the 7 and stuff. I was gonna just showing them how 4 7s equals 28, which is 10. 2 8s is how you make the torus. That's how you make the cube or the.
Nah, you right, my nigga. And look, man, I just put something in the back chat. Bro, I've been wanting to get on with you, but
okay,
we make a stream. But I just want you to see this shit in the back chat.
Let me pull this up, back check for him real quick,
and I'm gonna
if you're in the waiting room, I'm gonna let y'all on, but I'm gonna let y'all speak one at a time. I just bring you on so you don't have to just sit in the waiting room.
Yeah, you can bring them on.
Yeah.
But I want
There
you to
you go.
I want you to see this shit too, bro,
You
because it's the
am I
same more.
not screen?
You
I'm
see the
screen
link in
share.
the back
Yeah, we,
chat?
we we see it. Y'all don't, but y'all will see it here in a minute. Y'all should see it now.
Yeah, I see you pulled it up now. You know, and if you want to, you can, because the language we speak, it's a specific sound that makes all languages, and all this shit is on the hexadecimal number system. But if you can just see the 7 to the 7 reflecting itself in each layers, you see what I'm saying? Like you can scroll through it though if you want though, my nigga. But I just wanted you to see that since you've been touching on that 7 today, even with the menorah, because to break the language down in the alphabets, it's the non-prime numbers that creates the circle. So it even gives you the menorah plus the language we speak. And this shit is binary as well. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
0 through 7. This is computer languages speaking it to itself to even operate. All the shit you've been seeing today, saying today, my nigga, and showing today, not only is it truth, it's the fucking technology that rules the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like big facts. Scroll through it for me real quick, my nigga. Just hit
I
the
got you.
over button.
I
You see
got
what
you.
I'm saying? You see the number 7? It's the what they call that supreme mathematics. All of that shit is just the shit they hide from us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I can keep going on and on and on and about this shit, but you've been spot on, my nigga. That's why I'm able to break down the words. I'm able to break down the words. How I'm able to break down the words
Mm-hmm.
because I understand the binary system that these words are on. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
facts.
So it's all about sound and light while you teaching self to learn self. Like even if you put the word learn, L, then dot, earn, you see what I'm saying? Even when you said that, I wrote that in the chat before you said it because I understand where you're coming from. You know what I'm saying? So even the word L is a 7.
Yeah.
7 in hell is heaven and hell. It's the knowledge of heaven and hell. 7 and right L. It makes the energy symbol as well. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? The L at the
Big,
top, the 7 at the bottom.
yeah. L7 is the cube.
Exactly, my nigga. It's the square within the circle from the triangle, which is just insight. That's the philosopher's tone.
The L ain't nothing but the 7 inverted. You bring them together, you get the cube. So I like that resonates like a motherfucker because the name of God is L.
Exactly, bro. And L is just the math of this reality. L
And
is
then
the ruler,
yeah,
like literally the
yeah.
ruler. Think of a ruler, it's an L. You see what I'm saying? And the
This shit
triangle is
is elementary.
it's elemental as well. You know what I'm saying? If we want to talk about octaves
Yeah, the elements.
and the fucking sine wave, which you tied all of this shit into. You did an excellent job, my nigga. Excellent job. You know what I'm saying? Excellent job.
Elder.
You
Yeah,
know,
elder.
but you get wisdom from knowledge. A lot of people try to tie wisdom and knowledge together, but you get knowledge from learning. You know what I'm saying? But it takes wisdom to learn what you learn, nigga. When you said that, boy, this nigga said learn. You need to learn to learn. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's wisdom, the wise dome. You know what I'm saying?
That's because that's like trying to answer the question of if God know everything in the higher realm, why fall give up all the knowledge just to learn it back the hard way? You already got it, but it's
Well,
because, and that's what I said, man. This shit must have be okay. We had the knowledge, but it was pointless then, because again, like that was the example I was using. Like if you tell a kid 2 plus 2 is 4, they'll repeat it, but they don't know how. They just still don't know, which is knowledge. They just repeating.
literally, bro. So like you killed this shit, man. There's so many points you've made, my nigga, that I wanted to interject. Not even interject. You don't need no help. we appreciate you having the platform to show this shit to people. You know what I'm saying? But nigga, I can back you up on all this shit, even why the Tesla is even a fucking T, which is a fucking circle. You know what I'm saying? It's all the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Can you go through
That's
this
right.
picture? I don't know what other picture I got on here on this screen. Keep going though. I don't want to
All
show.
right.
Okay, stay right there. You can stay right there. The
I
seven,
got you.
like you can stay right there. The seven see the lights because you kept portraying the seven circles with the eight in the middle. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
just even the word conception, SCP is sept, is
Come
seven.
on now. Come
You
on.
know, especially when you were saying seven. And the seed of life, my nigga, this is where everything comes from. This is where all geometry comes from. This is where the compass come from. This is where our clock comes from. This is where everything comes from, my nigga. These seven seeds of life. But they'll give you the six-pointed star and hide what's in the middle, the real inner standing. You see what I'm saying? This picture right here, my family's been depicted all through ancient cosmology. Everything bro's been saying was spot on. You know what I'm saying? This is how light pertubes the ether. Like it's a breaking of the ether. So even when you was doing the seven steps, my nigga, and showing you passing the baton down to the next person or up to the
Mm-hmm.
next person on the steps, layers is just relay. We know in a relay, it's a big ass circle
Come
of
on
seven,
now.
and you're
All
passing the baton.
right. All right, nigga. Come on. Y'all better quit playing with this nigga. All
It's all
right.
tied in our language, dude, man. But respect to everyone. Bro, I got a million more shit to go. I want everyone else to speak from what they gain from what you've shown tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, buddy, you did it. You
Yeah.
did that though, bro, for sure. Layers and relay. You dropped a lot of ones, man. Salutes to that. Hell yeah. Who, who is that? Lord Bow. Me myself
Yo,
left. I thought he was coming back. I'll drop the link again if someone else want to join. Let's
yeah, yo, peace.
yeah, go ahead.
Peace.
Peace, my brother.
Yo, man, I want to say thank you. Um, so I kind of want to touch base on my experience when I had an awakening in Boston, and this was in Jamaica Plains. Jamaica Plains is part of Boston or whatever. I was only out there for maybe 2 weeks, and I think I was already, since 13 years old, I was already in search of higher self and all that. But like I was still I was still in like a lower vibration before I went to Jamaica Plains, Boston. So when I got out there, I definitely had an awakening, some kind of awakening, some kind of a Kundalini awakening. I can't say if it was a maxed out Kundalini awakening, but I know something got connected for me out there. Um, one of your previous videos I watched, you talked about the energy points in Boston, I actually knew about this before because ended up finding out that there's these energy points in Boston that are super crucial on the globe or just in the U.S. And they have a certain high vibration to these energy points in Boston. And it all makes sense now because the Vatican is heavy in these points. And the Vatican is heavy in Boston, period. They got mad churches out there, all that. So anyway, so it's interesting to me about the energy stuff because, our ancestors knew about these energy points. They knew about this energy. I got to experience it in Jamaica Plains. And so I was wondering if you know what I forgot what those energy points are called exactly, but it's true, man. Like it's definitely true. So, but yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you for being um in this realm of sharing truth and being into the research, and because the ancestors always resonate, and I know the ancestors are heavy within you by the things that you research and that you teach, brother. So thank you so much.
Oh yeah, I thank you all too. Appreciate the love. You brought up energy points in Boston. It's a map y'all can pull up. I'm not sure how accurate these is. These are like supposed to be ley line maps. I'm pretty sure. I just can't be sure how accurate they are. But another way you can look at ley lines and where they intersect, like on a major level, it's the AE map. Because where this energy intersect at, these are energy highways. This is like a highway system. And the energy that creates the spiritual realm, which is a emotional collective body we all share. It gives the earth its template, like a house that, like a room with a vibe to it. This realm we in, the vibe here is made out of everyone collective together. But person may say, how is all the energy that we can't see is connected through this system here? Everything's connected through the ley line system. So why I'm bringing this up is that you may have certain major events that play out in a particular area at a certain astrological time, and you realize not only was it an astrological significance going on, maybe a certain significant date. I'll give you an example, and this ain't, I'm just making something up to give my example. So let's say the brother that just died, Nolan Wales, he died on the 4th of July. The island he died on is a very energetic area when it comes to history and all that. Now, if we look at this map, and I just thought about it, let me look at here, we can see there's a major intersection going on Mississippi. You gotta make, I'm just, like I said, I'm making this up. Let's say you have a certain event happen near a certain ley line at a certain astrological time. Person can say that's a coincidence. Is there a way to manipulate energy by performing certain rituals on certain ley lines? I think there's some truth to it, because the ancients built certain temples and certain buildings on certain ley lines, and they were very peculiar about, let's put this building, if we're gonna be doing this particular activity, let's build it on this ley line. So my theory would be like, maybe there's certain ley lines that's associated with certain planetary planets or whatever. I don't know. And I don't know, like, what if, okay, if you're building fighting arenas, only build those on these ley lines. If you're building this, build them on these ley lines. Now, I'm just reaching, guessing. I don't know why the ancients built on certain ley lines.
That makes sense, though.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe an activity needs to be on its own particular ley line, and you know what I'm saying, or shit. Or maybe,
Fact.
I don't know, maybe, you know what I'm saying?
That's and now, this goes outside of scripture, right? And this is what, because I love thinking outside of certain, I ain't trying to stay stuck with nothing. Off of magnetism, right? You know that birds have a certain type of magnetism that they can sense the frequency of when something, a natural environment or natural disaster is about to happen, right? And you see all the animals move away before the humans do. Is because of an electromagnetic frequency that's triggered in them that's innately organic, that we lost the sense of, right? We can tap back into it, right? But we have that as well. It's a reason why we put feathers in our crowns is FBAs, because it amplifies our antennas to sense things naturally that's about to happen. These are all technique. Everything, even clothing, technique, how we move, speak, is technique on how to manipulate our environment. So that's why I just want to throw out there, like the actual feathers in the hat is for a reason. because birds sense things before we do via the electromagnetic force that's within us all, right? And we got four of them, right? You got weak and strong force, then you got electromagnetic and gravity. Gravity is the weakest of the four,
I
according
But
to
feel
yeah,
that
physics
so
in
too.
modern time, right? But y'all got it. Go ahead. Yeah.
but yo, so when I was in Boston, that awakening I had or whatever that energy situation was, man, like it just makes me realize that like, you know, it's the earth is just a beautiful thing and energy is real. Um, you know, it's crazy that I've been watching the I've been watching the Sanchez videos on going in on Billy Carson or whatever his name is about you know, stuff and all that. But like Billy Carson right now, he's doing like the Egyptian stuff and you know, you know, the pyramids got the energy points under the pyramids and all that, but it's like the ancestors knew stuff was going on in the United States. They got the Grand Canyon, you know, my Boston experience, and I'm sure there's a whole bunch of
Yep.
other
It's
energy
everywhere on the
points,
planet.
right,
Yep.
everywhere on the planet. And but yo,
But hey,
definitely trying.
now if you want to fight though, you got to say who was the first on the planet that sparked the understanding and all that crazy shit, right? If you want to have an argument, because then you had an argument against who was first, white or black, who came from who, et cetera, right?
You don't
So like
gotta do
most
that.
people love the argument more than the actual truth, like you was just speaking, right? Because we can just go ahead and lay out all the understanding that we got scientifically, spiritually, or in our imagination. But then there's another level of us that want to fight against that information against another nigga. Just even like we don't hate the other nigga, we just want to have some sort of competition against the
But
knowledge, like we do on the football field, right?
well, yeah,
So
that's what
that's
upsets
in our
me.
nature.
That's
You
what
know what's
upsets me though is
crazy?
that
Yeah, go ahead.
if the
Yeah.
devils that took over and they hit all because I know in ancient Egypt, I know we don't even have to go into the ancient Egypt stuff, but because we got history before Egypt, but I know in ancient Egypt, you know, those points of being the type of people that were about enlightenment and teaching enlightenment in schools is way more beneficial than what the devils came and stole all that and turned it into some whole other shit that we don't even see now. That's what upsets me. And it's like, you know, that's why I always feel like my spirit and my soul should be back in that time because true warriors and truth seekers, we want to be in that era, in that
Because
time.
that's the
And
root
that's
of
what
our energy. Yeah, that's the
right,
root of where our
right.
energy comes from.
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand
And
what you're saying. Yeah, for
And
sure.
I want that now, man. I want that
I
now.
do
And that's
too.
why,
I just
you
want
know,
to
the
be,
brothers
I just
that
want to
build
fight, have a fair fade.
Sanchez sharing the truth, the rare amount of people of us left that want to share this truth and know that there's something other divine stuff going on than what's going on with these devils that are running the world now, man. It's just it's crazy, man. So you know, but on that note, man, like I'd be ready to die, man, because I don't even want to fucking live in this shit no more. But then my true spirit wants to keep living because I know there's a greater good. But you know, I hate these devils, man. I hate that they run the world this way, the way they run it now. And you know, all there really is to know is the truth now. You know what I mean? Because we don't have the schools that we used to back then. We don't have the schools there anymore. We don't have the preachers there anymore that used to be there, you know, and but Sanchez is here, bro. Like I'm here, y'all here, and I love y'all, man. That's all I gotta say, man. That's all I gotta say. Yeah.
You know what's
For sure.
crazy about this shit though, bro? I think another part, man, is like how the symbols when they get interpreted literal and shit, niggas start channeling because it's like all the symbols I'm looking at now that's making me good. I used to look at them and tap into them literal, thinking that that's when I'm tapping into like my evil energy. That's what I was telling y'all about inversion. Think about this. People see snakes, serpents, all these symbols we teach with, man, the swastika, all that, they see that shit evil, satanic. Then, like when you out there, let's say you in the streets, you will be using these symbols to tap into satanic energy for real. That's what I was saying about the young folks. Like when they see snakes, a nigga will like, he'll get snakes tatted on him to say like, nigga, yeah, I'm a badass. Like, I'll fuck you up. Like when really the snake was trying to make you an angel. That's why I was saying about everything backwards, because it's like, the serpent was the angel, and the people who appear to be angels and shit were the devils. Like when y'all see these big white angels with blue eyes, that was the invader. And that big white angel is wrestling against a serpent. Nigga, that's really the help. You know what
And
I'm
you right,
saying?
fam. It was the smartest creature, according to scripture. It was the most conniving, smartest creature. That's why it deceived
Listen what I'm
the
saying.
facts.
Listen what I'm
Yeah, go
saying.
ahead.
I'm not this the difference between me and you. You speak according to scripture. I speak according to mother, grandma, mama, ancestor, Egyptian, Hindu. You see what I'm saying? I'm speaking through my DNA. I'm not regurgitating the oppressor's indoctrination, but you still got a right to speak, so I got to share the mic with everybody, though.
Hey, the fact that you even did that, bro, shout out to you for even letting me speak, man, and respond to that. My whole point is, and it's only gonna take me like 30 seconds, less than that. No, we respond to
Take your
God.
time.
God gives us our understanding, not our ancestors, not nothing. We all spawn from God. White people don't come from blacks. We all come from God. That's my whole point. Like scripture says, we all are one with the source that we go back to, period. That's the end of my discussion. But yeah, I got it.
I agree with that. I think what we disagree with is what God is. Because
That's
look,
my whole point. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
let me ask you a question. Is God a person?
Yes,
Yes. Is that person you?
it's within me. It's a
So
problem.
God is a person that lives in you.
Yeah, yeah.
You
We're
know
created
that
from God. That's the source.
so can we both come to a common ground and say what you calling God then, and where me and you can agree with, if God is a person that lives in us, can we both then say, well, look, this is what we call in our inner voice, the voice within?
I promise you, yes. Yes, that's exactly how I feel about the inner voice. The first inner voice that speaks to you is the God voice. The second voice, that's your ignorance trying to go against that first intuition, that gut instinct. That gut instinct, that first voice, the first spark voice, that's God, for sure.
Cool. So then that lessens the disagreement. It takes some of the tension away, because what
Impact.
happens is,
Yeah.
right. Because
Mm-hmm.
then what'll happen is we can say, well, that inner voice to me is my higher voice. Well, Sanchez, that inner voice to me may be my great grandmother, or to me it's this. Then that way we ain't got to debate that. It can be whatever you want it to
Right.
be. You
Facts.
know what I'm saying?
For sure. Yep.
I got one question, Sanchez. Salute to you guys on the panel. How you guys doing,
Yeah,
man?
you got for sure.
So
Sterling, what's good, man? Hell yeah.
Wagwan. I got question for me, myself, and I. So the God voice who talking to us, how he can talk to everybody at the same time? Because if I'm hearing him, you hearing him, my neighbor is hearing him, he's talking to everybody at the same time.
It's God. He created everything at the same time, right? Well, it was 6 days. It was stagnated. But God is God. So of course he can speak to everybody. It's God.
I want to point something out important. Sterling, this is going to be good. I want Sterling to keep asking questions, and I want Sterling for you to allow me, myself, to answer them, and for me to answer them. And this is what y'all look at, chat. When me, myself answer, he's going to have to use miracles and magic. I'm going to use pure spiritual science that just make perfect sense. So, for example, to me, myself said God basically is God. He's God. He's a man up there, and he can do these miracles and talk to everybody at the same time, right? Here's my answer. My answer is God is the infinite energy within every human. It's the higher self, the higher version of every human. And if every human is communion with their own greater version, that's totally possible, because that ain't one dude talking to billions of people, right?
We agree with that.
No.
Because
No, bro. No,
you know I agree with that part.
I
Yeah,
did not
no.
just get God to perform a miracle. You did, though. But why?
Because y'all know how I feel about God. God is everything. He created everything. He's within all things that have breath or breathe the life that he put in it. Trees
But see,
included,
when you
animals
think,
included, humans included. We all breathe.
but here go
So
your problem. You
go ahead.
think
Go ahead.
that, see, you speak of God as this unifying
From the scripture.
thing. I got you. Here's the problem with the scripture.
Go ahead.
You got to
My
hear
bad.
me
Go
out. You're turning God into an external entity. When you do that, God need a miracle to connect everything. I'm not doing that. I'm making God just pure universal energy within, at the core of each being. And that energy is that being's greatest, more refined version. So with the explanation of God I'm giving, I don't need miracles for nothing. You know what I'm saying? To explain none of this stuff Sterling said. But when you turn God into this one entity that's controlling everything and is not us, then when he asks you, well, how did this thing talk to billions of people at the same time? You need a miracle. Because you've made it something that's not us now. And now, because it's separate from us, a person can ask you, well, shit, how this dude up here can talk. Now this dude got to be able to just be a miracle where he can do everything, right? That's what I was saying. I didn't
I see what you're
dig
saying
that
now.
hole for myself.
No, I see what you're saying now. My whole point is that if God is within you, each person is supposed to be able to speak through the Holy Spirit and speak for God. And
That
so
ain't what
when
he was
we
saying, asking them.
no, like listen, literally, when we do that, everybody does have that within them. God is within all of us. His abode is our flesh. And then he creates everything outside our flesh as well. So it's
What?
a paradox. Like, listen, what I'm saying is God is within you, and God also created everything outside of you. When you can comprehend that, then you can understand why we are not God.
I'm trying to ask you a
Go
question,
ahead.
right?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is my thing right here,
Mm-hmm.
bro.
I'm listening.
You're saying God is within us, but you're also saying God is above us, governing everything. But the thing is, if God is in us and above us, governing everything, but not us, you just created a problem. Because if I can be saying, I'm saying the same thing you saying, but I'm saying we are God and God is us. You're saying God is you, but you ain't God, and it gotta go both ways. You're basically saying, let's just slow down. You're basically saying God is all of us, but ain't none of us God. You should know that's basically what you're doing.
Our bodies are literally the home of God, right? We are a fractal. Y'all know what fractals are in a hologram. Y'all know what a fractal or a hologram is, right? When you break a hologram into pieces, the same little part, a piece of the whole sheet contains the whole entire sheet or the whole picture. We are literally fractals of the source. That's what the Bible describes. It's a simulation. We are not what created the simulation, but we are a piece of the source that created it. That's what the
That
Bible is
don't
literally
let me
saying, man.
explain. Let
Like,
me explain something to you.
yeah, go ahead,
That's
fam. Go ahead.
why you got to go beyond what the Bible's saying, because the Bible ain't the end all be all. When you really talk to the people who are experts at reality, they will tell you nothing created the universe, something created the earth. The earth is that which was created. The infinite force behind think about the universe, all that the universe always was and always will be. The thing about why man didn't know that, because our consciousness wasn't hasn't began. In other words, you can have infinite energy but not consciousness. That's the problem that I was making earlier too. Like, infinite energy don't mean consciousness if it's dormant. And we always existed, but we weren't always awoke. It's like saying that what came first, the seed or the tree? You know what I'm saying? That both came as a pair.
Chicken or the egg.
That's saying which came first, the soul or the body. But that's like asking a person, what came to the earth first, my body or my shadow? Because your body exists, your shadow exists. Because your higher self exists, your lower self exists. You can't have up without down. It's a law called duality. So when it comes to the physical realm, that's what I was telling y'all. The physical realm always existed, but it wasn't always visible. And that's what people don't think. Like, it's like a tree in its seed form. But so
That's deep.
At some point on earth, you always gonna have a seed in its a tree in its seed form, but at the same time, you're gonna have the seed in its tree form. Right now, as I speak, you got seeds and trees. That's like saying you got spirit, mortal people, and you know, the realm of the dead, the realm of the living. Now,
And we just got to sprout it.
yeah, what separates the tree from the seed is the soil. The tree is above the ground, the seed is buried. And that's like the dead and the living transformation.
Bro,
I got one more question.
I'm gonna let y'all go because I've been talking enough. Y'all go ahead.
Y'all good.
Let me get you one more question, man. I got one more question for you, man.
I'm gonna let you go, Sterling, but bro,
Go ahead. I got 30 seconds. I'm gonna ask you a question. 30 seconds. Go ahead. Here.
All right. So you say God is a person, right? So I was here in the Bible, like when Moses or somebody went up on the hill to see him, it was like a burning bush or like a burning
That's
fire.
right.
So
the burning bush. Yep.
so God was he was on fire.
All right. Now here's what I really believe. I believe in the Trinity. You know what the Trinity is, right? It's Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Those three are one. Then you got blood, water, and Holy Spirit in John. Those three are one. And then you got an astral and a terrestrial Trinity as well, right? So you got three Trinities in the Bible that most people don't even want to talk about. I brought this up a long time ago, but they were scared to even talk to me about it. So when I'm talking about persons in essence,
right.
you got you got one essence, three individual persons. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, or the Word, which is Jesus Christ according to Scripture, right? So however you want to break it down, I can break it down for you because I really read this book for it. But what I'm saying is that absolutely you're right.
And go after him.
Yeah.
The
Hold on
question,
real
he's
quick,
absolutely
sir.
correct. Absolutely, I believe that. Yep.
Nah, the question is simple. The question is, how come God become a fire? How come God become like a burning bush?
See,
He
that's
can come. God can do whatever he wanted to do. He did.
We know
he
when you
in
answer me
all
myself, he can do. Yeah, God can be, bro. That's a very convenient motherfucker. Go ahead, awaken him.
Exactly what Scripture say though.
hey, I
Man,
was
that's
just
crazy.
bro. Like you made this in the video, and all the people listening, I want y'all to rewatch the video. You know what I'm saying? And when bro broke down, like when you're the individual looking into your inner self, it becomes a duality, which bro even broke down the book. You open the book, it's gonna split to duality. You know what I'm saying? That's literally from God to the Elohim. You see what I'm saying? But I get
Because he actually splits into three, not two.
I get what your question was about to be, Sterling, but I wanted me myself to understand that too, though. Like you keep forgetting that you're the God within. It's not an external being. You see what I'm saying? Like you're the God within.
I get what y'all saying. Y'all go ahead.
Now watch this. Ask the question again. Why did God speak as a burning bush? That's the question, right, Sterling?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Because God can talk to anything he created. That's the answer.
You gonna keep
no. Let Sterling ask this question.
Simple.
I want to give a shot at it now, man. You know. I want to give a shot at this thing now. So, Sterling, what did I say earlier? Every time you ask a question, he gonna need a miracle and I'm just going to connect you with the ancestors. This is a good teaching moment. I like what's happening. Let me shine a minute now. My turn. Let me share my screen and answer Sterling. Because this ain't even a debate. This Sterling asking questions, and we both just get to answer it, right? So.
Oh yeah, you're right. It better not be a debate. You know
Hey,
I'm doing. You know what I'm doing.
Come on, bro. Let me get the flow. Let me get the flow. Salute to you, brother. All right, so Sterling, here's why God spoke as a burning bush. First of all, Sterling, you know that the real question is, who did God speak to as a burning bush? It was Moses, right? I'm just trying to spare. I can be wrong. Wasn't it Moses?
Yes, you're right. Yeah, you're
Right.
right.
I know it was Moses. Now let
I'm
me
gonna let
show
you flow.
you.
I'm gonna let you flow.
I'm gonna show you why God spoke to Moses as a burning bush. Let's pull up the image too. I like to do images because you read the Bible, Sterling. It said Moses learned from the Egyptians. But what were the Egyptians into? Kabbalism. They was practicing Kabbalah. In fact, you can't have the Kabbalah without ancient Egypt, without Kemet. Kabbalah literally is born from Cush and Kemet, and I bet you nobody ain't gonna debate me on it. Now watch how crazy this is. If Moses learned from the Egyptians, why did God speak to Moses as a burning bush? Check it out. Here go the Kabbalah tree of life right here. Here's what Moses would have learned from the Egyptians, Kabbalism. This, what I'm showing you now, this is the Kabbalah tree of life, and the rays you see around it is symbolizing the fact that this thing is illuminated. It's on fire. They turned it to the Jewish menorah that looked like a tree. They like the candle and stuff. It's another version of this. This is why we put ornaments on the Christmas tree and lights on it. But the burning bush, it come from Kabbalism. Now, guess what else? It's two things, right? Snakes talk in the Bible and trees talk in the Bible. But what I'm telling you, Sterling, is the tree that talk, the burning bush that talk, is the voice within you, your spinal cord, where your consciousness is, your central nervous system. Now, me, myself, got a voice inside of him, Sterling. I got one in me. But he think the shit that's talking to him is some dude in the sky. And I know that the voice of me is a signal that I'm receiving like an antenna from my central nervous system, from my higher self. I know that there's another me that already got this shit figured out and figured out all the answers in a higher realm. And it's sending me the signal back if I can quiet myself from the chaos of the world, and you can hear the voice within you and heed to it like I'm doing and like a lot of y'all doing, transformation will take place. You receive the signal, you're going to know better, you're going to do better, your life going to change. It's going to be ups and downs, and it's going to be like working out. You got to give some to get some, but you're going to get strong. It's going to be worth it. And just to answer your question and bring it home, this tree is the burning bush that Moses was speaking with, and the snake in the garden and the tree of life with the fruit on it. It wasn't no apples. It was these little balls right here. And this the same tree, the tree of life in Eden. But this is your spinal cord with the chakras on it. And guess what? It talk because each of these chakras is a portal to another you. And that's my answer. Let's hear his next miracle. He ain't giving you answers, Sterling. He giving you miracles. Remember that. He believe in miracles.
With this
I
explanation
fucks with him,
and the
though.
pictures and everything, it make a lot of sense, man. This make more sense. And I ain't trying to take no side, but this make more sense to me, man.
Yeah. Sense is the senses. Sign
I'm sorry, I was
waves.
smoking.
The senses. For sure.
Sterling, it should make more sense to you in the discussion. Y'all
And
got
now
it.
he gotta go with insults. See, let me tell you,
That's not
the
an insult. I
people
was
who
just saying,
believe,
nigga,
no, you insulted, but again, the people who got the real true God, the literal God, they act the most barbaric. It shows. Because when you don't got knowledge or content, you got conflict. The barbarians, they appear sweet and kind because you know the Jesus thing is the norm till you give them the truth and knowledge, and then look,
Sneaky nigga, we gonna chop you in the back of the neck.
man, these barbarians, I tell you. My brother, me, myself. But like I said, I got barbarian friends. I got barbarian family members.
I'm truly aggressive. I promise you. You already know I am.
And you know what, bro?
No, barbarian mean ignorant, not aggressive. Not all barbarians
what they
ain't
think is the truth.
aggressive by default. They're ignorant by default.
What the colonizer think. That's all the barbarian is.
Conquering this tree becomes your sensei, which is just I sense, you know, and I know I've told you that before, but conquering this tree becomes your sensei, SENSEI. Move the I over to the left, you get sensei, I sense, you know. So it's so crazy that really the truth is literally within you. You are the teacher and the student. The student.
Yo, I got a question for
Awaken and go, yo. Let them
Sanchez.
spill, yo. Let them spit.
Yo, Sanchez, so I
got to really say thank you to everyone that hit the Cash App for real. I don't know if I need to call I don't really read those because a lot of people hit those are anonymous. But if y'all send in the Cash App and y'all want me to read it, just put read it on the Cash App. I'm gonna look at them now, but I do respond through the app though, and I appreciate y'all. My bad, Lord, Bow. Yeah,
yo, I believe in knowing thy enemy and knowing thyself. But so I've been wanting to know where the Jews, I know the Zionist Jews are pretty much running shit, but I want to know where where they're separate, where they got separated from the Vatican. Because I thought when at some point ancient Rome took over everything, and I thought they took over the Jews. So when did the Jews come back? The New Age Jews?
Well, no,
the Kabbalah versus the Catholics.
Hold on, brother. Let me answer him on this one,
it.
brother. This ain't nothing to play with. This question right here. Hold up, fall back here, but 1 second. So check it out. When you say that the Roman Catholic Church took over the Jews, here's what my research show. The Roman Catholic Church had the Pharisees and Sadducees. And instead of us calling them the Pharisees and Sadducees, we literally call them the Jews. They are that same religious order that was working for Rome, but they've adopted the name of the people they oppress. Hold up, Lord Bow. Listen, that's the question. Check it out. We're the Jews. The slaves who were conquered by Rome are the Jews, but when Rome conquered those slaves, Rome said Rome is the Jews, and the slaves are the people that's inherently evil, the barbarians. We traded places. We basically spiritually and morally swapped places with the barbarian, and he started assuming place in the temples, mosques, sanctuaries as the child of God. But if you look at him today, he's still that same old barbarian. But to the question you ask, you're asking it because of him trading places with us. You get what I'm saying? Because it ain't that Rome took over the Jews. They enslaved the real Jews when they took our land, but they didn't just take our land, they took our title as gods. They took our temples and became the new priesthood and all that. So we see this religious order that run the world, and they call themselves Jews, but the Bible called them the synagogue of Satan, Lord Bow. You feel me?
Right. Well, but I'm talking about the new. So how are the New Age Jews, like the Zionists, how are they coinciding with the Vatican now? Are they still the same entity now?
Let me ask you a question. Wasn't the Pharisees and Sadducees always part of the Roman Empire?
Correct.
Wouldn't they still be part of the Roman Empire even if they said, we Jews? Jews though. When we know they ain't the real Jews because they working for Rome and the Vatican.
Correct. Yeah.
There
That's
you
what I
go, my
thought.
brother. All right.
That's what I thought.
You
Yeah,
got it.
yeah. All right. Word.
Damn, he caught that right away. That was fire. The Jew is this. The Jew exists. Jewesses is the same shit. That was tough. He caught that right away, bro. Good shit.
Because if Jesus was a Jew and Rome put him to death, how Jews working for Rome now? And that's basically what I'm trying to tell you, because they assumed and type, they took the names of, what happened was this what people got to realize, man. And this is the deception of the Apostle Paul, too, what I got to talk about. Paul was kept fucking up Jesus' teachings. Paul, the one that came with blood sacrifice. Jesus stressed throughout the Bible, they ain't come to do away with the law. Not one smittle of the law gonna be removed. But Paul kept writing to Romans saying, for we're not bound to the law, because Paul was still a Roman. He never changed. He was an infiltrator. He was killing Christians, and then Rome used him to now kill the message of the real Christ. Because the Rome found out we can't physically kill Christianity. This message is spreading. It's gonna live, and if we kill Christ, these real gurus is only gonna strengthen their message. If you read the Bible, Jesus told you why he died out of his own mouth. He said, I died so that people may see my works and believe. And he wasn't talking about believing blood sacrifice. Jesus was saying he was dying to become a martyr to show people how to live right. We forgot that. But guess what? Paul, the one said Jesus died as a blood sacrifice. Think about this. You can't show me in one scripture in the Bible where Jesus said he died as a blood sacrifice that wasn't written by Paul or one of Paul's disciples, Luke or Timothy.
All right, so what's the shit with the Arabs taking over Rome? Is that shit true?
What's going on?
Well, I know they had a war at some point, and the Arabs beat. They say that's what I read. I don't believe it probably, but
I happen to show you that battle.
Hold on.
I know what you're talking about, but I'm gonna let someone else speak first. Go ahead.
I was just gonna correct them saying the Persians, but it's still the I am self law. I am self master. It was still the same message that the so-called Jesus was so-called pursuing. You know what I'm saying? It's just like what bro say. It's like what we have now, Democrats and Republican. It's still stating the same truth, but splitting it. You know what I'm saying? It's still the same shit. Judas, Jewism, Jewesses. It's all the same shit. The fucking Pharisees and the Sadducees is the same shit, but they were corrupting the original message. That's why they say Judas, fucking went against Jesus, But I'll let you ask your question to bro, though, man.
no, I still be wondering if I know it's still the Rome.
Just
Rome,
ask me myself how
Vatican.
you feel about that question, and I promise you I'll give you a real answer.
Well, what I'm getting at
That's
is
the difference.
I still believe Rome, ancient Rome, still running the world in the New Age, but
Yeah,
the whole Jew thing and all that
it's
is
the
like,
crown.
yeah, but like the whole Jew thing creates this separation where I wonder. I know it's still
Small hat.
connected,
Ain't
but
no
Yeah, for
separation.
sure.
It's one entity.
okay.
You know why y'all having problems? When you say Rome, you don't realize what Rome is. Rome was listen, Rome is a priesthood, a military, political, politicians. Rome is so much shit. And the thing is like, y'all will look at the world today and say, well, those are the Jews, those are the Jesuits. If you was born in the old world, you would say, oh, those are the missionaries of Rome. Those are the Pharisees of Rome. Those are the this, those are, or whatever. You would just say, these are different aspects of Rome. Like you're identified Everybody ain't a soldier for Rome. Rome got priests. Rome got cosmologists. Rome has mathematicians. Rome has its own viewpoint of how it wants its citizens to view the world, but that don't make Rome's viewpoint match reality. So the way we look at the world today, that's based on theories and gravity and a globe earth and all this shit, that is the Roman way. And that ain't just made out of fucking, like, you can be a Jew and you can be a astrophysicist, a politician, a priest. It meaning every fucking body work for Rome today. Why y'all can't see that? Like, the thing is, when you try to say, well, this is Rome and that ain't Rome, the world is Rome. If you live in a Western world, you're in Rome.
Sir, I ain't gonna argue against that. You are correct.
And it's like a person may say, but these are Jews. Okay, let's talk about what is their what do they do for Rome? Because it's like, you giving me a person's title, and that title ties into an occupation for Rome, like Pharisee, Sadducee, or what, you know what I'm saying? Today, we don't see it as just another outlet for Rome to initiate its will in every aspect of our life. Like, if you talk to a motherfucker that's working for the Food and Drug Administration, you're talking to a Roman. See, I look at Rome different than a lot of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Rome is an establishment, a order that has taken over the earth and has assumed a public identity as a public authority. But it was never a public authority. It was a private priesthood, a private, you know what I mean? Yeah, pagan.
Well, that's why I have this question, because I know that's the biggest enemy that's still running the shit right now. And so as long as that shit's going on, that's why I'm against it. And I'm always searching for a truth that someday that the shit's gonna get overrun someday, or that there's gotta be some type of way.
Watch this right here. Tribes turn into towns. Excuse me. Tribes turn into villages. Villages turn into towns. Towns turn into cities. Cities turn into counties, then continents. You move up, empires, nations. You feel me? Watch this. A person may say, when you become an empire like Rome, what do you turn into after that? What's the highest you can get? It don't get no higher than empire, right? Wrong. Once you become an empire, after that, the next thing you turn into is an invisible system. Rome turned into a system. You can't touch Rome today. You can't put it in your pocket. You can't smell it. Rome is a way of thinking. Rome is a system that governed every aspect in your life, because when it infiltrated, it just didn't infiltrate physically. It infiltrated mentally and spiritually too, through doctrine and all that.
Aroma. Damn, bro, that was tough, bro.
Yeah, that's the shit I'm talking about.
I agree with that all the way. You're right.
People say, I went to Rome. Nigga, Rome been went to you. You don't travel to Rome. You are Roman. Like, the world is Rome.
That's
People
exactly
be like,
what they say.
People be like, I took a trip to Rome and I ate spaghetti and pizza, and then you came back to America and ate spaghetti and pizza. You been in Rome, silly.
Yep. Now you pissed at everything in life. And they say, when you in Rome, do as the Romans do. That's a whole saying that's been around since Rome been Rome, right? Because it's about telling you to adapt.
And
But
then,
yeah, y'all got it. Yeah, go ahead.
and when you go back, you realize the Roman Empire was the Greek Empire, was the Egyptian Empire. This symbol, bro, got
Don't do it.
now is the Kabbalah tree, the tree that was within you. You know what I'm saying? And I really just want my people to please rewatch the stream, man, because no matter what we're talking about right now, bro literally broke this shit the fuck down.
We can keep going and breaking it down right now because you got time, fam. Do it.
Nah, I'm
Just go
good.
do it. No,
Hey,
do it, nigga.
I gotta get out of here now. Listen, the reason I'm saying that because we got people like Dreamwalker, Rumham. I don't know if they like. I can do this all night. Y'all know how we do, but I do gotta get out of here
At
at
that
this
time, you right.
point. Yeah, so I'm gonna let Dreamwalker and Rumham go now, and the salutes to y'all brothers though.
Peace, peace. How you doing, bro, Sanchez?
Peace and love, my.
All right, peace, peace, everybody. I just wanted to say, like, I love how you break down the symbolism. I walked into a library. It was a couple years back, and I had picked up a book. It was about Freemasonry, and it came across like a part of a chapter where it talked about symbolism, and it spoke on how they use symbolism through every symbolization because symbolism penetrates your heart. So, like, no matter how many lives you lived, for those who believe in reincarnation, those symbolism will always be forever retained in your heart chakra. So, whenever every life you come back and you see that symbol and you resonate so deeply with it, is because it's been there for time millennia, and the way
Yeah,
that these people empower these devils, the way they use the veil, because devil is the veil, the way they pull it down to cover your third eye so you don't understand the energy, which is your energy, which is your energy, where your inner god, your inner goddess. And me myself, like, you say like you're not a god and all that, it's more of an energy. You do come from a higher part. You do like you come from your mom and your dad, correct? So you do have that within you.
You right.
So you have that higher God within you as well. So therefore, you are God. It just makes sense. But to say
You
that you are
yes,
not
ma'am.
God, but you come from a source is much like an oxymoron. It don't make no sense. It contradicts itself. So it's like you are God. We
Do
are all God and goddesses because we have that energy that just flows through us. And it's so infinite that every lifetime that we go through, that these symbols that we see, they resonate just so deeply because we are these gods and goddesses. But bro, Sanchez, the way you break it down is just so immaculate, it's brilliant, and so so much salutes to you.
I appreciate that. That's motivation for real. I really appreciate that, man.
I
Sister.
appreciate you very, very much. I really, truly do.
you saying she's a real one? I ain't gonna lie. Cause he ain't had to let me on the panel. He know how the type of negative ish I was talking about him, right? He let me on the panel anyway. That nigga, he a real. I ain't gonna. We would call like in my area, we call him a real nigga. But shout out to Bo Sanchez because even if you don't agree with me, you still let me on the panel, my nigga. And
Yeah,
I shout you out for that every single time because I wouldn't like I gotta work on doing that. You above me because I wouldn't let you back on me. But yeah, I shout out to you, my nigga.
Hey,
But
bro,
you're a real one for that shit.
gotta
Yep.
yeah.
know you gotta
It's
go, bro. But let's look just real quick, bro. Can you just click on the link I sent in the back chat? Just real quick, my nigga, and I'm gonna let you get out of here. Just real quick. Just click on that link for me real quick, and I'm gonna let you just get up out of here, my nigga. I just put it, it's in the back chat. I just want to show this shit real quick.
And the regular man's always got something trippy to put into the panel, to add to the show. For
Easy.
sure.
You see this shit right here, family? A lot of this shit, bro, been teaching on this stream. It matters, man. This shit is geometry. This is you. It breaks it all down. Even the words we speak, which is sound, which is light and sound. But our chakras, this tree that's within you, it speaks. So when we talk about the burning bush within man, like these chakra points, not only does if you circle the top to the bottom, as above, so below, all the way within, it's speaking to you a fucking word. You know what I'm saying? Which is let there be light, which is also the tree of light. But if you see this shit, bro, if you circles the crown chakra to your bottom chakra, if you circle the second one to your second lastest, it all leaves the heart in the middle. And the quote it's saying is that I understand I am. I see. I feel it. I now it to action. I am love. You know,
Absolutely.
so this seven that we've been talking about, SEVENS, seven even S, it ties into technology as well. You know what I'm saying? This is the shit that can really free mankind from this system. But I just wanted to show you this also, my nigga. If you scroll through, it's literally the flat earth. It's everything. These 7 points within you are 7 fruits, like bro was showing you from the tree of life. It's everything. It's how a computer speaks to itself. It's how it's everything. It's a calculator, it's a ruler, it's sound, it's light. It's more than just the 7 chakras. You know what I'm saying? It's what vibrates and creates a frequency where you're at. And these 7 layers of self, you know what I'm saying? This is what you're here to manifest. You know,
Waking.
That was what's up. It's dope, but that's
He
a
ain't
that's a
speaking nothing
good
but the truth.
that's a good ending point. And what's so dope, I really gotta take this screenshot because how you circled with the each one is related to a one below and the other one, you could see the pairing of like the higher ones versus the low ones. Like I don't know if you intentionally did that, but that's dope because like it's like I know it's related to I am, I see and I feel, speak and you do. That it kind of show you how the throat what you say relates to what you do and vice versa, what you do,
of course,
what you
bro.
say, and like the relationship between hey man, you just taught us something. That's a good way to end the show. Appreciate that, man.
Go through all the way to the end real quick, bro. Just
I
real quick,
got you.
Aaron. And I'll leave you. You can keep going. You keep going. And there we go, bro. You can just stop right there. But much respect, man. Much love to everyone. You know what I'm saying? And salutes to everybody in the chat. You had a lot of love, my nigga, because before we even hopped on the panel, you were killing it. You were cooking. You know what I'm saying? But much respect, my brother.
Appreciate y'all.
Very.
Much respect. See y'all on the next one, man. We got more stuff to go over. See y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for all the support.